Chapter 51. In the beginning, Arthur could ignore thunder and lightning only with his body. Later, even if Arthur was able to control thunder and lightning, as a thunder fruit ability, he could not rely on his body to resist thunder, because the lightning has exceeded his load. There are still 2 kilometers away from the center of the island, but the lightning is already close to 250 million volts. When Arthur reached 1 kilometer from the center, the power of thunder and lightning had risen sharply to 380 million volts. Within 1 kilometer of the center, Arthur felt that the voltage of lightning would increase by tens of millions of volts every tens of meters forward. In the center of the island, with a diameter of about 50 meters, the thunder and lightning here is much stronger than the outside. In this piece of lightning, the voltage actually reached 700 million volts. To some extent, this can no longer be called electricity, because this electricity is about to become a liquid. Perhaps it is more appropriate to use plasma to describe it. Here, not only the voltage is very high, the temperature is also kept very high, the ground is getting softer and softer, and there is some boiling liquid in the center. At this time, Arthur could not continue to maintain his physical state. If he did not maintain the elemental exchange state, he would not be able to approach this place. Just like Ace, being a flame, would be burned out by magma. If you don't maintain elementalization, Arthur will probably be injured by the extreme and violent lightning here. Arthur looked at this island and couldn't understand why it was surrounded by thunder all the year round. But looking at this island, I can't even figure out why this island can still maintain the appearance of an island without being burnt flat. Not only that, but the landforms here are also very peculiar. The ground is basically metal with an ultra-high melting point, but even so, there are still some rocks. This was something that Arthur had not discovered before. Under the electric shock of thunder and lightning, these rocks not only did not melt, but their temperature was not high, which made Arthur confused. Is it an unknown precious ore? Looking at the ore that can be seen almost everywhere on the island, Arthur wandered around the island. Just like what I had sensed before, there was no one on this island except the place where the thunder and lightning was weaker. Even living things don't exist, and there are no plants either. It can be said that, except for the thunder and lightning and the metal on the ground, this island basically has no value. However, Arthur had a plan for the island long ago, and he will probably use it when he returns this time. After getting familiar with the situation here, and listing it as one of the future 10 legions trial grounds, Arthur returned to the ship. Next, there is no need to stay here. After that, he was going to find the island of steel. However, it is still unclear where the island is, so he can only find a relatively normal island first, and then see if he can get news about the island of steel. This island is very important, because the other half of it was swallowed by a giant anglerfish, and that anglerfish is called the Lantern Master. As long as you find it, the metal that can make your life go slowly to the extreme can be taken into your arms. Although she is not 18 years old now, Lucky is already 24 or 5 years old. And even Jessica is 20 years old. They are almost at the most beautiful time for women. It is no longer a dream to give them pure gold rings that can stay old. Moreover, longevity is what you need. Coming out of Thor Island, Arthur left in a small boat. The old woman Arthur didn't see it again. She probably thought she was dead, so she left. That kind of idiot. Don't worry about it. If it wasn't for Arthur, who was older and had some earth values and morals, he would have been killed by one move. A week later, Arthur, who had experienced numerous winds, rains and natural disasters at sea, finally arrived on an island. This island is not mentioned in the original work, so Arthur didn't know the island. However, looking at the big mum banner hanging on it, it belongs to the force of the aunt. There should be some special food. Supplemented some supplies on the island. Might took a day's rest in the hotel, and Arthur started looking for information about an island on the island. The effort paid off. In a shop specializing in nautical goods, Arthur got a nautical pointer that he didn't know how many years he had left. It is said that the pointer was originally the shopkeeper's grandfather, who heard about pure gold, and deliberately got it to look for pure gold, but unfortunately he didn't find it. In the end, there was no alternative, so he returned to his hometown, got married and had children, and lived in peace and stability. After getting the pointer, Arthur happily dropped a piece of gold and left the island. Now that you have news of the Iron Island, find it as soon as possible. I came out this time, not just for pure gold. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Anyway, these two don't need money, just give it to me if you have it. Yesterday Calvin, so I went to bed early. Today I will not Calvin anymore. I will update as much as possible. Not to mention how many flowers, how many evaluations, one chapter more. I will complete today's 4th update, 2 or 3 more chapters, no matter how many more I can stand. So, everyone, just vote for me for the flower evaluation. Anyway, the collection is no longer saved. 52. Chapter 52. Hawkeye Mihawk dared to wander around the great route of the New World in a coffin-board boat alone, and dared to find Shanks for a drink in the New World. The green pheasant rode a bicycle around the world, lying on top of the penguin, and wandering in the New World. Rawley dared to break through the windless zone while driving the boat. The boat broke down and swam by himself. Arthur thinks that there is a gap between these 3 people at this time, but it will not be too big. As a thunder fruit ability, and it has been developed to 400 million volts, it is nothing to ride the wind and waves in the New World. 4 days ago, after Arthur's ship passed 3 islands to replenish some supplies, it finally arrived at the Iron Island without stopping. At this time, he had been away from the Sky Island for more than 3 months. The island was half swallowed by lantern mackerel, and now only half is left. And this sea area is the purpose of Arthur's visit this time. The sea area where the anglerfish swallowed pure gold. Pure gold, a special metal that can make living things immortal after being close to them. The scientist who made the pure gold and his daughter in the original theater version survived for 200 years with a ring made of a little pure gold. In 200 years, except for the fact that the scientist his daughter has hardly changed in the slightest. Basically, the appearance is only 1 or 2 years old. In other words, pure gold can really make people immortal and can reduce the lapse of life to an extremely slow level. At least, pure gold can delay 1 year's vitality to 100 to 200 years, or more. That means that as long as Arthur wears a ring made of pure gold, he will have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, and it may even have a lifespan of more than 20,000 years. Originally, Arthur was going to wait for some time to come over and get pure gold. Now his body hasn't grown to its peak, and it hasn't been developed yet, so it's not good to wear it. But after thinking about it, pure gold is not only for my own use, but also for wives. At this time, they happen to be old enough, and they are flourishing, and they are always young. Isn't it also their own happiness? After wandering in this area for 3 days, I encountered a few New World merchant ships, 2 passing pirate ships, and even 3 pirate ships that came to look for pure gold. Except for the merchant ships and pirate ships passing through this sea area, the other 3 pirate ships also approached Arthur's ship for the same purpose, and were directly killed by Arthur's 300,200 million volt ruling. In this sea area, Arthur would fully open his sight, hearing, and domineering exploration for a long time every day, and then he would not stop until he couldn't hold on. Not found 3 days ago, Arthur wandered for 3 more days. As night fell, the 6th day passed immediately. As soon as Arthur, who was about to make some supper, put the ingredients in the fibery, he was attracted by a burst of strong light coming in from the window. Huh? What? Arthur put down the plate and looked out of the window. He didn't know what was going on. There was a strong light under the ocean, and it was getting bigger and brighter. Could it be that? The anglerfish? Arthur's eyes lit up and he immediately got on the top of the boat. Sure enough, a huge figure slowly appeared under the sea. A huge fish mouth was on the sea surface, even if it was several kilometers apart. Because the sea water was introduced into the fish mouth, causing the current to change direction. Arthur's boat was taken to the mouth of the fish. When Arthur saw this, instead of stopping the boat, he started the boat and rushed into the fish's mouth faster. After a violent swing, the ship entered a strange place. Arthur knew that he had entered the belly of the fish, and now, the taste inside is not very good. It is a rotten and sour taste. However, it seems that because the lantern anglerfish opened its mouth just now, some fresh air has come in here, so the smell is not very strong. I have to say that this fish is indeed amazing. The light of its lantern can actually shine in, making its body feel like daytime. After entering the belly of the fish, Arthur turned on the sense of sight, perceiving the breath inside. Anglerfish is indeed a monster that can swallow half of an island. Its body is really too big, like a big island. Arthur immediately felt the breath of life of tens of thousands of times when he opened up the sight of sight. However, most of these breaths of life are animal breaths, and only 2 breaths are completely different. Arthur easily distinguished that these 2 breaths were human. Associated with the original theatrical version, Arthur knew that this was the Bottu and her daughter. Then, go find his daughter first. What is the name of the little girl who has lived for 200 years? Arthur jumped off the boat and looked for the doctor's daughter, who was in the same stomach as him. In the induction, the female breaths happened to be in the same stomach with herself. This is also the reason why the doctor's daughter in the original book can go to the outside world. In fact, Arthur can directly find the 3rd stomach and get pure gold. However, the doctor who made pure gold was also a genius scientist, so it was a shame to let it go. So, since it's here, even the maker of the pure gold belt will receive it. P.S. Today's 4th update. There will be 2 or 3 more changes after that. Although it can only be regarded as a supplement before, I still ask everyone to vote for me. Chapter 53. Who are you? Did Master Lantern swallow you in? The little Lily with long golden hair and a nice voice looked at Arthur curiously. This little Lily is the daughter of the scientist who made pure gold, Olga, who appeared in the Heart of Gold. If I hadn't read the original work, I'm afraid no one would have thought that the little girl in front of me has lived for 200 years, and compared with 200 years ago, she looks the same. I am the king of the Sky Island. God Arthur. I am an angelic god. Arthur did not intend to hide anything from the girl. After all, Arthur wanted to take both father and daughter away with pure gold. It's not difficult to take the other party away, to make the other party trust yourself, but it is difficult to do things willingly. Therefore, honesty is a must. Huh? Olga tilted his head and frowned. Obviously, she had never heard of Sky Island, let alone angels. King of the Sky Island? The god of the angel race? What is the Sky Island? Is there really a race like the angel race? When he opened his mouth, Olga was a series of questions. Arthur had a headache when dealing with this kind of girl. Can't be toss gold, and can't be curious. But there is no way. If you want that scientist to do things for yourself, you must first let the family members have trust in them. Otherwise, even if it is taken away, and people don't work hard, that's okay. So, Arthur took Olga, an overaged little Lolita, toward the 3rd stomach. You mean, there is still a man in the belly of the dinosaur? Little Lori was excited when she heard these words and thought of the possibility that her father might be in the 3rd stomach. Yeah? Arthur nodded. Next, there were some more questions. In the end, the little girl felt that the other man in the belly of Master Lantern was probably her father, so she wanted to look for it. You said you can take me to find him? Didn't you come for pure gold? Arthur was asked countless questions along the way. If he could answer them, Arthur took the trouble to answer them. If he couldn't or couldn't answer it, Arthur was silent. But this question is obviously in the category that can be answered. Of course I am for pure gold, but it is better to find your father. After all, your father is a scientist, and I am the king of a country. I need an excellent scientist like your father. Oh, Orleans nodded faintly. Even though she had lived for more than 200 years, she still felt like a little ghost. But in fact, she has been basically alone in the number 1 stomach for 200 years, with basically no change in her humanity and sophistication. She is still a child. Then how do you know that pure gold is on the third stomach? And how do you know that the man is on the third stomach? I have never seen him. At the last sentence, little Lolita's mood sank. Although she has always blamed her father for making pure gold and killing her mother, blood is thicker than water. After 200 years of separation, she still misses her father very much. Because I have a domineering look and feel, so I can perceive it. Arthur replied indifferently. Then what is seeing and hearing domineering? Olga caught up with him again. Arthur couldn't help having a headache. At this time he already regretted his stupidity and ill consideration. Obviously you can go directly to the third stomach to get pure gold, and then find his father, and then use the excuse that you can find Olga. Just bring his father out to find Olga. But I went to find Olga first. Gia, damn, whispered. Arthur continued to explain in the puzzled eyes of little Lorry. Things have been done like this, then go ahead, or you will appear more stupid. An hour later, Arthur took Olga to the third stomach. The reason to use for so long, it is the fish a little abnormal, too big. And he still brought a little girl. In the third stomach, Arthur wanted to get pure gold first. But after thinking about it, the pure gold is there and can't run away. Let's play the emotional card first and trick the scientist into it. With a domineering lock, a fat scientist wearing a dinosaur suit can't escape. As a result, the fat scientist who was pretending to be a carnivorous dinosaur and a group of little dinosaurs biting meat suddenly found that the surrounding area was quiet. Just now, because Arthur brought the little girl over, after the big dinosaur found it, it came over with a grin. But Arthur's eyes full of domineering look, the dinosaur was so frightened that he ran away with the little dinosaur. At this time, the fat scientist who discovered the abnormality was very alert. Pretending to be full, he swayed and made a look like he was going to pee, and he was ready to sneak off. Hey, the fat man in the dinosaur jacket, don't run away. Arthur laughed dumbly and called out the crappy dinosaur. The dinosaur's movements froze, and then stretched out his front paws and broke his head from his big mouth, revealing a funny fat face. Seeing this face, even though the other person was already a lot fatter, Olga still recognized that this was her father who had been separated for 200 years. Next, there is a touching scene of father and daughter recognizing each other. The misunderstanding of why scientists make pure gold is also solved. Olga, who had no knots, hugged his father guiltily. As for Arthur on the side, he was already ignored at this time. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Monthly ticket 2. Finally, I still ask for a collection, right? 54. Chapter 54. Arthur, who had been ignored for a long time, finally remembered the father and daughter who had been crying for a long time. Lolita, who recovered her senses, quickly told her father about Arthur's origin. But looking at his father's dumbfounded look, it is estimated that the girl who didn't understand the speech was expressing. However, he has figured out some basic information about Arthur. It was Arthur who took his daughter to find him. He also knew that the man's purpose was pure gold, and he, as a scientist, also figured out. As for the others, it is not very clear what kind of angels. He didn't figure out what the king of the Sky Island was. Hello, my name is Ashiya, Olga's father. Thank you very much for bringing her to find me. This is my happiest day in 200 years. This fat man, who looks very funny, is wearing a suit. The dinosaur set, the big fat face was grateful. It was a serious picture, but Arthur still found it funny. It's nothing. It's easy. Besides, I like your talent very much. So, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by this Ashiya. Sorry for interrupting you impolitely. If it's pure gold, it's there. Ashiya pointed in a direction. But, although it is ungrateful to say that, I can't go to your place to do research. I no longer want to go against the heart of the scientist and make pure gold. Huh? Arthur was interrupted, indeed a little unhappy. But before he was interrupted, he would lose his temper or something. I think you have misunderstood. I want to invite you just for your talent. As for pure gold, I only need the existing piece. These few words are not a lie to Arthur. But that piece of pure gold is really enough. Don't look at which treasure hunter's chest in the original book is not big. but that treasure hunter's height is about the same as his own, or even taller. In him, the pure gold is very small, but in fact, that piece of pure gold is the size of a football. And each person only needs 2 or 3 grams at most. That piece of pure gold is enough to be used by 1,000 people. It's almost enough for me and my descendants. Moreover, when this guy is under his own hands, he will be afraid that he will not get himself pure gold for a long time. Arthur knew these things in his heart, but Ashia didn't. He was obviously surprised by Arthur's words. "You mean, I only need me to do research for you? No need to make pure gold?" Ashia looked at Arthur with some surprise. "Yes, too much pure gold is also a disaster for this world. So just the existing piece is enough." Arthur nodded. Ashia glanced at Arthur, then turned to look at his daughter. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and said, "That's good. I can also take Olga and let her lead a normal life, instead of living in the belly of Master Lantern." Very wise choice. Arthur smiled lightly, actually very happy. After all, the foundation of the Angel Kingdom is really bad. "Now that you have made a decision, then you come with me, and I will take you to find pure gold." Asia made the decision. The whole person was also a lot easier, and it seemed to be more of a scientist's temperament. After that, not long after, Arthur stood in front of a glass tube container. In the glass tube, a piece of golden metal glowing in the bubbling liquid was floating in it. Sure enough, as Arthur thought, this piece of pure gold is a lap bigger than football. "It's a perfect thing. It's incredible," Arthur exclaimed, and took the containers directly. The special liquid in this glass container can prevent the effect of pure gold from delaying vitality from escaping. It's just that it can't stop the brilliant light of pure gold. Arthur, who didn't want to be delayed by pure gold, naturally wouldn't take it directly on him. However, due to its glittering characteristics, Arthur took the material from the spot and directly wrapped the glass jar with metal. After that, Arthur did not go directly, because the father and daughter have other things. It was because Arthur didn't understand the movement, and he didn't read it carefully at the time, so it was not very clear. But half an hour later, the obviously happy father and daughter returned. Back in the first stomach, Arthur took the father and daughter back to the boat. Then Arthur sealed the metal-wrapped glass jar in the wall as before, using all metallurgy to shape the metal wall on the surface. No one can see the problem. Looking up, the lanternfish's lantern light shined in from outside. The blood vessels on its stomach wall can be seen faintly. "How are we going out?" Ashio asked a little bit naively. In these 200 years, he hadn't even gone out for the third stomach. "Penetrate it, kill it, and you can go out." Arthur thought for a while. This method is more convenient. So he raised his hand. The palm of his hand flickered, and he was about to release a 200 million volt ruling of the gods. At 200 million volts, Arthur was a little worried about whether he could penetrate the thick fish body. No. At this moment, Olga came out and stopped Arthur with his arms out of the way. "Huh?" Arthur was a little strange. "After all, we have lived in Master Lantern's stomach for 200 years, please don't kill it," Olga said, shook his head cutely, and the blonde hair swayed along with it. Arthur looked at Ashia and nodded in agreement. In that case, Arthur frowned and stopped the attack he was about to launch. "Then let it surrender." Boom! The horrible aura bypassed the father and daughter and rushed away. P.S. This is the second change, and it can also be used as the previous change. That's my ability. Everyone, don't be stingy with all the free tickets in your hand. Vote for me. It would be even better if the collection can be greatly increased. 55. Chapter 55. The outburst of King Arthur's domineering look is becoming more and more obvious. Even if they deliberately avoided the father and daughter, they still felt a suffocation, and their hair was blown up. The domineering look of the overlord is like a burst of light, ripples in circles, and quickly spread out. The creatures in the stomachs of the lantern anglerfish seemed to have been hit hard, rolling their eyes one by one, unconscious, and fell to the ground. From the outside, a huge lanternfish is swimming in the deep sea, ready to go to the bottom of the sea to rest. Then ripples erupted from the body, and the anglerfish's body instantly stiffened, and its huge eyes were filled with fear. "Father, What did he do? Olga swallowed hard and asked Ashia. Ashai was also inexplicable at this time. He only felt that this young man had a sudden burst of energy just now, and then a strong wind came out of thin air. After that, I felt a burst of roominess. Although I am better now, my body has automatically tightened up and down, without any relaxation at all. As a scientist, he knew that this was his body's autonomous vigilance. Daughter, father doesn't know what happened. At this time, Arthur was like an emperor, exuding an unquestionable, self-dominant aura. Swim back to the surface. Huh? When the father and daughter heard Arthur suddenly speak, they said something like this. Although the two of them are a little headless, the lantern anglerfish in the deep sea nodded fearfully at this time, and then swam to the surface of the sea. After a while, the bright light pierced the sea surface, illuminating the area of 7 or 8 kilometers like daylight. The lantern anglerfish with its giant beak broke open the sea and floated on the sea. The father and daughter, who have lived in the anglerfish for more than 200 years, have long understood the situation of the anglerfish. Every time an anglerfish dives into the deep sea, the space in the body shrinks slightly due to the water pressure. When it comes to the sea, the space in the body is more favorable. In 200 years, they could even judge whether the anglerfish had surfaced based on the size of the stomach space. At this time, they also obviously noticed the changes in the stomach space. Olga stayed in the first stomach all the year round, and she could tell at a glance that the anglerfish was out of the sea. He immediately told his father about this discovery. As an adult, Ashai's thinking ability is obviously much better than Olga, who has lived 200 years and is still a little girl. Knowing that the anglerfish had surfaced, he immediately thought of Arthur's previous nonsensical words. How can this be? Xai's eyes are about to stick out in shock. Open your mouth and don't move. Arthur, who had already seen everything with domineering insight, sensed that he had reached the surface of the sea, and gave another order. At this time, the seemingly fierce and terrifying, but in reality the well-behaved lantern angler immediately opened its mouth wide, not daring to move. Okay, let's go, Arthur said to the father and daughter, then wrapped the boat with his power and rushed out directly against the current. As soon as the fish mouth came out, Arthur felt a burst of fresh air rushing toward his face, and that feeling was really comfortable. Immediately went into the bathroom, took a shower and changed clothes. On the deck, the two father and daughter are cuddling together, looking at the stars and the moon in the sky. Glancing at the lantern angler, who had grown so hard on the side, who was already very hard, but did not dare to move at all, Arthur said calmly, "Okay, go away." Upon hearing this, the lantern mackerel immediately dived into the deep sea like an amnesty, and disappeared. At this time, the two father and daughter also stopped the conversation, looked at the place where the lantern angler disappeared, remained silent for a long while, and bowed together. Goodbye, Master Lantern. Back to the sea again, Arthur wondered where to go next. Sleeping in the ancient town, or Dressrosa? After catching a guess, Arthur thought it was better to go to Dressrosa first. Where is the fruit of sleeping ancient town? It won't be taken away for a while. According to the game setting, it was found after being destroyed by Luffy in the underwater prison and released a bunch of people. 2 people, there is a bathroom inside. You can wash your clothes, and then use this to dry. Arthur picked up a hot air shell and motioned. The two nodded, and Olga walked into the bathroom first. Thank you very much for your help. It is really great to be able to see this world again. With a grateful smile on his face, Ashia came to Arthur and said after bowing, "It's nothing, it's easy. Moreover, your talent is very important to my kingdom." Arthur replied while adjusting his course. Ashia nodded, "No matter what, I will never forget your kindness. I will do research in your country. I hope you don't despise me for being dull." Although Olga told me something about you and your kingdom, I still have a lot of doubts. I don't know if I can help me out. Of course, Arthur nodded. After that, Arthur briefly said all the information that the Angel Kingdom could say. He didn't mention a word about the moon. It's not in the Sky Island yet. Wait until the Sky Island. If it is leaked before going back, it will not be good to attract the attention of the world government. Unexpectedly, there are so many magical things in the sky. After some conversation, Ashiya looked very surprised. As a scientist before, he paid very little attention to the outside world. Although he still knows a little bit about Sora and angels, he doesn't know more about it. On the sea, a white sailor's boat sailed all the way in the direction of Dressrosa, and Arthur did not have much confidence in the success of this goal. After all, he is a bad man. Vertical bar 56. Chapter 56. Dressrosa, a country of passion and unrestrainedness. It is called the country of toys, and there are even fairy legends among them. After arriving at Dressrosa, Arthur did not go directly to the king's heights. On the one hand, I want to move around in this country. On the one hand, as soon as he arrived at Dressrosa, Arthur felt Jessica's trail. After being out for more than 4 months, Arthur was not surprised that Jessica was already waiting in Dressrosa. However, Arthur did not go to Jessica directly. First, I went around in various towns and enjoyed the unique cuisine and exotic atmosphere here, and then went to the most famous place here, arena. In the cheering arena, one by one gladiators dressed in a very Spartan style struggled to fight. After Doflamingo dominated Dressrosa, the style of the arena is not fighting, but fighting. Cruel fighting can more arouse primitive desires in people's hearts. After watching a few games, Arthur left. Although brutal enough, the low-end battles were no longer in Arthur's eyes. Even so far, he has not experienced much actual combat, but due to the fruit and Arthur's crazy practice, his vision is more than a little bit high. In the royal capital, in a tavern with a constant stream of people, Jessica was drinking happily, listening to a stout pirate bragging about their crunch. The bar door was opened, and Arthur, dressed in a black suit and black cloak, entered the bar with a noble and elegant appearance. The people at the bar just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. In the new world, what kind of people are there? Only the strong people are what people pay attention to. No one is interested in a handsome nobleman. Miss, let's have a drink together. Arthur motioned to the bartender to serve a bottle of brandy and poured 2 glasses. He didn't care about himself at all, and listened to the bragging Jessica teasing with relish. Jessica's eyes wandered, took a glass of wine, lifted the white swan neck gracefully, and drank it. A drop of wine slid down the corner of his mouth and slowly into the abyss. Then Arthur stretched out an arm, put his arm around Jessica, and left. The pirate, who had been bragging in the bar, also stopped dumbfounded. He blows so hard. Isn't there a beautiful lady sitting there listening with interest? The people in a bar fell into a brief silence, and the men who had chatted up before looked blank. Before, it wasn't like that. It's very cold. Taking Jessica away, Arthur briefly talked about the events during this period. But obviously, Jessica was only attracted to pure gold, and couldn't wait to get Arthur to get herself a ring. However, in a fair idea, Arthur said he would do it after he went back. Ashiya and his daughter did not come back in the city, so they took this opportunity to stay for the night. The next day, Arthur asked Jessica to wait for Ashiya and his daughter on the boat, and disappeared on the boat. On the King's Heights, next to the swimming pool in front of the palace, the Don Quixote family are playing their own games. Wearing a pink feather coat, with a wanton smile on his mouth, Doflamingo, drinking a good wine, looked at the family carders, thinking about something in his mind. It's a scene of harmony. Your wine is good. Can you give me a glass? Tu Yuan's voice sounded, and the expressions of all the Don Quixote family froze. Huh? Who are you? The first person to react was not the other person, but the baby 5 who was capable of weapon fruit. Boom! Baby 5's arm turned into a cannon, blasting off half of Arthur's body. At this time, Tanyacha's original frozen smile recovered again, becoming even more reckless. Sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth, Doflamingo smiled and said, ha 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 ha, who are you? Without half of his body, Arthur also had a smile on his face. He didn't care about the baby 5 on the side, and the family carders who were glaring at him and eager to move. Turning his head to look aside, Doflamingo saw Arthur sitting on the wall. It's not easy to be here so easily. The moment Doflamingo saw Arthur, the pupils of his eyes under the red sunglasses shrank. Raiden, nature. Doflamingo saw the characteristics that clearly belonged to the nature department, and instantly thought of the news reported by the little brother in the paradise 3 years ago. Doflamingo let out a deep laugh. It turned out to be you, lucky kid. The Fruit of Thunder has always been offered a high reward by the world government. The value is second only to the Fruit of Surgery. Arthur recovered his body, stepped down from the wall, and walked in front of Doflamingo, then used his power to move a soft sofa behind him. No matter what the fruit is, the user is more important, isn't it? A mere line of fruit has not been developed to such a degree by you. It makes sense. Doflamingo's face darkened, and his body leaning forward from the back of the chair. The action of Doflamingo, who was much taller than Bassa, said, full of oppression. So what do you want to do when you come to me? They were all kings, and Arthur remained unmoved by Doflamingo's oppression. Instead, he poured a glass of red wine methodically and shook the glass. Come to you to make some deals, Joker. Huh? Doflamingo suddenly raised his head. The Overlord's Domineering burst out, and he pressed hard against Arthur. How am I? I don't understand what you are talking about. P.S. Various tickets. Vote for me. It's going to be on the shelves soon. Only 8,000 V. I feel doomed to death. Chapter 57. Doflamingo has awakened the Domineering since he was a child, and his thoughts are very crazy, so his Domineering is definitely superior among those with Domineering. However, it was a pity that he faced Arthur. Arthur's Domineering look is now strong enough to affect the environment. Seeing Doflamingo's sullen face and a dangerous expression that your kid would kill you any more nonsense, Arthur smiled disdainfully, and drank all the wine in the glass in the eyes of everyone's surprise. Overlord Domineering, isn't it? Arthur looked at Doflamingo, who had already frowned and looked a little surprised. This kind of thing is not only for you. After that, Arthur's Domineering look also flourished, easily blocking Doflamingo's Domineering look. Doflamingo slowly withdrew his Domineering at this time, with a wanton smile on his face. Unexpectedly you have it too. You have such a strong Domineering look. I'm really curious about your origin and your purpose. Arthur leaned on the back of the chair, tilting Erlang's legs casually, and also withdrew the Domineering look of the Overlord. Aside, the cadres of Doflamingo's family looked at Arthur in shock. In fact, Arthur didn't understand. In the original work, Green Pepper said that in the New World, there are many people with Domineering looks. But why did Luff and Minge be so amazed at the extremely wretched and disgusting Terepol when he was Domineering with the Red Overlord? Just like now, the snotty man exclaimed, "Nah, you actually have the same qualifications as Dover," and put his disgusting face close to Arthur. Even if Arthur calmed down for several years, he was still stimulated by this. Dodged aside, Arthur frowned and said, "You are too close. Stay away from me." Regardless of it, Terepol looked up and down at close range. Arthur's brows jumped. He was ready to do it, and this guy dragged away something that didn't know if it was a snot or something. "I'm here this time for some business. As for my origin, I come from Sky Island and I am the king of the angel race." "Oh, the king of angels? Sky Islanders? It's really rare." A large pirate of Doflamingo's level naturally knows Sky Island very well. "You said a deal. What kind of deal is it?" "If you can know the identity of my Joker, it seems that you also have some channels of your own." Doflamingo grinned and let out a deep laugh. Arthur looked at the nearby family cadres, pointed to Baby 5 and Violet, who were the second princesses of the former state of Dressrosa, and said, "I can't rest assured of these two people." Violet didn't respond much, but when Baby 5 heard this, it exploded. Just when Baby 5 wanted to do it, Doflamingo frowned and said, "They are all my family members, and I feel at ease with them." Really? Arthur couldn't say no, but it didn't matter. "Then it will be here. If it is leaked, just kill them." As soon as I said this, the atmosphere suddenly solidified, and everyone glared. Doflamingo's forehead floated with 2 blue veins. Dare to say in front of me that I killed my family, kid? Does the Frout of Thunder give you too much confidence? Doflamingo's domineering look is released once again. However, Arthur's had no fear. If it was a year ago, perhaps he and Doflamingo were just 2 of them, perhaps not as good as they were. But now, his own fruit development has reached 450 million volts, and he is not afraid to pick them all. Instantly disappearing in place, Arthur appeared next to Doflamingo, gently pressed to his ear, and said, I just want to tell you that I don't want to be stabbed. The heart of defense is indispensable. After speaking, Arthur returned to his original position and took the bottle to refill himself. Doflamingo laughed. It's really arrogant, bastard. Strength, isn't it just arrogant? Capital HMPH. I like what you said. Doflamingo's face became clear again. It's as if nothing happened before. An hour later, Doflamingo was drinking, frowning and thinking. You want to use my intelligence network to lay out your own intelligence network in the new world. This is impossible. But I can give you priority to choose the news of the devil fruit, or the devil fruit, and your limited level empty shell. Can't that high price? My empty shell is very powerful. The broken copper and broken iron made in the factory below you can't be compared at all. This thing is not cheap, he is not infinitely produced, and it can be produced by working harder. For the empty shell, it was obviously impossible for Arthur to agree to a relegation. Huh? When Arthur said this, everyone was on guard again. Doflamingo frowned. How do you know the underground factory? The corner of Arthur's mouth raised, because I can hear the conversation within my range. Frowning at Arthur, Doflamingo nodded slowly. It is indeed possible to see and hear the domineering. Doflamingo has no doubts about the strength of the opponent, because he can feel it. Impact shells, burning shells, electric shells, wind shells. The amount of these must be increased. Doflamingo thought, and pointed out these types. Arthur thought for a while. Compared with the benefits afterwards, this is still bearable. In the dark world, I must set foot in it. Yes, but the amount that can be improved is also limited. After all, Sky Island's production capacity is limited. Besides, I hope I can add a little more every year for O shells, laser shells, lightning shells, and wind shells. These kinds of shells are only one of each kind every year. This is not enough for trading. Doflamingo attaches great importance to the back. Said these kinds of shellfish, because compared with the previous shells, those can be said to be strategic resources. Then the latter, you can arm a strong man in an instant, or use it as a whole card. Moreover, those shellfish have many functions. However, Arthur also attached great importance to it. If it hadn't been for this time that Jessica had come over and brought news that several extinct species of shellfish could already be reproduced and could be reproduced artificially, Arthur would not trade these species of shellfish. You know, even if it starts to breed and can be bred, these kinds of shellfish still have very little yield and are very difficult to breed. Danyasha, these kinds of shellfish are called extinct shellfish even on the Sky Island. If it weren't for the recent discovery of some extinct shellfish that are still alive, I wouldn't be able to do this kind of trade for each of them every year. Say flatly refused. Doflamingo frowned, thought about it, and said, well, if that's the case, then this deal is done. Later, Arthur and Doflamingo said something more. After inquiring about the location of Sleeping Ancient Town, Arthur disappeared in the King's Heights. Dover, is this guy really credible? Terepol asked, approaching Doflamingo. You are too close. Doflamingo frowned and looked at the sea. I can feel this person's ambitions. It seems to be bigger than mine. This is definitely not a peaceful person. I believe he can bring great surprises to the world. If not, how could I agree to this? Guys making a deal. Such ambitious people. The more the better. Her burst of wanton laughter reverberated in Wang Zigao. P.S. There is one last update. Today's update is complete. Sit for a long time, my butt hurts. Everyone, votes. Let's vote. just rely on the surface data to support it a bit. The collection is completely over. I'm really afraid that there are few subscriptions on the shelves. By the way, if you can help me promote it, please give my friends a tweet. Chapter 58. Sleeping Ancient Town is a small town on the Great Route. But when you walk into Sleeping Ancient Town, you will find the style here, which has a European medieval feel. Churches, nuns, nobles, knights, farmers, slaves. On a small island, there is only one ancient sleeping town. Although it is a town, its area is indeed not small. Here, they don't have much contact with the outside world. After all, the nobles control everything. Except for the pirate boats that come here occasionally, only the ships of the nobles will go to other islands to purchase. There is a legend of a vampire here, but legend has it that the vampire was destroyed by a priest. Arthur took Jessica and his father and daughter on a voyage, and after passing through several islands, they arrived at this island smoothly. The people here are all dressed plainly, or in tatters. This is why it was said before that there is a kind of European medieval feeling. Had it not been known that this place had a fruit of the Udmans, Arthur would have never been to such a place in his life. In this ancient sleeping town, there is a bat fruit in the form of a vampire. Consumers can deprive others of their lifespan and make themselves younger by sucking the blood of others. This fruit's defense against the sky is that it can continuously rely on obtaining blood in the battle and remain invincible. To be honest, this fruit Arthur is also in the mentality of being able to find the best and not being able to pull it down. After all, there is really no suitable person to eat this phantom beast fruit. It is indeed a waste of food for ordinary angels. At the Legion Commander level, Arthur felt that the fruit was inappropriate. And, there is only one fruit, who will it be given to? However, regardless of the 3 or 7 tone, an Udman's species, take it down by yourself first. When the time comes, if it doesn't work, just use it for trading. A phantom beast kind of fruit, but it can get a lot of benefits. Although the Arthurians have arrived, they have no clue as to where the bat fruit is. Had it not been for the pirate anime fan in his previous life, would he pay attention to some One Piece forums and surrounding news, Arthur would not know that there will be a super fruit sleeping in this small place. After all, it didn't appear in the drama. My dear, why did you come to sleep in the ancient town? Jessica turned to ask Arthur's arm. Arthur replied, I heard the news by accident that there may be a fruit of the animal type Udman's species here. So come and see if you can get it first and get it. Animal Udmans? Jessica exclaimed in surprise. Asked, what kind of fruit is it? Isn't it amazing? Arthur stretched out his hand and scraped Jessica's little nose, and smiled. Udmans, you say it is not amazing. It is a bat fruit, in the form of a vampire. Vampire form? Well, this fruit can deprive others of life and make oneself young by drawing blood. Moreover, you can use this method to maintain sufficient physical strength. Having this fruit on the battlefield is invincible to some extent. Speaking about the ability of the Udmans to breed the bat fruit, Arthur turned on the sight and smell and covered the entire island. Monitoring the entire island, even the current Arthur can't hear much conversation, so he specially set up a few sensitive words. Vampire, devil fruit, Udmans, bat fruit and so on. As long as the words that can be linked to the bat fruit are treated as sensitive words by Arthur, as long as someone utters these words, Arthur will immediately perceive them, and then specifically monitor them. For several days, Arthur was listening to these news. Vampire, devil fruit, these two words appear quite a lot. As for phantom beast species, bat fruit, animal series and other words, basically only animal series appear a few times. There are more than 200,000 people in Shuiga Town. With so few words appearing, it can basically be concluded that no one on the island knows. Excluding the possibility that someone would know the news, Arthur could only use the next method. Because it really depends on investigation, Arthur may not really find it out. After all, the information about this fruit is only roughly that it is in the ancient town of Sleeping. Although there are clues, there is no mention of it. In addition to spying on people, Arthur has another stupid way, which is to use electromagnetic force to directly scan the island. In other words, check all the caves, secret rooms, and historic sites on this island bit by bit. Judging from the information in the forum, the bat fruit should be in a historic site or a secret room. However, if you do this, it will take longer. After all, scanning the terrain and the ground with electromagnetic force requires more energy. Although the island on which Sleeping Ancient Town is located is not large, it will take more than a week to search all of it. In the following time, Arthur used electromagnetic force to continuously scan the caves, secret rooms, monuments, caves, etc. underground and on the surface. If it is a secret room or a place that is difficult to get in, Arthur will enter it elementally. In a row, 5 days passed. As for Sleeping Ancient Town, only half have been searched. Until the 7th day, Arthur found a monument in the middle of the mountain. P.S. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow night. To be precise, the day after tomorrow, because I will be on the shelves at midnight, so it is more convenient to read the first day subscription. So when the time comes, it is a matter of life and death for the first time, and the author is full-time. When the time comes, the subscription will not work. I really can't bite the bullet and write down. After all, I still have to eat. So brothers who stay up late, make sure to subscribe after 12 o'clock tomorrow night. If you don't stay up late, you will get a subscription on the day of launch. Everyone who is fattening up, if you want to continue reading, then give me a first order so that I can know how many people read the book. When the time comes, I beg you to enjoy the meal. Chapter 59. Transition Chapter. Sleeping Ancient Town, located on a mountain behind the town. When Arthur probed this place, he used electromagnetic force to induce a cavity inside the mountain that didn't look like a natural formation. And there are some buildings inside. I explored most of the islands with electromagnetic force, and all I encountered were natural caves or artificial caves. And it was the first time that this kind of cave in the belly of the mountain. And there are buildings in the belly of the mountain, which should be a historic site belonging to the ancient town of Sleeping. I felt the mountain for a while, and there was no entrance. In other words, there is a suspected entrance, but it is filled with earth and rocks. There are no strong people in Sleeping Ancient Town, and it is not noticeable, and it is more than 10 kilometers away from a place with humans. So Arthur didn't have any scruples, and directly blasted open the suspected cave entrance bit by bit. It didn't take long for Arthur to blast out a tunnel that was nearly 100 meters long, and then into the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain, there is an ancient ruin, which looks like an altar-like thing, but it does not look very similar. After walking around the altar, I found that there was something suspected of historical text. However, this thing is not Arthur's concern. Seeing that there was nothing strange on the surface, Arthur turned on the electromagnetic field again, sensing whether there was something like a secret chamber inside. This feeling, as expected, in a corner of the altar, there was a small hole under the stone slab, and there seemed to be something inside. Arthur went over, moved the slate away, and found a rotten box inside. When you opened the box, you saw a purple apple-shaped fruit with a strange pattern. Looking at this fruit, Arthur was also uncertain for a while whether it was a bat fruit of the Udman's species. Forget it, isn't it all about it? Then get a devil fruit catalog to see. Unable to judge, Arthur put the fruit directly away and left the cave. On the same day, Arthur left Sleeping Ancient Town with Jessica. Jessica, you take the pure gold and the devil fruit back and hide them, right in the center of the island of Angel Island. Or you can go to the moon yourself, and hide on the moon without people paying attention. You take them home, too. On the boat, Jessica took the metal-wrapped pure gold glass jar out of the wall, wrapped the devil fruit in iron, and handed it to Jessica. Ah? Don't you go back together? Jessica frowned. Arthur shook his head and said, I have something else to do, so I can't just go back. Oh, okay. Then I'm leaving. Be careful yourself. Jessica hugged Arthur reluctantly, and ordered, well, you two, go straight back in the sky. Don't let anyone find out. Arthur touched Jessica's little head. Jessica left, and Arthur drove the boat and headed to the depths of the New World alone. He was going to find the man who was called the most domineering man to see what rank he was in the world now. There is too little actual combat experience. How can I improve without fighting? In the New World, the 4 emperors have the largest territory. The Whitebeard and Big Mom are in the first half, while the Red Hair and Kaido are in the second half. Among them, the Whitebeard is the largest, followed by Big Mom, then Kaido, and finally Red Hair. Whitebeard is because he uses his pirate flag to shelter many islands, and Big Mom is because he can't beat Whitebeard. Kaido is because he can't beat Whitebeard, and he seems to have some unknown friendships with Big Mom. The Red Hair is purely free and comfortable, not fighting for territory. In addition to the strength of these 4 people, there are dozens of forces, large and small, in the New World. These forces are all dissatisfied with the 4 emperors and want to advance to the 4 emperors, but their strength is slightly weaker. However, this is slightly weaker, compared with the 4 emperors pirate group. In fact, these forces are also very powerful. In addition, there are countries that are members of the world government and non-participants. Under normal circumstances, countries in the New World are stronger, but non-world government franchisees are generally stronger than franchisees. Therefore, the reason why the New World is called the New World is not only because the climate of the New World is more weird and terrifying, but also because of the intricacies of these kinds of good or bad or neutral forces. The New World in the era of the great pirates can be said to be more chaotic than in Roger's era, but in the chaos, there are more rules than in that era. So if you want to sail in this sea area, it won't work without strength. Of course, if there is no strength, if there is a banner for shelter, it can be safe. But it is not absolute. Passing through the Whitebeard's territory, Arthur entered Big Mom's territory. Among the 4 emperors, the country of Big Mom is actually the safest and most prosperous. While the aunt stays sane, this can be said to be the best haven in the New World. After spending a few days in the aunt's nations, Arthur left quietly after mixing in as an ordinary person. A country full of sweets is simply unreasonable. After leaving Big Mom's territory, he entered the territory of Kaido, a lunatic. Because of his own purpose, Arthur did not provoke Kaido, the lunatic's idea. However, the sky is not popular. Seeing the ship with the flag of the Beast's pirates and the elephant and ivory logo hung in front of him, Arthur couldn't help frowning. It seems that I ran into a second fool. P.S. Ask for various tickets. Let's cast it. The book will be on the shelves at midnight tomorrow. Don't forget to come over and give the first order to the fattening brother, and support it. Chapter 60. Master Jack, there is a white sailor's boat ahead. Huh? Pirate ship. The questioning voice looked rough and muffled. No, it's not a pirate ship, Master Jack. It's a very beautiful boat without any signs. The pirate in charge of the Hope replied tremblingly. In the Beast Pirates, from Kaido to the 3 disasters, these strongest people, except that Yan Disaster Cinder is slightly more normal, feel that IQ is online, and the others seem to have IQ not online. These guys get angry at any time, just like real beasts as they please. This also led to the fact that the pirates of the Beasts and Pirates were often killed by the leaders. This is not uncommon on Drought Jack's boat. No one knows when the captain wants to do or whether he will be angry. Jack, who has always been barbaric, didn't know what to think. Knowing that there was a ship of unknown origin in front of him, he casually gave the order to attack. Sink it. Yes, Lord Jack. Hearing Jack's instructions from the Drought, the pirate soldiers started to act. Several shells were stuffed into the cannon barrel, the line of fire burned, and then the shells were shot out. Seeing the cannonballs flying towards him, Arthur was silent. Is this guy a mental illness? The cannonball was in the air and was bounced back by Arthur using an electromagnetic field. Booming on Drought Jack's boat, a relatively strong pirate shot off a few shells, then turned his head to Drought Jack sitting in the middle of the boat and said, "Boss, it seems that the opponent is a capable person, and the shells can't deal with it." Huh? Drought Jack's eyes that had been closed open at this time, and his scarlet eyes looked like a brutal beast. "Kill him for me." The pirate who flew the cannonball nodded and jumped up from the boat. In the New World, ordinary pirates can have at least 5 million Baileys as a reward. And a little bit more powerful is tens of millions of rewards. So don't look at it, they will all be big pirates in the world. However, this pirate, who seemed to be able to offer a reward of at least nearly 100 million, was smashed into the sea by a lightning bolt from the sky as soon as he jumped out. Mad. It seems that I can't just leave like this. Just before going to find the redhead, I will fight with you first. On the boat, Arthur's left little finger slowly condensed. The trick just now was nothing more than a 20 million volt ruling from the gods. Those with the ability of the animal type are almost useless if they enter the sea. Zizzy before the opponent had any other actions, Arthur disappeared from his boat and appeared on the bow of Drought Jack. As soon as Arthur appeared, the drought immediately stood up, crushed by the ferocity and brutality. Drought Jack, right? How do you look stupid? Seeing the other person's appearance, Arthur didn't think the other person was so tall and strong, but could not help but complain about the other person's stupid face. On the boat, the pirates who had just been on alert because of Arthur's sudden appearance were stunned by Arthur's words. His eyes were even scarier when he heard this from the drought, which was always bad at words, and his brain was lacking. He opened his mouth and said, "Boy, you are looking for death." After the drought, Jack roared and punched the air in front of him. A sound burst, the air in front of the drought was suddenly compressed, and then blasted at Arthur like an air cannon. Bang! This kind of attack seems random, but in the first half of the Great Route, no one can catch ordinary pirates. The strength is not more than 100 million bounty, and it is half crippled by not dying. However, for Arthur, it was just a small breeze. With an easy punch, the concentrated air cannon was exploded. Then it caused a violent air current impact. Huh? The drought was a little surprised. It seems to be a bit strong, but but a group of beasts and pirates, one of the early disasters of the 3 plagues. With a roar, Drought Jack rushed towards Arthur. As he ran, the huge pirate ship began to vibrate violently, and the stern was tilted up due to the tremendous pressure exerted on the bow. "But you are an idiot. You are here to sink the sea today." Arthur sneered, and instantly appeared in front of the drought. Before the drought that could not respond, he punched his heart. Bang! Although it looks cumbersome, Jack is not slow in the drought. I felt that this punch would hurt myself a little bit. Although I didn't care about the injury, it would be very painful after all, so I immediately forcibly retracted half of my fist and blocked Arthur's punch. The response is good. Arthur smiled, but it's still too slow. After speaking, Arthur disappeared. And then a thunderlight appeared behind the morning disaster. Gwen quickly condensed and twisted into a human form, and then became Arthur. 100 million volts, electric scalpel. Arthur doesn't have the 3-pointed two-edged knife, so this trick is by hand. Partially element the hand, then shape it into a knife shape, and raise the temperature by increasing the voltage. Arthur's trick seems simple, but in fact it is terrifying. The luminous hands and feet exudes a terrifying high temperature of more than 3,000 or nearly 4,000 degrees, and they slammed on the back of the drought. When a large area of black appeared behind the drought, which was precisely his domineering armed color. In terms of armed color, Arthur at this time was far worse than the sturdy drought in front of him. After all, the opponent is an animal with the awakening ability, and his body is still above him. However, at this time Arthur's physical strength was not much weaker than this drought. In another 2 years at most, Arthur's body will completely surpass the physical strength of the drought. At that time, the armed and domineering will inevitably be stronger than the opponent, because the other party has basically touched the ceiling of his own strength, and Arthur is still in the foreseeable future. After Arthur appeared behind him and gave himself a look, Jack's not-so-good head was obviously filled with anger. I saw a beast-like whisper from the throat of the drought, and then his body suddenly swelled. P.S. It's going to be on the shelf. It's going to be on the shelf, everyone. I will be on the shelves tomorrow at midnight. which is the day after tomorrow. I have collected the fatteners and the brothers who are still waiting, and I must give a first order to support it. It would be even better if it is fully booked automatically. But before that, vote for me on the monthly votes for the flowers evaluation. Chapter 61, Hume. The drought that turned into a toastage form not only did not take advantage, but was beaten back by Arthur, and took a few steps back before stopping. He has always claimed to be a strong man, and he is a strong man with few enemies in the sea, but when he came out today, he was actually taken advantage of by an unknown man. This irritated Jack Premature Disaster very much. Although he has a strain in his head and his IQ is not very good, it does not mean that he has no ideas of his own. People like Jack Premature Disaster are often single-minded, but they are also more focused. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Feeling that Majesty has been provoked, Early Disaster grabbed the two ivory-like ornaments on his shoulders, and then drew two quirky shuttle knives from them. Seeing that the other party was irritated by himself and directly used the weapon, Arthur jumped to the cannon next to him. Metallurgy, a three-pointed two-edged knife. The non-metal components in the cannon were smelted away, leaving a good quality metal alloy, which was molded by Arthur into his usual weapon. Drink. The drought's attack is very simple. It is a battlefield skill from fighting. Basically there are no fancy moves. As for Arthur, he experienced less actual combat, but because of the additional effects brought by the Thunder Fruit, his reaction speed was far faster than that of human beings. Basically, he can react quickly to all the moves launched by him, which is stronger than Huang Yuan's reaction power. This is because thinking and action are very weak electrical signals, so Arthur's Thunder Fruit has become stronger and stronger as the fruit develops in response and physical action. The Yellow Ape's Flash Fruit has a fast attack speed, but the bonus to reaction power and physical action power is not as loud as Thunder Fruit. The sound waves and the air waves of the fighting set off bursts of violent air currents, and some weak pirates hugged the fixed objects on the ship and were not blown away. Ivory Slap. Although the drought screamed as a slap, the attack was two knives from top to bottom. I thought that this scotter knife was very similar to a sickle, although the rungs were useless. 100 million volts. Electromagnetic Cone Dragon. Arthur instantly elementalized, and then used the hand holding the tail of the three-pointed two-edged knife as a stimulating hammer, and used his body to create an electromagnetic coil that passed through the heart of the drought. A burst of orange light burst out, and the three-pointed two-edged knife instantly reached dozens of times the speed of sound within a short distance of a few meters. The principle of this trick is the electromagnetic gun. Only the three-pointed two-edged sword used as a cannonball was caught in his hand. Due to his very powerful power, even if the drought hit his chest in time with Armed and Domineering, his tall body was directly shot into the hull. This ship is smashed below the deck, and above the deck is considered scrapped. Jack, who was beaten into the cabin, had a depression in his chest that was rubbed by the armed color at this time, but he quickly recovered under the mammoth ability after his awakening. On the face of the drought, the metal mask was dripping with blood from his mouth. Obviously, Arthur's move just now did not use much lightning power, but its power was unexpectedly good. Feeling the power of this trick, Arthur couldn't help but smile. This trick, but finally thought of. Hugh, you are very strong, but I want to kill you. In the wreckage of the cabin, he was dressed rudely after the drought. Unfortunately, you are not qualified. While speaking, Arthur was elementalized again and issued the second move derived from the electromagnetic cannon. 100 million volts. Electromagnetic chopping. This time the electromagnetic thrust is from the side, and only in the front half. In this way, the three-pointed two-edged sword slashed horizontally, exploding more than 10 times the speed of sound. Because the tail was caught in Arthur's hands, the power of the explosion was even stronger. Asshole. War Crash. The drought was half human and half elephant, and the ivory protruding from his mouth was wrapped in a black ink by the armed color, and it slammed into Arthur's three-pointed two-edged knife. Boom. The junction was like a bomb exploding, and the two men's attacks were deadlocked. In the end, the two took a few steps back, and no one took advantage of this spare. What? Premature Disaster flipped his hands outwards. The two knife blades turned outwards, and then the two knives were staggered and pulled outwards, like a pair of scissors, which contained a powerful and domineering armed look, and cut it down fiercely. Arthur quickly backed away, avoiding the attack. Not waiting to stand still and launch an attack, the drought frantically brandished double knives and sprinted towards Arthur. Upon seeing this, Arthur had to keep backing away. This is a domineering attack with armed colors, and you will be injured if you are not careful. Judging from the posture of this attack, once injured, I am afraid it will not be a minor injury. Of course, Arthur can also be directly elementalized, so that even if it contains armed and domineering, there is no way to attack Arthur's entity. But in this way, relying too much on unpreparedness will cause damage to strength. Not only is it easy to rely on the fruit, but the actual combat experience can't rise. Constantly avoiding attacks, Arthur looked at the holes that could be attacked. In the end, seeing that he was about to be forced to the side of the ship, the attacks of the premature disaster were still continuous and airtight. In desperation, Arthur had no choice but to choose hard steel. P.S. There is one last chapter, I will update it later. Chapter 62. Arthur and the Drought were in constant contact with black weapons wrapped in armed and domineering, making bursts of golden and iron strikes. The aftermath caused the ship's deck above the deck to shatter. The pirates on the ship were floating in the sea holding a wooden board, shivering at the two fighting. To be honest, if a year ago, Arthur would have to do his best to defeat this violent and savage drought. Fortunately, a year later, Arthur's strength has grown tremendously, especially in the area of armed and domineering. Drought is a rough man who believes that dissatisfaction means doing it. Violence can solve the problem. But at this moment, with a nerve in his head, he also felt the trouble of the person in front of him, but he was confident with strong physical strength. But after all, he did not expect that even if he had sufficient physical strength, Arthur would not be weaker than him. The key is that the ship under their feet simply can't bear the power of their level to fight on it. At this time, the giant ship remained below the deck, and the splints were all fragmented. The drought roared wildly, chopped and chopped constantly, and the movements opened and closed. For Arthur's attack, there is basically little defense. Only occasional armed domineering condensed on his chest. Relying on his amazing resilience, he was inextricably beaten for a while with Arthur, who was interested in training himself in actual combat. As the ancient elephant fruit mammoth form ability, Drought can only use half-man and half-beast form on board at most. It is completely animalized, and the huge size will cause this damaged ship to sink directly into the sea. Therefore, there are also droughts that are unable to exert their full strength. Even though it was completely animalized, it couldn't be a natural element. As an animal awakener, the biggest advantage of the drought is that resilience and strength are better than those of Sir. However, in addition to the phantom beast species, other types of fruits also completely limit the attack of the capable person. Basically, they can only fight in close quarters, and few have long-range attack capabilities. Moreover, the application of moves is relatively single. No matter how many tricks Arthur had, he couldn't use it. After playing for a long time, Arthur discovered that as long as the opponent was not exhausted, he could continue to attack himself like a storm. And in this way, there will still not be any good improvement in the actual combat of oneself. Arthur felt a little irritable while hitting it. If this is on land, the opponent can let go, perhaps it will improve one's actual combat. But confined to the ship, the opponent is restricted everywhere, making it impossible to achieve full combat power. Now it is a waste of time. Thinking of this, Arthur didn't want to waste time. Although he was able to defeat the opponent with all his best, but with the opponent's strength second only to the general, it was too difficult to kill. Rather than wasting time here, it is better to drive this rammed cargo directly into the sea and leave it alone. With another attack, Arthur did not block, but was instantly elementalized, teleporting away through the electromagnetic field. An attack that landed on the ship blasted the bow of the ship in an instant. Seeing this in the drought, He looked angrily at Arthur floating in the air. "Asshole, get me down. I'm going to kill you." The drought roared violently, jumped from the boat, and slashed at Arthur. "Idiot." Seeing the other party's stupid behavior, Arthur mocked. "You who don't have any leverage point are just a target in the air." "Shanghai, idiot." 200 million volts, electromagnetic gun. The three-pointed two-edged sword made temporarily in his hand was instantly smelted into a more tapered football shape by Arthur, and it was launched into the midair against the drought that was jumping over him. At a distance of more than 20 meters, the shells activated instantly, and blasted toward the drought at a limit speed more than 30 times the speed of sound. Boom! There was a violent explosion, the drought mask shattered, and a big pit was punched out of his chest full of armed and domineering. Blood was overflowing in his mouth. His eyes were white, and he was knocked out for more than 10 kilometers and fell into the sea. Regarding whether the drought that fell in the sea was alive or dead, Arthur didn't care at all, and he smashed the ship to pieces with a ruling from God, then turned his head and left. On the sea, the pirates holding wooden boards looked at the scene in horror, unable to believe their eyes for a long time. "Drought, your lord," was beaten into the air. "Quick, help! Quick! Report to Master Kaido." A group of pirates was in a hurry, and finally a pirate headed out of the mast floating in the sea and took out a telephone bug. In the realm of New World Kaido, on a small island, there is a terrifying man with a tattoo on his left arm and a big horn on his head laughing happily while drinking wine. This person is one of the 4 emperors. Kaido. With a smile, Kaido suddenly burst into tears. At this time, a phone worm rang. "Blubru, blubru huh?" Kaido, who was crying sadly, stopped, looked at the phone worm that was bothering him with eyes full of anger, and took the mace in his right hand and was about to smash it down. At this time, a pirate cautiously said, "Ship, Captain, is the phone worm of Lord Early Disaster." Kaido listened, frowned, and put down his mace. But the face that was full of tears changed its expression again, and it became somber and terrifying. The subordinate immediately picked up the phone worm, and instantly heard a cry of father and mother. "Captain, we have encountered a strong enemy, and the drought-stricken man has been driven to the bottom of the sea. We need rescue." The atmosphere suddenly solidified. The pirates around Kaido felt their bodies were stiff, for fear that Kaido would be unhappy and beat them to death. However, Kaido calmed down suddenly, picked up the hip flask and drank. "Ah, Jack, that idiot, just died like this. P.S. It will be on the shelves after 12 o'clock this evening, and I will definitely give a first order at that time. Everyone, and everyone who has the flower evaluation votes left, vote for me." Chapter 63. Kaido here learned that he was able to sink the drought to the bottom of the sea, but he didn't have much reaction. But then a ship hurriedly set sail to the sea area where the accident occurred, and Arthur left long ago in his own boat. As for what will happen to Kaido, Arthur doesn't care. Whether you can find yourself is still a problem, and besides, I am not ashamed. 3 days later, Arthur drove out of Kaido's field in a small boat. At the same time, Jack, one of the 3 plagues, was defeated by a young man in the pirate group of beasts and pirates. He broke into the sea and spread slowly. Moreover, the rumors of the suspected natural frout of thunder spread throughout the world in a short period of time. Navy headquarters, Marshal's office. "Kapu, you bastard. Don't sleep with me." As the Warring States period was talking, he watched Ka, who was bubbling with his nose, raised his head, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and slept peacefully. When the Warring States yelled like this, Carp suddenly became sober. "Ah ha 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 ha, I fell asleep accidentally, I'd better go back on vacation. I'm too tired recently." Carp opened his eyes and laughed, not caring that there are 2 generals and the Crane staff in the room. Warring States glared at Carp, ignored him, and continued the previous topic. "This mysterious young man who is suspected of eating the fruit of natural thunder does not seem to be a pirate, but a free man. If you are a free man, then we must try our best to win over, and it is best to be accepted into the Navy, so that the Navy will have the presence of a general in the future. And if you are not a free man, You must figure out his camp as soon as possible, and immediately post reward when necessary. The Crane staff officer on the side nodded, although here he is just a lieutenant general just like Carp. But the two of them are here, and their status is no lower than the two generals present. As for the generals in the office, one is the Red Dog who has just returned from the mission, and the other is the Blue Pheasant guarding the headquarters. The staff member Crane said, according to the information available, this person is about 20 years old and drives a white boat without sails. According to the intelligence, we found that this white boat had also appeared on Chambord Island. According to the insider's description, we got the blueprint of the boat. With that said, Crane would draw a hand-drawn drawing from the file on the side. Huh? Carp let out a shock when he saw the drawing. Carp's voice immediately attracted the attention of good friends and warring states. He wanted to curse, but when he saw Carp's expression suddenly stopped. What? Have you seen it? Carp digs his nostrils, thinking carefully. He always felt that this ship seemed to have been seen before, and when he looked at it, he suddenly remembered that he had seen it when he went to the East China Sea 3 years ago. This ship, I seem to have seen it 3 years ago. Carp said this, and Lieutenant General Crane immediately asked, where? Who is sailing the boat? Is it a young man? Seeing several other people watching him, Carp flicked his fingertips booger off the head of the pet sheep in the Warring States period, and the veins in the head of the Warring States period were jumping. After wiping his fingers, Carp went on to say, I remember back to the East China Sea and heading to Rotown to replenish supplies. At that time, I felt that someone was peeping with the domineering color of sight, because I was surprised that the scope of the color of sight was so large, so I ran up to see it. Down. It seems to be this ship. It seems very possible. According to the information and records of the world conquest, the Frout of Thunder can strengthen the domineering of seeing, hearing and color. After that, the Warring States period asked, who is on the ship? On that boat, there is a young boy of 15 or 16 and a girl of the same age. That kid seems to be from Sky Island. That ship uses Sky Island specialties, and Feng is the driving force. Sky Island? The Warring States and Lieutenant General Crane looked at each other. Sky Island is not in their jurisdiction, nor is it a member of the world government. Ah, by the way, that little guy is still the king of Sky Island. Carp suddenly remembered this incident again and quickly added, as soon as I said this, the brows of the Warring States period became even tighter. In this way, even if it is a kind-hearted camp, it is difficult for him to join the Navy. Ha! Are you not a member of the world government? Kaide frowned with a cigar in his mouth. In his opinion, non-participating countries are not good things either. Just like those countries in the New World, they are obviously so powerful, and joining the world government can make the world more stable, but they are not willing to join. The Navy is watching Arthur's situation here, and the same is true elsewhere. However, intelligence information is not as developed as the Navy. As for Arthur in the New World, he didn't even know that he was just fighting a drought, and he actually attracted so many people's attention. At this time, Arthur had already left the Kaido realm and entered the red-haired realm. After sailing for a day, Arthur looked to the right. There is a strong breath. Gives people a sense of sharpness that has been restrained. That's ... who? The New World is really strong like a cloud. How can you meet the strong? As he was thinking, Arthur's pupils shrank, because from a distance, a huge green slash was breaking through the sea and slashing towards him. Chapter 64. Looking at this big slash with an obvious personal mark, Arthur instantly knew who the sharp and strong aura that had just condensed to him was. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk. Speaking of which, this slash is really powerful. I'm afraid I only talk about kendo cultivation. The golden lion beak can't compare to Mihawk. 100 million volts, fiery puncture. He pulled out his three-pointed two-edged sword from the cabin, held it in his hand, and immediately stabbed it against the powerful slash. Booming, a thunder blasted, and Arthur was smashed by. Arthur suspected of having a big slash from Hawkeye. Before the strong erupted completely, it was heated sharply by the scorching heat brought by Arthur's move. generating a high-temperature explosive airflow. Come and not be indecent. Looking at the dozens of kilometers of sea that had been divided in half before him, it took a while to recover, and Arthur put away the three-pointed two-edged sword. 100 million volts. Tunnel wing slash. After there was no one, Arthur released his wings and put them up all the time, which was still a bit uncomfortable. Behind, a wing instantly became a wing-shaped thunder and rushed into the sky. 50 kilometers away, a small boat is surrounded by candles with green flames, like a coffin boat. A middle-aged man wearing a black windbreaker and a blue and white feather hat on his head is looking sharply sideways. Look at Arthur in this direction. Just now, when he was asleep, he suddenly felt that he was perceived by people with the domineering sense of seeing and hearing. He felt a little uncomfortable when he woke up suddenly, so he drew a knife and slashed it over. However, looking at the light that erupted over there, this slash should have been cancelled out. Who is it, who is still driving at such a distance to see, hear, and perceive? Hawkeye Mihawk muttered to himself, thinking about whether to cut a few more knives to vent his uncomfortable sleep being disturbed. Huh? Hawkeye Mihawk looked up at the sky. I saw bird clouds in the sky condensed, and thunder gleamed. A thunder and lightning that resembled wings was shining. Ultra-long-range attack? It seems to be a natural element. With sharp eyes fixed on the vision of the sky, Hawkeye Mihawk raised the knife and issued a super flying slash. It happened that Arthur's sky thunder wing slash in the sky also rushed towards Hawkeye Mihawk. A wing-like thunder and lightning slash, a green flying slash, collided in midair. Booming thunder wing and slash both exploded, forming a light burst in the air, spreading out. The clouds in the sky were all blown away by the air current generated by the collision of these two strokes. In the distance, Arthur carried a remnant wing on his back, which looked a different kind of beauty. However, in the area on the back where there are no wings, thunder and lightning are gathering, condensing a thunder wing, and then reducing it to a pure white wing. The world's largest swordsman, really strong enough. 200 million volts. Heavenly punishment. The wing that had just returned disappeared again, and the other wing was also actinized, turning into thunder and disappearing behind Arthur. 50 kilometers away, Hawkeye Mihawk looked at the sky and muttered to himself, is it here again? It seems that this is the thunder fruit ability person mentioned in the past 2 days. It is really strong enough. In the sky, the roots of the two thunder and lightning wings are connected. One is positive and the other is reverse, rotating like a chainsaw, driving strong cyclones and lightning, spiraling down. It's interesting. Looking at this attack that was obviously stronger than before by more than 1 grade, Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help but praise. As the #1 existence in the world of kendo, the Hawkeye Mihawk at this time has no moves or styles, and can exert great power with just one slash. There is a feeling that I can do it all by myself. There was no change from before, but he still slashed the lightning that flew towards him in the sky. Their attacks dissipated again, but this time the movement was several times larger than the last time. Zzzz. Suddenly thunder and lightning began to condense in the sky, and Hawkeye Mihawk thought it was another move. He clenched the knife in his hand and prepared to swing it again. However, this time it was not an attack, but Arthur himself appeared here. In the air, thunder and lightning condensed together and turned into a human form, and then Arthur, waving his wings, appeared in the air. The world's largest kendo, Hawkeye Mihawk, it really deserves its reputation. Arthur's clear voice reached Hawkeye Mihawk's ears. Hawkeye Mihawk was a little unexpectedly young, and raised his head to look at Arthur. You are the mysterious young man who recently rumored that the drought hit the bottom of the sea? Hawkeye Mihawk's voice is a bit special, full of masculine charm, and very magnetic. However, when Arthur heard this, he was a little at a loss. How do you know this kind of thing? Hawkeye Mihawk inserted the sword behind his back and said, this matter is already known in the world. How could this be? Arthur was a little speechless. This incident happened a little bit suddenly, which caught him a bit by surprise. However, no one should know that I am from Sky Island, right? I comforted myself that Arthur didn't want to face the world now. Some plans were made. He was not a person who liked to disrupt his plans, but he did not expect that at this time the Navy already knew his identity and origin. Moreover, the news was also spread to the world government, and even the 5 old stars were watching his intelligence. Waving his wings, Arthur landed on Hawkeye Mihawk's boat. "You are here to find Shanks the Redhead, right?" Hawkeye Mihawk glanced at Arthur suspiciously. "How do you know?" Arthur smiled lightly and said, "Otherwise, what are you doing in the field of red hair?" Hawkeye Mihawk did not speak anymore, but looked at the uninvited Arthur indifferently. P.S. It's going to be on the shelves. It's on the shelves. So nervous. I'm so afraid of jumping on the street. That's it. Chapter 65. An anticlimactic battle due to the world's largest swordsman getting up was over. My purpose is also red hair this time. Arthur sat on the side of the boat familiarly, looking at Hawkeye Mihawk with interest. "You know, in the previous life, Arthur, who liked to watch One Piece, was a fan of Hawkeye Mihawk and red-haired Shanks. It is true that these two people are too compelling, and full of the charm of mature men." 40 kilometers away, Arthur's white yacht is coming here by wind and waves under his electromagnetic control. Arthur's words obviously made Hawkeye Mihawk a little concerned. "Your purpose is Shanks, right?" Arthur nodded. "I am very interested in him. The most domineering man in the world. I'm very curious about the encounter between you and him. Your eyes are a bit different and similar to Shanks, but they seem to be broader and full of ambition." Hawkeye glanced at Arthur and said his own comment. "I have wine on my boat. Do you want to come? Anyway, our destination is the same." At this time, Arthur's boat was already in sight under its own speed and his towing. Hawkeye Mihawk, who has always loved drinking, looked at the barrels on his boat that had been empty for 2 days, and nodded. After a while, Arthur's ship came to Hawkeye Mihawk's ship. "Please." Arthur gave you a first sign. Hawkeye Mihawk nodded, grabbed the rope from his own boat, and jumped onto Arthur's small white yacht. After tying up his boat, Hawkeye looked at Arthur's yacht. "The boat is very good. Didn't see the sail. What did it rely on to advance? Is it fruit power?" Arthur smiled and said, "My ship is driven by the wind shell stomach, a specialty of Kojima. Of course, you can also use the thunder to enter the ship and propel it with a propeller." "Not bad." Hawkeye sat on the sofa at the top, holding up the red wine Arthur poured him. With a light sip, Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Yes, it's very special. It's never tasted before. This wine is from Sky Island, and it's the best in Sky Island. But for the wine, I only drink it occasionally. I don't have much taste, but I think it tastes good." Arthur picked up the glass and added some ice cubes. Hawkeye Mihawk nodded, and asked, "You said the specialty of Sky Island? You are from Sky Island?" "Yes, I am the god of the Sky Island Angel Kingdom, and I am the king." Arthur did not hide it at all. Because of someone like Hawkeye Mihawk, if you don't ask specifically, he doesn't speak much. Even if you ask, he won't necessarily tell you. Kirishima has heard of it and knows about angels, but it doesn't seem to have such big wings. Even a steady man, Hawkeye Mihawk was a little curious about this. For Kojima, all he knew was from the book. His current territory is a country that has just perished, and the library inside has historical records of this aspect. Because of some special opportunities, angel wings can grow up. Arthur laughed. In this way, Arthur and Mihawk, the sensually-eyed Mihawk who met for the first time, headed towards the island where red hair often stayed. 2 days later, in the second half of the New World, a group of pirates was holding a banquet on a small island in the red-haired realm without human villages. Sitting by the campfire in the center, there are 3 scars on his left thigh, the left arm is missing, and the one with red hair is the purpose of Arthur's trip. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, known as the most domineering man in the world. At this time, he was sipping wine, and several carders were talking and laughing. At this moment, a pirate suddenly ran over in a panic and shouted nervously, "Old boss, there is a white sailing boat coming over, and Mihawk is on it. Huh? The atmosphere of the banquet suddenly condensed. But several carders just turned their heads and listened, and then continued the previous topic indifferently. And the red-haired Shanks, just drinking wine, said in a low voice, "Is that right, Mihawk? Here we are." He ... as he changed the boat. "No, I don't know, we only observed the white ship with the Mihawk on it, and a young man." The pirate who came to report replied, "Oh, a young man?" The red-haired Shanks thought about Mihawk's character, feeling a little bit nonsense. "He is not the one who brought people here, what's the matter?" On the other side, Arthur looked at the small island that he was seeing clearly not far away, and said in his heart, "Here, red-haired Shanks, I'm finally going to see it." In the past 2 days, Arthur and Mihawk exchanged a lot without a word. Hawkeye can be considered to have met Arthur officially, but it is generally difficult for men like Hawkeye to become friends with others. Arthur didn't care, just the same way, just chatting by the way. Parked the boat on the shore, Arthur and Mihawk walked side by side into the island. Not far away, some less powerful pirates were looking at Mihawk in amazement. This is the world's #1 swordsman, and he can't tolerate such a small person like them to not care. Finally, Arthur walked out of the woods and saw a very man in a clearing. His eyes were full of domineering, but he looked sloppy. Red-haired man, Shanks. Shanks was also finishing a glass of wine at this time, looking up. "Who are you?" Split line. P.S. There are Easter eggs at the end of the testimonials at this point. The Army Day is coming. FellowNovel.com's 2019 Outstanding A-Level Contracted Street Work Pirate, Thunder Angel will usher in the shelves. At this time, the author has something to say to everyone. Today is the 15th day to the end of the electricity bill if the weather is not hot and I don't turn on the fan to heat me to death. There is also a bucket of water and more than 20 frozen steamed buns. For the time being, there is no need to pay water and gas fees. I don't know how long it will be before the publication fee, but it is estimated to be a few days later. After the cost of the manuscript comes, the water and gas fees will be added, and there will still be electricity fees for more than 20 days of sticking to the code word. After repairing the keyboard, wrap the cord with tape, and the right mouse button can still be used. But the electricity bill, if you can't book today, the electricity bill for next month will be. I really don't want to face this situation. 8 months ago, I quit my job and started my writing career. Tossed around in many places, finally came to Fellow. I met an editor brilliance that was good to me. I met authors and friends who were very good to me. I met book friends who were very good to me. Only in code words, when communicating stories with book friends, can I feel happy. I always feel that people must live to find a meaningful thing to do. To me, the code word is that meaningful thing. Finally saved some money, which was exhausted in this year's code word experience. If this book can't be successful ... I really can't say it. I don't want to leave the book friends. Not to mention, Leng Mantu is quite kowtow. It's too hot in summer, and sweat drips from my forehead on the keyboard. I don't have money, let alone air conditioning. I can't even afford an electric fan. What? I really want to have $1 change to buy a bottle of frozen Kangshwei Fu mineral water to relieve the heat. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. I think I'm bloated. How dare to imagine buying a bottle of frozen water for $1. _PS. It's just a joke. You don't need to believe it and pity me. I won't say much about the comments on the shelves. The electricity bill is running low, and I'm going to eat steamed buns. After eating, wash your face in cold water and cool down a bit, and then continue to code. The next few days, I will accompany you through the code word at home. So now comes the problem. The author is so conscientious, asking for an initial decision. Isn't it too much? Those who can see here must like this book. It's just an initial appointment. I hope everyone can help the author realize his dream, and those who like this book and are ready to subscribe. The author is willing to offer morals. Well, there is actually no ethics at all. I even gave the testimonials on the shelves. Ha ha, I don't know how to write them. But, really, the first order is too important. Without good grades, this book is really unsustainable. After all, there is no money for this. I am still true. So, the author is here for a first order. It would be even better if it is fully booked automatically. Please. 66. Chapter 66. On the shelf. First order. Everyone! The red hare looked at the two people who emerged from the woods, and only briefly stayed on Hawkeye Mihawk, and then looked at Arthur. The red-haired instinct told him that this young man should have nothing to do with Hawkeye Mihawk. He should be just on the same road. And this looking young person makes red hair feel quite unusual. That was similar to himself, but with more ambitious and broader eyes, let him know that this young man was very different. So, just looking at Arthur, the red-haired Shanks spoke first. Who are you? At this time, the carders and crew of the entire red-haired pirate group also stopped their actions. On the one hand, some people know Hawkeye Mihawk and know that this is a red-haired friend. On the other hand, they are also curious about Arthur. They also know that Hawkeye Mihawk has always been a lone person. Moreover, the captain spoke with a serious attitude. As a crew member, at this time, they can't laugh at each other. This is the rule of their red-haired pirate group. The captain's majesty must be maintained without a bottom line when needed. This is their red-haired pirate group, known as the existence of the Four Emperors pirate group. Don't care about small things. Don't be confused about big things. Usually like a family, the division of labor is clear when there are things. This is an elite pirate group with extremely high cohesion and strong combat effectiveness. Seeing the red hair asking himself, Arthur wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of eagerness to try. I am the god from the Sky Island. You have been there, Appiado. I am the god there. My name is God Arthur. Oh, Appiado? Gaia Island? It's really a distant and nostalgic memory. When the red hare heard Arthur's answer, his eyes lit up, and his face was full of memories. Back then, he was still a 17-year-old kid. At that time, following Captain Roger, for the first time traveled to a legendary world, an island in the sky, on a sea-like disaster-like soaring current. He even remembered the old man who claimed to be the god of Sky Island. No, he was not the old man at that time. He also entertained the Roger pirates. So you are a guest from Sky Island? Sit down. Red-haired Shanks awoke from the memory, laughing and pointing to the side. Speaking of Mihawk, you guy has only come to me for so long. Do you have other good friends? Huh? The red hair, who was still serious at first, instantly became laughing. This is red hair. When it is not necessary, it is very gregarious. Anyone can drink, chat and brag happily together. Facing the red hair with a hippie smile, Hawkeye Mihawk was obviously used to it, but silently picked up the glass and drank. Ah, by the way, Arthur, the god in office, how is the uncle named Gankole now? The red-haired ate meat and drank alcohol while sitting opposite him. Arthur asked. Arthur picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It's a bit strong, I don't like it. Putting down the wine glass without a trace, Arthur said, he is very good. Now as the consul of Sky Island, helping me manage the country. Oh, that's it. Ah, that's really a nice uncle. The red hair nodded, and then asked, what are you doing here to find me? Arthur raised his eyes and looked at nothing. He did not feel that he was the red-haired Shanks who was the most domineering man in the world. After all, the Sky Islands over the first half of the Great Route have been recovered. I have been working hard to develop my country and improve my strength at the same time. Now, I am more confident in my own strength. So, Arthur looked at Shanks, and at this moment, following his words, the crew of the red-haired pirates, who had been silent, were watching with some hostility. Hold him. I'm here to fight with you, to see where my strength is, and to see what is the most domineering man. Hee. Right? The red-haired Shanks' smile narrowed a little. And after saying this, the carders and pirates of the surrounding red-haired pirate group were full of anger in their eyes. What does this mean? I passed by 3-4 Emperors pirate group and didn't go. but chose the redhead pirate group. Do you think our captain is the weakest, and our pirate group is the weakest? All the redhead crew members, except for a few carders, this idea arose in unison. Then, why not go to the other 3 pirate groups? The red hair was also a little strange about this question. He also wanted to get crooked, wondering if the other party felt that he and his pirate group were the weakest to run over. If that's the case, the red hair stares at Arthur. It doesn't matter. Is it weak or weak? How can it be interesting to have a drink and a party? Because I just want to find the top power in the world to see where my strength is 0. And you, the red-haired Shanks, is known as the most domineering man, the most suitable for me among the 4 emperors. The corners of Arthur's mouth curled up, and the domineering expression in his eyes almost gushed out. Feeling this familiar aura, the red hair looked up at Arthur somewhat unexpectedly. This kind of aura is exactly why he is called the most domineering man. Want to see? No? Do you want to compare with my domineering? It seems that it doesn't work. The opponent is very motivated to fight, and he hasn't moved for a long time. It's good to move his muscles and bones. The red hair looked at the determined Arthur, thinking helplessly. His eyes sharpened instantly. Boom! A domineering look of surrender of the seer and defeat of the adversary burst out of the red-haired body. At the same time, Arthur, who was waiting for this, the overlord color also flourished. Boom! The 2 are of the same clan but of different origins. One is self-sufficient in heaven and underground, and the other is free and unrestrained. The terrifying auras collided, and the world seemed to lose its color instantly. The terrifying overlord color directly affected reality, and the surrounding ground was completely cracked. The bonfire that was originally burning was instantly suppressed, and then extinguished and disappeared. The gusts of strong wind started from Arthur and the red-haired Shanks, rushing in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but squinted and looked at the young people they didn't take very seriously. How could it be possible to have the overlord color as powerful as the opinion? What is the origin of this young man? The red-haired Shanks and Arthur's hair were flying wildly under the strong wind, feeling that this is no less than one's own. No, it is a more terrifying domineering than himself. The red-haired Shanks appeared solemn in his eyes for the first time. Really? An amazing young man. P.S. First order, everyone. Available. First order. The results on the first day are especially important. With good results, I can recommend something. Even if I can't meet the recommendation, I can still make money in my account. The author is full-time, so I can rely on the officials to eat. If you like this book, please don't forget to order it first. It will be automatically ordered all the time, so naturally it will be even more exciting. Please everyone, let this book go on and come to the end. Chapter 67, P.S. Please order and customize it, everyone. Ask for various tickets! By the way, the excitement is continuous. I think this chapter is pretty good. It would be a pity if I skipped it. There is still a foreshadowing for the next chapter and more. Since awakening the domineering, Shanks feels that his domineering are constantly getting stronger. The strong man whose engine needs him to look up to is slightly inferior in front of others. I don't know when. Rumors began in the sea that he is the most domineering man in the world. He didn't even know when. He also acquiesced to this incident, thinking from his heart that he was the most domineering man in the world. Even his crew, his carders, think so. Even proud of it. However, today, a young man who came suddenly has a more terrifying and powerful domineering look than himself, which is simply unbelievable. But thinking of his captain, his domineering look is so powerful, with the weight and consciousness of the times. For a moment, the red-haired Shanks who released his domineering look and clashed with Arthur in front of him, his eyes changed. This kind of domineering look is not at all weaker than the captain's, and even stronger. Boundless ambition, so solemnly domineering. This, I am afraid it is a domineering overlord who is above the world. What kind of ambition does such a person have such a terrifying overlord look at such a young age? Oh, too. Could it be impossible? I bet this I'm on Luffy. He is the boy who inherited the captain and the will of D. This person is impossible. The redhead seemed to feel a bit heavy when thinking that the person in front of him might dominate the sea. Your domineering is really strong. In the new era, it seems that there must be a place for you. The red hair looked at Arthur with domineering eyes, admiring and alert. Arthur's eyes were equally domineering, even stronger than red hair. Hearing the words of the red hair, the corner of Arthur's mouth made a nice arc. A place? Red hair, my ambition is more than just a place. The world you see is too small. Arthur almost snarled out the last three words. Then, thinking of the secrets that he knew, the domineering that hadn't changed much in half a year, unexpectedly skyrocketed again. What? How could it be possible? The red hair's complexion changed, and his pupils shrank like needles. On the other side, the eagle-eyed Mihawk, who had always been calm and slightly shocked, changed his face for the first time, and his eyes widened and checked. And the remaining elite pirates who had been struggling to support and had not been stunned by such a powerful overlord's domineering confrontation, another part of their eyes turned over and rolled their eyes and fainted. And those pirates who were not dizzy also flushed, struggling to support them. The only carders who could face such a strong and domineering confrontation, their expressions changed drastically at this time, and they stood up one after another, looking at the young man sitting opposite his captain in disbelief. As a staff member of the red-haired pirates, Beckman has always been known for his wisdom and calmness. However, his mouth was open at this time. His eyes widened, and he looked at Arthur in disbelief. He murmured to himself, "How is it possible? How could there be someone who is stronger than the captain? No, there are people with so many overlord aptitudes. Is he a monster? What kind of world he has seen before? Is it so terrifying? In the next era, should he be named Arthur?" This word, cautious Beckman did not say, but he thought so in his heart. At the center of the overlord's domineering, Arthur found that his domineering had once again strengthened, and there was no change, but he used all his strength to crush the red hair with his domineering. If they can see it, they will find that the blue-violet ray ripples gradually oppress the dark red ray ripples, forcing them to slowly retreat and converge. In the collision of this top overlord color, the air wailed, as if the space couldn't bear it, and the cracks continued to spread with the two domineering confrontation points. Although this kind of momentum is invisible, the carders and Hawkeye Mihawk can clearly feel that the redhead, known as the world's most domineering redhead, is retreating in momentum. Finally, the redhead glanced at Arthur with a bit of sorrow. Can't tell whether it is the nostalgia for the title of the world's most domineering man, or the deep thinking about Arthur's possession of such domineering. The two men's domineering look was very tacit and withdrew at the same time. After a long silence, the red hair spoke. "I want to know, what kind of world do you see and what kind of ambition do you have to have such a terrifying overlord look?" The red-haired eyes stared at Arthur tightly, his expression dignified and serious. Even at the end of the great route, Lavdru, the captain who knows the truth about the world, the overlord and domineering have not reached such a terrifying level. Your domineering is broader than mine. No, it is broader than the captain, and has stronger ambitions than the very ambitious man I have ever seen. What exactly do you want to do with this world? I don't think even if I want to rule the world, I can't do that. To the red-haired Shanks muttering to himself, Arthur only raised the corners of his mouth. His eyes were unspeakably joyful and profound. "Red hair, you seem to care about history. One Piece Roger must have a profound influence on you. But you don't understand that there is a more important and infinite future in this world than history. And my domineering, it is the future." Arthur's words revealed an indescribable temperament and loneliness. For a moment, even the red-haired Shanks didn't know what to say. "Well, you won. From now on, you will be the most domineering man in the world." Red-haired Shanks couldn't understand too much, and Arthur's words were too subtle and secretive. and he couldn't find any information. Those deep eyes seemed to be unable to see the boundary. Red hair has always been free and easy, so I don't even think about it anymore. Although he inherited Captain Roger's wishes, he also lived out himself. The future depends on young people after all. Arthur smiled, and in a good mood, he picked up the glass and drank it. Sizzle this wine ... A bit strong. It's good to win with domineering, but it's not my goal. I just want to see my strength. With domineering alone, I can't stand at the top of the world. As Arthur said, he glanced at the redhead who was obviously trying to pretend to be confused. How about, let's fight? Let me know how far I am from the top of this world. The red-haired Shanks, who was sullenly drinking, took a sip of wine, then looked at Arthur with a bitter face, and said, "Hey Arthur, do you have to? Isn't it nice to have a banquet? Although you are very aggressive and ambitious, I can feel that you are not a bad person. My instinct is very accurate. To be a friend, happily drinking and eating meat for a banquet. Isn't this the happiest thing in the world? What are you playing? Come and drink at the bar. You are already at the top. Really, I never lie." The laughing red-haired Shanks made an affirmative look. Arthur looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. Such a man is really attractive. Becoming a friend is probably something to celebrate, right? Similarly, when the red-haired Shanks said these words, the crew members of the Kienbai also smiled kindly and looked at Arthur. This is their pirate group. I think it can be a friend. If you can sit together to drink and eat meat and have a banquet, then you are good friends. This is the most free pirate group. No, this frame must be fought. Arthur shook his head and flatly refused. But the conversation changed again. However, it can be after the banquet. As a young man in the 21st century, Arthur couldn't help but want to blend in with this unique and lively atmosphere. Originally, upon hearing Arthur's refusal, Shanks, with a bitter expression, immediately became happy when he heard the second sentence. "Ha ha, no problem, no problem, drink and drink. There is no better wine in the world than Oxy-High wine." Shanks instantly became happy, and the atmosphere of the red-haired pirates became more lively and lively. The crew members who were stunned by the domineering look of the overlord gradually became sober. After learning the whole story, they joined the banquet without any surprise or mind. However, no one knows what Red Hair is thinking about how to escape this duel. 68. Chapter 68. P.S. If you want to rise before you suppress, the next paragraph is the battle with the king of the world's pinnacle. It's a small climax. I'm here to ask everyone for a first order, and ask for a custom order. Give me any votes. And the surface data is also very important to this book. Especially I just hit the shelves. By the way, 500 orders will add one more. Drink and drink. This wine is delicious. It is from Beckman's hometown, but it is not as good as my hometown wine. The red-haired face was flushed, and he put his arms around the unwilling Hawkeye and the somewhat awkward Arthur. Pointing to the wine barrel in front of him, he spoke loudly, full of alcohol. "I don't want to drink. It's too strong." Arthur refused decisively. He was only suitable for drinking beer and red or fruit. Huh? The red hair turned to look at Arthur with a look that you don't want to be joking. "Hey, you are a man, and you are already the most domineering man in the world. How can you not drink strong alcohol?" Arthur blinked, a little helpless. This person with red hair is really a very attractive person, who will make people who know him want to become friends with him involuntarily. Like Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman has a very high degree of coldness, but he has also become good friends with the red hair. But this problem with alcoholism is really bad. And the amount of alcohol is so large that it's just a barrel. It didn't matter that way, but this change of persuasion really made Arthur helpless. Kindness is hard to come by. Kindness is hard to come by. Unconsciously, after Arthur put down the wine glass many times, he was picked up again, and cups of spirits poured into his stomach. Fortunately, the physique is strong, otherwise the people on the earth will not be able to drink 3 glasses of this kind of wine. One cup after another, one cup after another. Gradually, Arthur's face was flushed with excessive drinking, and people began to become a little confused. After that, he just felt like he was drinking constantly, and then laughed. By the way, what am I doing? Hess can't remember. Forget it, don't think about it, drink and drink. Huh? I seem to have some strange thoughts. Arthur felt he was immersed in the bizarre world, dazed and ecstatic. He always felt something was wrong, but it just couldn't tell. At this time, the redhead who was drinking wine, looked at Arthur who was constantly chattering and wandering around in a daze. A sly smile appeared on the same drunk red face. Hawkeye Mihawk on the side, seeing this scene, also rarely put a smile on his face. I don't know when, Arthur completely fell asleep on the ground, because he slept quite sweetly. There was a flash of thunder and lightning behind Arthur who subconsciously relaxed himself, and then the blue-violet light was distorted, and finally turned into a pair of huge wings. The drinking red hair blinked, and looked at it carefully. Hiss, what's the matter? Have you drunk too much? Putting down the wine glass, the red hair rubbed his eyes and looked again. The red hair exclaimed in exaggerated exclamation, which immediately attracted the attention of others. In fact, except for Arthur who couldn't drink, he was drunk after only half a barrel, and everyone else was not completely drunk yet. The red hair exclaimed, so everyone looked over. Huh? Wings? Huh? What a big wing! Everyone glanced, and turned their heads. But after turning it over, there was a moment of silence and then turned back. Well, it is indeed a pair of wings. Everyone's heads turned back again. And many more. Everyone turned their heads several times, and gradually focused their eyes on Arthur's back one by one. It's so beautiful. Is this an angel descending to the world? A drunk pirate looked at the corner of his mouth with a smile, and the sleeping Arthur drooled like an idiot. Snapped. Asshole, that's a man. Another pirate who was not drunk slapped the pirate who looked like Pig Brother. To be honest, after Arthur was reborn, the appearance of this skin was quite high. Coupled with the tolerance of being a king of the sky and a strong man, he became extremely handsome. With a pair of wings, it is really a rare beautiful angel in the world. In other words, how could he have such big wings? Isn't he a human? He seems to be from the Sky Island. Aren't the people of Sky Island all small wings? How come his is so big? In the end, under the red-haired questioning, Hawkeye Mihawk probably talked about what he had known in the past 2 days about Arthur's wings. It turned out to be like this. I'm really envious. All the angels can fly. The red hair sighed in admiration, roared for a drink, and the banquet began again. It was the night. All the pirates were drunk and fainted. In the entire temporary camp of the red-haired pirates group, everyone fell asleep except for the pirates who needed to be on guard. In the forest, in addition to the sound of insects, the sound of wind blowing the leaves of the salsa, the sound of flames and the sound of firewood being cracked, it is very quiet and peaceful. The next day, the sun slowly rose above the sea level, and Arthur was still asleep. The redhead who drank more wine on the side opened his eyes vigorously. After opening his eyes, this emperor, known as the most domineering man, sneakily woke up the carders and woke up the other little brothers, making a gesture of "Whoosh, quiet." Then took the whole group to clean up the camp, and without disturbing the sleeping Arthur, transported everything back to the boat by the sea. After half an hour, everything is ready. The red hair glanced at the direction of the forest Leosa with a sullen face, then lowered his voice and waved his hand. Grave accent Diaris' little ones, set sail. Oh. The same voice was suppressed in unison. The red-haired Shank's car slowly started, and slowly left the island under the wind. Sorry, Arthur, I really don't want to fight. You are a nice guy, so drinking and having a banquet between friends is enough. Hey, the red hair hung his mouth while looking at the island that was going away. A faint smile. After a long time, Arthur, who was lying on the ground, moved. Yeah, my head hurts. It's really uncomfortable to drink too much. Arthur frowned, held his head with one hand, and sat up while shaking. Arthur looked around. His mouth twitched. Bran? The somewhat ridiculous Arthur turned on the color of seeing and hearing in an instant, and then a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Unfortunately, you are a bit slow." At this time, the red-haired pirate ship with a group of people was already more than 230 kilometers away from the island of Arthur. However, it is a pity that Arthur's experience is domineering, and at this time he is doing his best, and he has a range of more than 280 kilometers. So Nuozo, the red hair, still has a few tens of kilometers to get rid of Arthur. Aside, sitting there silently, Hawkeye Mihawk, who was wiping his black knife, glanced at Arthur with a little surprise. He didn't expect that Arthur's sights and colors seemed to be exaggerated to the degree of horror. "I'll go first, Hawkeye. If I don't go, the redhead will run away from the giant." After speaking, Arthur disappeared on the small island in an instant, and the white yacht on the shore was also activated by Arthur electromagnetically, and headed towards the direction of the red hair at full speed. When Hawkeye saw it, he put away the knife and walked to the shore. He wanted to see what would happen afterwards, which would be very interesting. On the other side, the red hair was carrying a pot of wine, thinking about the next destination. However, at this time, with the help of electromagnetic field, Arthur, who was transformed into thunder and lightning, moved here at the speed of thunder, and lightning was not far away. When Redhead noticed that her expression changed and suddenly turned around, she saw Arthur sitting on the mast. Sitting on the mast, Arthur recovered his human form, and then looked at the red hair with a smile. "Redhead, do you want to walk?" Chapter 69. P.S. I can't subscribe. I'll wipe it. It's terrible. This book. What's the matter? Did so many people leave after it's on the shelves? First order. Please order all! Exclamation mark. There are various other tickets. Brothers, come on top. On the boat, everyone looked at Arthur, who appeared on the mast in surprise. Except for the powerful carders, no one discovered how Arthur appeared, because Arthur's speed was too fast. Except for a few, the other carders were only vaguely aware. Only Shanks, Beckman and other carders who belonged to the red-haired pirates, who belonged to absolute combat power, clearly perceived the emergence of Arthur. "It's so fast, I'm afraid this speed is no slower than the yellow ape." Beckman glanced at Arthur on the mast, then turned to do his own thing. "The red hair is a little unbelievable. Here, he is the strongest, known as the most domineering man in the world. Not only his domineering color, his red-haired armed color and seeing and hearing color are equally powerful. Although the scope is not as good as Arthur, it is also among the top-notch users." "You are? How did you find me?" Red Hair wondered if he was found by Arthur without waiting for someone to go too far. "I use sight and smell." A malicious smile appeared on Arthur's handsome face. "Not only do I have a strong domineering look, but my knowledge of what I see and hear is estimated to be comparable to no one in the world. The range of my sights and colors is more than 280 kilometers. You didn't run out of this range, so I felt it." What Arthur said was an understatement, but the pirates who heard this were shocked. The stronger the strength, the greater the shock. They are very aware of the domineering thing, although everyone has the first two. But talent is too important. In their perception of top powerhouses, it is extremely rare to have a range of 50 kilometers, and they have seen the existence of extremely abnormal color domineering talents. But I didn't expect that one day I would hear such an absurd number. With a range of more than 280 kilometers, is this really what human beings can have? This doubt arose in everyone's mind. "So, Red Hair, let's fight. I really want to know where I am in the world." Arthur floated down from the mast. The red hair still feels weird, but in Arthur's words, it has also returned to its inherent demeanor. Seeing Arthur mentioning this matter again, I had to smile bitterly. Well, it seems that this battle can't be avoided, so let's come. Just let me see, here, and Overlord. How powerful are you? The number one in the world. After finishing speaking, there are usually some hippie smiling red hairs. His expressions are serious, and the first time warfare appears in his eyes. He is the four emperors, And the position of the four emperors is not casually obtained. He was killed by strength amidst countless powerful enemies. Beckman. The red hair called to Beckman, who was sitting aside. Huh? Baker looked up at the captain, who hadn't seen such a serious one for a long time. Find an uninhabited desert island. No desert island can't bear the battle between Arthur and I. The red hair told Beckman. Yes, Captain. Beckman nodded with a smile, and took a serious look at Arthur. After half a day, the red-haired boat stopped on a deserted island with sparse vegetation in the red-haired territorial waters. Just here, there are no people around, no islands with villages and towns. Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth, raised his chin, and motioned to the deserted island in front of him. The red-hair nodded, and stepped off the boat step by step with his knife, and walked to the island. And Arthur, who was ready to go all out, also put on his battle armor, revealed huge wings, and wielded a three-pointed two-edged sword, and disappeared on the ship on the island. Arthur, who suddenly appeared in the heart of the island, looked at the red hair coming here without any haste in the distance, and his heart was full of war. The time to really fight the pinnacle powerhouse is about to come. In the end, the red hair was nearly 1 kilometer away from Arthur and looked at Arthur from a distance. I haven't fought for a long time. Since the status of the four emperors has been stabilized, no one has come to challenge me. Today, I happen to have a fight with you. Activities. On the other side, the fighting spirit rose to the extreme, and Arthur, whose breathing became a little heavy, roamed about thunder and lightning on his body. Me too. Since my strength has reached this level, there have been few opponents. Except for the strong in the New World, I have never thought of anyone suitable for me to fight against. Today, let me look at the existences who are far from the top of the world. How much distance is there? Facing the existence of red hair, Arthur didn't have any thoughts of politeness, so he immediately took the initiative after speaking. 100 million volts. Electromagnetic chopping. A blade of lightning that contained thunder and lightning flew out from the head of Arthur's three-pointed and two-edged sword, and instantly arrived in front of the red hair with lightning speed. Ding boom! The red hair simply drew out the knife and slashed it diagonally on the blade. Arthur's blade was turned into shining fragments and burst out, bringing up a burst of air currents, destroying the surrounding area. This is a good trick, but it doesn't make sense to deal with me. As a swordsman, the red-haired kendo cultivation base is also a great swordsman, and he is no worse than Hawkeye Mihawk. A terrifying slash broke away from the red-haired knife, plowed the ground, and slashed towards Arthur. 100 million volts, electric puncture. With a fiercely high temperature, the red to whitish ray of the blade slashed hard against the red hair, breaking this powerful slash from the middle. 200 million volts, blasting hot. Arthur threw a thunder casually, which seemed simple, but when he reached the red hair, an unimaginable high temperature suddenly exploded, detonating the air and making a violent explosion. At the place of the explosion, the surrounding magma was rolling. However, the red hair has disappeared there. Cut. Hongfa, who has a super high-speed moving body method, is now behind Arthur and cuts across the board. 200 million volts, repulsion knife. Arthur quickly turned around, surrounded by thunder and lightning. The three-pointed and two-edged knife thundered and moved, and a terrifying repulsion erupted from the head of the knife, and slammed into the red-haired knife. Red hair's attack was very strong, but the 200 million volts of electric current combined with the repulsive force of the electromagnetic field was equally terrifying. Feeling a strong rebound from the knife, the red-haired right hand was involuntarily raised slightly. What? Repulsion? The red hair obviously didn't understand the many incidental abilities of the Frout of Thunder. 300 million volts. The vector is upside down. Arthur may not be as strong as the redhead, but it is similar. After a repelling knife was issued, he immediately followed the second move. This trick will generate repulsion at the feet of the red hair and gravitation behind him. Since the abrupt repulsion from the last move hasn't been fully reacted, the red hair felt like a bullet from his feet, involuntarily making his body vacate, and a strong gravitational force appeared behind him. If you get hit, I'm afraid you will fall. However, when the experienced red hair got out of balance, He took a step back, and then the rebounding force rushed to the gravity faster, preparing to escape the danger of imbalance from Arthur's tricks. However, Arthur, who was equally responsive, was waiting for this moment. 100 million volts. Electromagnetic cone dragon. The tip of the three-pointed two-edged sword burst out with a dazzling orange-hued light, which instantly pierced the red hair. Ding! This move was blocked with a knife by the red hair, who was already out of balance, but was about to jump out of the range of Arthur's vector inversion. With the help of this tremendous force, he actually left the range of vector inversion faster. These tricks of you are really weird. Standing still in the distance, the red hair said with some lingering fear. Obviously it is the fruit of the thunder, but it is really troublesome to exert the power of at least 2 superhuman fruits. Hearing this, the corner of Arthur's mouth turned up, and said, "So, the fruit of the thunder is definitely one of the most invincible fruits. I am afraid there is no stronger fruit. By the way, red hair, have you warmed up enough, right?" Seeing that the face is not red, the heart is not beating, the wind is light and the red hair is pale, Arthur knew that this was just to warm up before the war. The next battle will be more complicated and changeable. "Ah, almost. Your strength is very strong. I have to go all out seriously," the red hair replied, and the whole body's temperament changed suddenly. Chapter 70. The red-haired battle didn't have as many moves as Arthur did. Just like the Hawkeye Mihawk before, there are no moves, but the moves are powerful. It is estimated that this is the path of the swordsman and the pure physical skill powerhouse. The red-haired high-speed figure basically disappeared from the sight of ordinary people, and Arthur could easily catch the red-haired movements and attacks with the combination of terrifying eyesight and seeing and hearing. Boom! A powerful slash flew, and before Arthur could crack it, more slashes followed. Seeing this, Arthur had no choice but to stop the move that had just blocked the counter-attack, and instead swung frantically with 3-pointed two-bladed knives. The 3-pointed two-edged knives entwined with a huge amount of thunder and lightning, as if Jedi martial arts wielded a laser sword. The glowing high-temperature knife head slashed through the air, causing buzzing sounds, and all the slashes were blocked by Arthur. Seeing that the effect of this move has gone, the red-haired move has changed, and the momentum of the change sinks vigorously. One after another, the big slashes that can cut the island open are pressed against Arthur without money. This time, Arthur did not continue to block as before, but the wings on the back suddenly became light and disappeared into 2 lightning bolts. 200 million volts, heaven punishment. Arthur's 2 wings appeared in front of him, each resembling a thunder knife for execution from the heavens, spinning frantically. All the slashes that rushed towards Arthur were blocked by 2 wings, and Arthur also disappeared in place, with the assistance of the electromagnetic field. It was very easy for Arthur to appear anywhere in the electromagnetic field. It's just that it can't be used frequently. The teleportation in the electromagnetic field must be unexpectedly attacked. Arthur, who appeared above the red hair in an instant, directly exploded a small big move. The electromagnetic field is instantly controlled and shaped into a cluster shape, and then aimed at the red hair that is fully guarded below. 300 million volts, electromagnetic shock. The blue-violet thunder and lightning apertures visible to the naked eye slammed into the ground one by one, and the red hair in the center instantly withstood a terrifying force. This trick is not only the impact that will exert a huge force on the human body below, but also the violent electromagnetic shock wave will strongly paralyze and burn the body, and disturb the brain to send signals to command the body. The red hair's complexion changed, as if suffering from pain, and his complexion was a little flushed. This move, whether it is a huge force or numbness and burning, is not very harmful to the red hair, but this kind of damage is definitely not that simple if it disturbs the brain's normal transmission of signals, because the electromagnetic shock wave will directly disrupt all the control of the human body with the large number of scattered electrons. In other words, at the moment of being attacked, whether it is heartbeat, breathing, or other movements generated by the brain's control, it will stop instantly, causing confusion, internal attacks. Even the strongest people will feel pain. However, the red hair was powerful, and the negative effects were cleared out in a moment of pain, and he left the scope of electromagnetic shock directly. Dragon Slash. The red hair trick definitely used quite a lot of skill, so that the horror of this trick can instantly turn the small island into two unrelated islands. 200 million volts. Vientiane is a guide. Arthur was directly on the side of the Dragon Slash, and a terrible gravitation burst out, instantly changing the angle of this slash, and flew diagonally to the sea. Rising Dragon Slash. Red hair can't do one trick, but it's another trick. The redhead, who had already managed to win without a move, unexpectedly used his unique sword move, which shows that Arthur's previous attack did cause trouble for the redhead. This slash came from the ground, and once it hits the blocking target, it will rise instantly. Arthur didn't panic, and used the 400 million volt trick for the first time. 4 million volts. Gods ruling. Lightning and exploding. This branch of the decision of the gods, the original large-scale blow with a diameter of more than 50 meters, was compressed into 2 meters. Like a white beam of light, Vulguangzu exploded with terrifying power and directly neutralized the red hair's attack. More than 10 kilometers offshore, the powerful carders such as Beckman watched the battle from a distance. As the so-called insiders watched the doorway, the outsiders watched the excitement. The pirates below the carders just looked at the huge slashes or thunder and lightning that appeared from time to time and exclaimed. But the masters such as Beckman are watching the matchup of the two moves, how the two of them reacted to each other, how powerful they attacked, and evaluated Arthur's strength. Beckman opened his eyes to the battle on the island and looked to the side. Not far away, a small boat with green candles around it was coming here. It turned out that since Arthur disappeared, Hawkeye Mihawk, who thought there would be a good battle to watch, followed the trail in his own boat. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot. At this time, it's not too late to come. Turning their gazes back to the island and seeing tricks, the two sides who are constantly attacking or defending or evading are no longer interested in this kind of ineffective attack. With their terrifying and abundant physical strength, if you don't look at the powerful moves to tell the victory or defeat, then I am afraid it will take 7 or 8 days to fight. On the red-haired western knife, the powerful armed color wrapped it, and the hands and forearms were also wrapped in it. As for Arthur, the 3-pointed two-edged knife in his hand turned completely black, as did both hands and forearms. Since ordinary moves are of no great use, it's better to use arms. This is also the way of fighting for the powerful in the new world. Ordinary attacks are stalemate, and then when the physical strength is consumed then use the armed color Domineering to quickly resolve the victory or defeat. 00 The reason for this is that the Domineering of the armed color consumes a lot of physical strength, so even the strong in the new world will not use the armed color anytime and anywhere. Of course, Kaido is an exception. Although he will not use it anytime and anywhere, he definitely has this qualification. His body is really too strong. Armed Black Thunder. Arthur once again took the lead in attacking, and a lightning blade that was completely rendered black by the armed color flew out. Ding! The red hair slashed on it with a slash, and then the Black Thunder collapsed. A whirlpool slash that contained a strong armed color instantly surrounded Arthur, quickly narrowing the attack range. But Arthur had already escaped elementalization first. After avoiding, Arthur didn't stop for a while, and rushed towards the red hair in an instant. Armed 100 million volts, electric puncture. Ding! This blow was blocked by the red hair firmly in front of the body, and the whole person kept sliding back. Since the left arm disappeared, the strength of the red hair is still not to be underestimated. But compared to before, it still inevitably slipped apart. Black Dragon Bite. Blocking Arthur's move, the red hair instantly reversed and stabbed the close Arthur Lightspeed version. Arthur, who was too late to escape, was pierced instantly. A trace of blood coughed out from the corner of Arthur's mouth. At that moment, he was already elementalized, but it was a little slow. For a while, the two men who were just armed and domineering smashed together again. Chapter 71. Since the two began to get serious, the moves basically slowly disappeared. The battle has become primitive and barbaric, The real fight is never a punch or a palm. At this time, the red hair wrapped in the armed and domineering knife is stuck in the stitches, and it enters when it sees the hole. And Arthur was a soldier to cover the water and earth. The entire desert island began to be shattered in the hands of the two fiercely fighting, and the continuous burst of slashes and sword lights, or thunder and lightning, seemed to announce the end of the island. Ding! The weapons of the two intersected again, bursting out a strong wave of air, blowing all the broken debris around. Arthur panted slightly, looking at the unwavering red hair. Mind knows that there is still a slight gap between physical strength and endurance. Bang! The dark feet of the two kicked each other fiercely, but they were blocked at the same time. Once again distanced, Arthur decided to fight more intensely. 470 million volts, Thor. When he played against the Golden Lion 2 years ago, he only developed the Thunder Fruit to 300 million volts, and Thor could only achieve one stage of transformation. But now he can achieve 2 stages of transformation. This trick of transforming the gods can be incorporated into 10% of the overall development power for a period of time, initially slightly improving all aspects of the body. The Erdenhuashen has increased to 30%. Don't look at the increase of only 20% in 2 years, but this is the total power. 2 years ago, he could only achieve 30 million volts. But now he can achieve nearly 150 million volts. This is almost a qualitative leap. Erdenhuashen Arthur. His body only swelled to 5 meters. The blue-violet thunder and lightning flooded his body, making Arthur's body a little red and purple. At the same time, Arthur wrapped the domineering on his skin to the extent of the 2-stage transformation. The advantage of this is to improve the attack power and defense power, and at the same time confine the high voltage current in the body without voltage leakage. At this step, Arthur's body hummed vaguely, because the blood flow and organ activity in his body turned into thunder and lightning activity at this time. Red hair. This trick. I used it to kill the Golden Lion 2 years ago. Although he is no longer at the peak, this trick is very powerful. Be careful. Arthur's voice turned into an angry voice. Compared to his handsome appearance before, he became a little rough at this time, as if he had suddenly followed Kaido's line. Red hair heard the words. His eyes slightly opened in amazement. Golden Lion? Did you kill him? Although strange, the redhead didn't say much. However, he still wants to know something about the death of this kind of enemy of the old age. So he made up his mind to listen to Arthur to talk about it after the battle. And now, it is necessary to go all out. Erdenhuashen's Arthur has already brought him great pressure. Arthur was about to end, and the red-haired body was also wrapped in armed color. I'm going to go. Thunder God impact. Boom. The speed of pure physical body unexpectedly exploded dozens of times the speed of sound, instantly surpassing a distance of more than 200 meters. The pitch-black 3-pointed two-edged knife clipped with a cold breath, severely chopped down. Drink. The red hair raised a knife to meet him, and Bass was even more armed and domineering, allowing the red hair that was a bit slower to easily take over this terrible move. Click. In front of this terrible force, the land is like a cracker that has been pressured, and cracks spread in an instant. Thunder God Chaos Blade. Taking advantage of the high speed, Arthur's 3-pointed two-edged sword swung very fast, as if the weapon in his hand had disappeared. The strong air current blows everywhere. The red hair is a step slower than Arthur in speed, but his rich combat experience keeps him in danger. Black secret skill middle. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. The western knife in the red hair's hand also disappeared, just like Arthur, because it was too fast and disappeared. Ding 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 dang ding ding. The two of you come and go, play fast. The continuously intersecting weapons brought a continuous roar, causing the world to tremble along with it. The violent air currents madly rolled up the soil and rock that they were constantly destroying. This scene is really like the end of the day. Dragon roar. Arthur's voice sounded again, and the 3-pointed two-edged knife in his hand quickly broke through the sound barrier and pierced the red hair. Because the speed is too fast, the connection breaks through the sound barrier, causing the sonic boom to connect together. just like a continuous dragon roar. Faced with this trick, even the red-haired dare not hold on. Utilizing the super high fighting quality and reaction power, this move was drawn by the redhead from his side. Boom! Booming Arthur's knife directly penetrated the place where the red occurred, leaving a wound nearly 100 meters thick. And the length. Looking at the crack spreading hundreds of kilometers from the sea, you know how terrible this trick is. A hole appeared on the surface of the ocean, which could not be recovered for a long time. When the aftermath of this trick disappeared, the inverted sea filled the vacancy on the island. The island seems to have become countless individuals. Among the many huge cracks, the seawater is inverted and spread. So young and possessing such strength, you are enough to stand on top of the world. The red hair was also a bit surprised by the power of this trick, and couldn't help but exclaim. "But my tricks are not over yet," Arthur said in a deep voice. "Open the world." Arthur appeared on top of the red hare's head, a three-pointed two-edged knife wrapped in the power of the broken mountains and rivers, and went down angrily. When, booming this time, the island was directly split in half, instead of cracking vertically and horizontally as before. In some marginal areas, rocks cracked and gradually sank into the sea. Arthur's trick was to directly smash this 30 square kilometer island in half, shattering nearly a third of the area. This time, the red hare, who didn't avoid it completely, took a part with the knife in his hand. Then attacked Arthur, who hadn't borne the new force, and stabbed over. Fencing. It seems ordinary, but the speed is hardly slower than Arthur's maximum speed at this time. Aiming at Mihawk, in terms of speed, Arthur, except for the yellow ape who is a person with the ability to shine, it is basically no problem to say that he is alone in the world. Therefore, the red hare will occasionally fail to respond to Arthur's attacks, but the big Arthur can basically react to all the red hare's attacks. But this time, the red-haired fencing is really powerful. Arthur only blocked it, but the whole person was also flew out, tumbling on the island, drawing a long crack. Arthur, who had been beaten out for several kilometers, got up from the dirt pit and shook his head in exclamation. This trick is strong enough. Stroboscopic, fixed point strike. Arthur disappeared, and appeared on the head of the redhead, who was on guard at a more terrifying speed than before. The head of the three-pointed two-edged knife was facing down, and Arthur's hands clenched it tightly, creating a posture like a sea king. What? Punched hard, the red hare raised the knife and stuck the knife in the gap between the tips of the knife. Kaka, the land under the feet of the red hare simply cannot withstand such a huge force, and the red hare is also very difficult to resist. "Give it to me, go down." The strength increased again. The red hare was deeply nailed into the island, and a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the island, which went straight to the center of the earth for nearly 1 kilometer. The underground water veins or ocean currents were pierced through, and after a while it was unclear whether it was seawater or fresh water gushing out of the cave. Bang! A black shadow flashed past, and the red hare was wet and rushed out of the pit a little embarrassingly. 72. Chapter 72. Before you know it, the battle between the two has been going on for a day and a night. Without the knowledge of Arthur's redhead, the redhead pirates and Hawkeye, a secret team was quietly observing from a distance. High in the sky, where no one noticed, the seabirds carrying the surveillance insects hovered quietly. The Navy headquarters, the conference room, the Navy military leaders are all sitting here, looking at the not very clear picture. But even so, they can get too much information from it. Since knowing part of Arthur's intelligence before, the Navy has attached great importance to it. After all, neither the Navy nor the world government do not want a terrorist who is stronger than Drought to appear on the opposite side of the world. After that, although the clue was lost for a while, but soon they learned from clues that Arthur had gone to the red-haired realm. After that, the fighting was a bit loud. The red-haired pirate group, which has been under the attention of the Navy and the world government for many years, was quickly found, and Arthur was also found. As a result, a team responsible for secretly lurking, tracking and probing came from under the sea, released the seabirds carrying the surveillance insects, and imported the screen into the Navy headquarters. This kid is no less powerful than the 4 emperors, and I am afraid that the general can't suppress him. Even if he is not the king of the world government franchise country, he must try his best to draw him in, and don't let him appear on our opposition. His country, the preliminary investigation, is on the top of the legendary Golden Island. It is on the Great Sea Route. Such a monster is in the first half of the Great Sea Route. Once we become the enemy, the situation on the first half of the Great Sea Route will change drastically. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Lieutenant General Crane spoke before their Marshal did not speak, and no one had any objections. For Lieutenant General Crane's words, he was even more impressed. Only the General Akinu frowned and looked at the picture without saying a word, seemingly dissatisfied in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as it is a factor of instability, it can't be left alone. Such combat power must be wiped out as soon as possible. On the other side, the green pheasant looked bored and tired, but the seriousness in his eyes could be found by individuals. Only the yellow ape, who has always been arrogant, exaggeratedly sighed there. "Oh, I saw an incredible monster when I came back to report this time. It's terrible. This speed is no slower than me. The fruit of the thunder is terrible." Regarding Huang Yuan's words, no one cares. Everyone here knows Huang Yuan's problems. Warring States frowned, looked for a long while without saying a word, then turned to look at Carp, who was eating the donut. "Carp, how did you feel when you first met him?" The questioning of the Warring States period attracted the attention of individual people. Carp swallowed the donuts, and whimpered, "Well, I feel ambitious, but I don't look like a grumpy young man. The overall senses are good." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Crane and the others' brows relaxed a bit, and they still recognized Carp, an inconspicuous fellow, for his vision. He turned his gaze back to the battlefield of the New World. Arthur, who was already somewhat exhausted, panted, blocking the knife from the red hair. Then he swiped the blade and cut towards the red hair. The same tired red hair dodged and drew the knife before attacking. Olga, in view of the fact that the attack is always blocked by the red hair stuck in the knife head, Arthur directly rotates the 3-pointed two-edged knife at high speed and drills towards the red hair. At this time, you can no longer jam the knife head to block the attack. Redhead also clearly understood that this attack might not be stuck, so he dodged. Then turning his head was a big slash. Arthur turned the head of the knife and chopped it up. Boom, the slash was broken, and the wind was raging. At this time, the island is more than half smaller than before, and the remaining half, with huge cracks all over it, was flooded by seawater and turned into endless rivers. It won't last long, and the remaining off-Tutty islands will sink completely in the battle. Dragon Cone Blast. Black Secret Skill Middle dot Black Dragon Fury. Booming, the small half of the island trembled, but the battle on it was not over yet. Split. This move was a super high-speed attack, and the red hair had no time to change his tactics, so he could only try his best to meet it, and the result was a terrible tremor. The air screamed, and the atmosphere seemed to be cracked by this confrontation. Another hour passed, and there was basically no place on the island. The island is already below sea level, and it is still sinking. Arthur stood on the broken piece of earth and rock still above sea level, looking at the red hair on another giant not far away. Zizi, the state of Erdenhuashen was solved by Arthur. The 5-meter high body gradually began to shrink, and his rugged face changed back to handsome, although a little embarrassed. On the other side, the red hair also withdrew his armed color Domineering. It's enough to hit this level. It's not a life and death fight. Arthur just wants to see where his strength is in the world. And in this battle, both of them were very happy. Especially Arthur, once again felt that the bottleneck was broken. Going back and reviewing it this time, you should get a lot of gains. It looks like a tie, but Arthur knows that if this goes on, he must lose himself, because the red hair is stronger than that of physical strength and endurance, or physical strength and armed color strength, especially the armed color Domineering. A few others, the red hair is better than Arthur, but it is extremely limited. Only armed and Domineering. The strong may be a grade. At the very least, red hair can be wrapped in a full body armor color, while Arthur can only do the upper body and half of the thigh. Moreover, the intensity and endurance of training is not as good as that of red hair. Arthur, you are very strong, even I have done my best. However, your actual combat experience is still lacking compared to mine, but it is just a matter of time. I believe that at most 1 year, you will be completely comparable to mine. It's terrible, you are still so young. The red hair retracted the western knife into the scabbard and looked at Arthur, who was obviously more tired than himself. Arthur nodded. I know, but in this battle, I also know where I am in the world. At most 3 years, I will stand at the top of the world and appreciate the top powers. The scenery in my eyes. As he said, Arthur frowned. Although I was very tired at this time, the habit of covering 50 kilometers with the color of sight and hearing has not changed. I was in the battle before and didn't notice it. This stopped, and after a few breaths, Arthur immediately felt a sense of peeping. Looking along with the feeling, Arthur could easily see the seabirds hovering with the surveillance insects in the air more than 10 kilometers away from the island. Grave accent Diarus is 10 million volts. Lightning strike. On the wings behind Arthur, a feather actinated and disappeared into thunder and lightning. Immediately, the bird in the distance became scorched and fell from the sky. The Navy headquarters, watching the lightning flash, and then the black screen, quieted down in the conference room. Kapu, are you really sure he didn't have wings 2 years ago? Warring States turned his head and asked, don't you? Carp drew his nostrils, a little uncertain. You know, when they saw a pair of huge wings before, everyone almost got their jaws dropped. They knew very well that Arthur was a thunderfruit-capable person, a natural type rather than an animal type. But what is the explanation for the huge wings? They know that angel wings are small and only serve as decorations. Possibly, he has mutated himself. Didn't he appear on the island of Chambord before and have not been found with wings? Maybe the elementalization is hidden. When Carp said so, everyone instantly felt that it was possible. Well, that's probably it. Regarding all the records of the angelic family, there is no angel that can fly. Compare on the other side, the 2 red-haired Arthurs who had ended the battle boarded the ship. The red hair greeted the pirates to take out the wine and meat, and began to eat them. Although this battle was not a death match, it was as dangerous as it was terrifying. Both of them who were working hard were hungry at this time. In the pirate world, the food intake of people who can fight is very scary. It seems that food can quickly replenish energy and physical strength. This time, Arthur's purpose is considered complete. And the red hair didn't tear his face. Instead, they became good friends. Arthur also knew how far he was from the world's top combat power. That kind of gap is within reach. I believe that in less than 3 years, Arthur will definitely stand at the top of the world. P.S. Please subscribe. Ask for customization. Today is the first day on the shelves. I didn't have 500 orders for this result. This is going to be over. The first order is bashing, so I can't get up basically later. Everyone, give me a first order. Also, the next link in this book is that people began to criticize it as a farming link for selling dog meat. I'm just farming and pretending to be the same. It's boring to just farm. If you like to watch farming, please make a first order. 73. Chapter 73. After fighting for a long time, both of them ate and drank enough. With the unique terrifying resilience of the people of this world, the 2 who had not had a great consumption quickly recovered. Hawkeye Mihawk sailed away silently after watching the battle. After regaining his energy, Arthur returned to his boat and said goodbye to the red hair. Looking at the white yacht gradually disappearing to the sea level, the red hair retracted his gaze, leaning on the side of the boat, drinking wine silently. From the side, Beckman came over, with a cigarette in his mouth, and leaned against the red-haired Shanks. I can't see through the sky. The red hair took a sip of wine and smiled helplessly. Beckman nodded and let out a smoke ring. His vision is too high, so high that we can't imagine what the world looks like in his eyes. I can only feel boundless ambitions and expectations. In addition, a cloud of fog. What do you think of him? The red hair turned to look at Beckman. Among his crew, the only one who can truly share his worries is Beckman, a think tank and deputy captain. It's not like a bad person, so I'm very strange. Such a majestic ambition, but not a bad person. It is really strange. Beckman probed the soot, turned around, and supported it on the ship's edge with his arm. Besides, his domineering look is really terrifying, much stronger than you. Have you ever felt that his domineering look has a feeling of solemnity? The red hair nodded. I feel like this. However, I still feel that Arthur will not be an enemy. But for D, it may not be. The future is slim and foggy. Redhead and Beckman were chatting about Arthur, and the protagonist was already more than 100 kilometers away. This trip to the New World can be said to be a full harvest. Not only did he get the pure gold that can give him a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, but also the bat fruit of the humans species. The battle with the red hair is even more beneficial. After this battle, it is estimated that it will not take long to break through to 500 million volts. At that time, I am afraid I will be able to truly match the generals and the 4 emperors. So, basically standing on the top of the world, he doesn't have too much scruples. It has always been a bit wretched. And now, maybe I don't need it anymore. Thinking of this, Arthur shook his head suddenly. No, you have to wait. I can't do it alone. Erky Weber and the others, now they are only lieutenant generals. And the strongest are only elite lieutenants. This is not enough. When I go back this time, I will find the island and leave them there for a year. The Angel Legion's plan should really start. Suddenly feeling that the future is bright, Arthur's heart suddenly became much more wonderful. Arthur, who was thinking about what to do on the return trip, basically only found nearby islands to call when he needed supplies. Otherwise he would move quickly towards the Fisherman Island. However, before that, he has to go to an island. You just have to spend your time looking for it, otherwise the island without any magnetism may not be found. The key point is that I don't know if that island is now scrapped and abandoned. That's right, that island is Punkhasat, a large island in the original plot. Arthur didn't have much interest in this island. But there was one thing that Arthur was a little interested in. That is the artificial devil fruit, animal type, dragon shape artificially produced by Dr. Bigapunk. However, what is uncertain now is whether Punkhasat has been destroyed by poison gas. The only thing I know now is that Punkhasat is on a route that does not pass through the Isle of Thor. But this range is a bit large. Even if Arthur is fully engaged in seeing and hearing, but in this boundless sea, the possibility of finding it is very small. After much deliberation, Arthur finally took out a phone worm. Blubberoo, click. The phone worm was picked up by the opposite person, and a low voice rang. Arthur, why did you write to me so soon? It's not a big deal. Recently, after defeating the drought and undefeated in the war against Red Hair, the world government has listed you as a key observation object. It was Danyasha, Doflamingo, who spoke to Arthur. Upon hearing this, Arthur did not doubt the authenticity of this statement. After all, the identity of Doflamingo of Danyasha is unknown to others, but Arthur knows it very well. Therefore, most of his news cannot be wrong. Frowning, Arthur said, I'm looking for you for one thing. Oh, Doflamingo, who was far away in Dressrosa, was sitting on the window of his room, looking into the distance. I want a location called Punkhasat Island. Can you tell me where I am? Arthur said his purpose. Doflamingo's face changed when he heard this, and he was puzzled. How did he know Punkhasat? There is an important place for my layout. This guy ... What does he want to do? I don't know what you want to do when you ask about this island. It was a secret research base of the world government before, but a year ago, there was a poisonous gas explosion and it was already a dead zone. Doflamingo asked tentatively. It doesn't matter, my strength, even if the poison gas spreads, it won't hurt much. As for my going to Punkhasat, it's for something. Arthur was not ready to say his purpose. Regardless of whether it is important or not, your purpose has nothing to do with the other party, so there is no need to tell the other party something. Can you tell me what it is? On the other side, Doflamingo's brain was ticking. wondering if the other party knew about the thing that can artificially make devil fruits in batches. Does he want to be here? Put a hand on it. For a while, Doflamingo's face turned a little ugly. Things in Punk Hassat, but an important layout for his future. Absolutely, no one is allowed to destroy it. It's not an important thing. You don't need to be so nervous. A smile came up from the corner of Arthur's mouth. Huh? Nervous? Hee. Arthur, you think too much. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on his forehead rose. Well, I'll send 2 carders over and take you there. Doflamingo thought about it and thought of this way. In this way, Arthur can know what he has done. Okay, I'm waiting at Thunder Island. Arthur nodded and hung up the phone. Looking at the phone worm with his eyes closed, Doflamingo's expression was a little gloomy. He always felt that there was something wrong with the king of the Sky Island named Arthur. When he came here, even if the opponent had the Overlord's aptitude, he didn't pay much attention to it. It's just that the empty shells that are special to the Sky Island are very useful. As a result, within 2 days, I heard that the drought had been knocked into the sea. He was secretly surprised that the guy who looked like a kid was so strong. Later, I learned from a special channel that the opponent was fighting Red Hair alone and was invincible. At this time, Doflamingo was shocked. At the level of the 4 emperors, he was rather dazed, because he knew exactly how terrible the man named Kaido was. The more he thought about it, the more gloomy his face became. In the end, Doflamingo beckoned to Buffalo and Baby 5, ordered them to go to Thor Island. P.S. A bit listless. One is really a bit tired. It's strange that there are basically no negative reviews in the book review area. Most of the reviews are also very good, but I didn't expect it to hit the street, and it was very miserable. There were no 500 orders. I don't feel any mood anymore, and the last 3 chapters are also out of thought. Please have not subscribed yet, brothers who have thoughts about reading this book, give me a first order. Give a full order. By the way, there are only 3 full orders, which is pitiful. The first order is also very rubbish. I didn't say that I want an eunuch for this book. Do not think too much. Chapter 74, Thor Island. Arthur has already boarded a boat and is waiting here. The carder of the Don Quixote family, Buffalo, who is capable of turning fruit. You can use the fruit ability to fly like a helicopter. Therefore, although the distance is far, it is under the fruit ability. Buffalo and Baby 5, flying in the sky without any obstruction, arrived at Thor's Island within a few hours. Arthur, who had long sensed the approach of the 2 of them, had already driven the boat to meet him. Arthur didn't communicate much with the 2 men with the task, but just said to lead the way, and drove the boat to follow them all the way. Buffalo is a stranger-looking person, so Arthur didn't want to pay attention. And Baby 5, to be honest, quite glamorous, coupled with a maid outfit. It is estimated that a man will be tempted. Unfortunately, knowing that Baby 5 is a psychological trauma, as long as she feels that others say that she needs her, she will feel needed, and thus unconditionally and without a bottom line to answer the party's request. Based on this, as a man with strong ambitions, it is impossible to show much curiosity about Baby 5, because whether she is a subordinate or a close bed partner, this kind of woman will never be considered. To be precise, it was Doflamingo's men. Except for the O2 subjugated princesses with no psychological problems, others would not accept them even if they were willing to surrender to Arthur. Buffalo's speed is very fast under the advantage of being able to fly, so ordinary ships can't catch up with them. However, Arthur's ship is different, and it can be propelled with fruit power. So, half a day later, Arthur was led by the 2 to an unmagnetic island without any fluctuations in the pointer. At this time, there was still some lavender poisonous smoke on the island. Driving the boat into the island, Buffalo landed on Arthur's boat with the Baby 5 standing on him. Young master, let us take you in, please wear this antivirus suit. Buffalo and Baby 5 put a set of antivirus suits in front of Arthur, and then began to wear them by themselves. Arthur glanced at the antivirus suit and said calmly, "No, it's all right here, you can go now." Before the 2 of them could say anything, Arthur disappeared in the slight change of their faces. The poison on this island has already circulated a lot, not very strong, even without any protective measures. At Arthur's level, there is no danger. Seeing Arthur disappeared directly, Baby 5 opened her red lips with a cigarette in his mouth, and then spit out the cigarette butt, cursing, "Asshole, just ran away like this." Buffalo blinked and then turned to Baby 5 and asked, "Baby 5, what should we do? The young master's mission is definitely not complete." Baby 5 lit another cigarette, and the smoking look was really beautiful against the attractive red lips. Spit out a puff of smoke, Baby 5 said, "Tell the young master truthfully." Speaking of Baby 5, he took out the phone worm and dialed Doflamingo's phone. "Blubberoo blubberoo click, how is it?" Doflamingo's deep voice sounded. Baby 5 frowned and said, "Sorry young master, the mission failed." After getting to the place, he disappeared directly. "We can't track him, the speed is too fast." After a long silence, even with the expression imitated by the phone worm, you can see that Doflamingo on the other side of the phone is quite unbeautiful in his heart. "Well, if that's the case, then you guys come back. I'm really bad in this matter. Thank you for your hard work." Young Master Buffalo and Baby 5 were moved here. On the other side, in the form of thunder and lightning, after Arthur perceives the terrain with the color of sight and hearing, he began to look for it in the various research rooms of Punkhasat. He only knows one thing, that is, the artificial fruit is in the most central area. As long as you search here, you will be able to find it. The effort paid off. After more than half an hour, Arthur saw a device in a room that didn't seem very conspicuous. It is a metal base with a glass cover on the device, and inside the glass cover, there is an apple-shaped devil fruit with a strange pattern placed in it. Slap! The glass cover was shattered by Arthur with a punch, and then he took the devil fruit from the red cushion. In other words, the transformation effect of this fruit after use is really ugly. It's just that the golden clouds that can be used to fly in the air are more beautiful and cool. Feeling the ugliness of the fruit-powered person who turned this fruit in his heart, Arthur still installed this artificial animal demon fruit made by Burger Punk. In the future, use IQ Grass to see if you can slightly optimize the shape of the transformed body, at least to get closer to the dragon's majesty. Finding the moral negligence he had prepared for a long time, Arthur had no nostalgia for this place, and instantly disappeared in the institute. Can the artificial animal devil fruit be made? This kind of information is not needed at all. Not only the artificial animal devil fruit is not admired, but also because the transformation of this artificial devil fruit is unknowable and uncontrollable. All kinds of animals may appear in this kind of artificial devil fruit that looks exactly the same. It is too strong to be uncontrollable. So after taking the only artificial devil fruit that he could determine the ability to transform after the meeting, Arthur immediately returned to the ship, preparing to leave the new world. Things in the new world are probably done by myself. Counting the gains of coming to the new world this time, I found that it is really incredible. The first is to reach a deal with Doflamingo. In the future, you can have more purchase rights and options, and you can take advantage of the trend to drive nail in the dark world. Furthermore, I got pure gold, which can extend my life by 100, and got the bat fruit vampire form of the Udman's species. Fighting Red Hair again, knowing where he is in the world, and having a clearer understanding of his way forward. Moreover, this battle has broken the bottleneck, and the strength can grow slightly faster. It also gained valuable experience in battle. In the end, he got the devil fruit of the artificial animal type, and the fruit of the dragon shape, which is no less than the animal type phantom beast species. Adding all these up, this trip to the new world is really rewarding. In a good mood, Arthur drove his own boat, thinking about the future layout, and happily headed to the Fisherman Island. As for coating, find an island on the road. Without coating, it is not easy to enter the sea. 3 days later, in the deep sea, a white yacht was constantly sinking under the bubble wrap, and headed for the Fisherman Island at the bottom of the sea. P.S. Let me explain in this chapter. I said that the book hit the street yesterday, but I lamented that the book did not perform well and did not meet my expectations. I didn't mean to be a eunuch. This book will not be a eunuch, because the potential of the book is good, and the follow-up is relatively stable. The more words there are, the subscription will gradually increase, so I am just a little disappointed, but I don't want the eunuch. There is also the issue of 10 shifts on the shelves. It was originally, but because the results disappointed me, I was so frustrated yesterday afternoon, so my mind was empty. After the 8th chapter, I felt that I had no idea. The computer was turned on almost 2 o'clock. There is always no thoughts. Chapter 75. The deep sea is full of countless dangers. Not only the deep sea undercurrents that may be encountered suddenly, but also the superlarge sea kings that are rare in shallow seas. Some giant sea kings that can be seen in the sea will actually become food for larger sea kings in the deep sea. However, the danger from biology is basically indifferent to Arthur. Only need to release the Domineering, except for the top, similar to those in the original work that pulled Noah away and saved the Fisherman Island. The others will basically be driven away. So in the deep sea, Arthur was afraid of a shipwreck that he could not handle. Before arriving at the Fisherman Island again, looking at the Fisherman Island not far away like a crystal ball, Arthur was still amazed. The last time he came here, he felt like a fairy tale world. A beautiful island, with beautiful creatures from fairy tales, mermaids. There are also peculiar and powerful Murlocs, with fantastic scenery everywhere. And all of this is in a membrane like a huge crystal ball. Xiaoshu Adam transmits the sunlight above the sea here, completely turning this place into a beautiful fairy tale world. This time, Arthur did not just pass by when he came to Murloc Island. Under the many years of speeches given by Princess Ottoheim, many people want to join the world government and embark on the land with integrity. Enjoyed the sunshine, breeze, 100 woods on land, and everything beyond the sea. However, human greed and xenophobia have left many people suspicious, fearful and even hateful. But these are all understandable. Anyone who is discriminated against, ostracized, or even bought and sold as goods will have a feeling of hatred. Therefore, if the Fisherman Island wants to be released, it will inevitably need to go through many difficulties. And the current situation of Murloc Island, to a certain extent, is exactly the future of Sky Island that Arthur is worried about. The woman from Sky Island is also very beautiful and has a pair of lovely wings. Living in such a high altitude all year round, unknown to the world, once born, it will be seen by the world. There must be an experience like Fishman Island. I am afraid there will be angels being captured as slave trades, and women as tools for venting and showing off. And this is absolutely forbidden by Arthur, the god of the Sky Island. Although he was also a human before being reborn, he is not anymore. He is a winged Sky Islander and the leader of all Sky Islanders. So Arthur has always been under pressure in his heart, constantly making himself stronger. At the same time, he deliberately worked towards making Sky Island powerful. Fortunately, on the Sky Island, there are not few people who have talents and can become strong. Erky, Anilu, Weber, Naz, Wald, Kamakili, Raphael, Braham, Larky, and his little wife Jessica. They are all qualified to be strong people. At least, he can become a strong mid-level midstream lieutenant admiral. And Erky, Anilu, Weber, Wald, and Jessica have the talents of quasi-generals, and even become general-level powerhouses. Especially for Jessica, Piopia Olga makes her future broader, and Arthur personally teaches her with all his strength to help her develop the fruit, and proposes her brainstorming fruit development ideas, so that she will become a big general and strong in the future. It is not impossible. There is also a 3-year-old Asha. She is the little sandy girl who appeared on the island in the original book, a domineering owner who is born with a wide distance. Even if she is a little girl now, she will at least become an elite lieutenant in the future. Through the selection and assessment, among the young people in the sky, the talented children are constantly growing. As long as you have enough time, the Angel Kingdom will definitely become a powerful country in the world. Become a country that is not afraid of the invasion of the four emperors. Furthermore, with Arthur, a god who is the world's top powerhouse a few years later, the four emperors may not dare to invade. Except for the four sand sculptures of Kaido. Therefore, the Sky Island will inevitably appear in the eyes of the world, and this is also what Arthur must do. Therefore, Arthur needs his country to have enough power and national strength to face the greedy human beings. And all of this, even Arthur as a top powerhouse has to face and think. Where there is light, there is darkness. Even in the next few years, he will become the world's top powerhouse. Then, more people will not dare to move their minds easily, but in this way, I am afraid that angels on the black market are more valuable, and trading is inevitable. Just like the current Fisherman Island, being sheltered by the Whitebeard, scared off many human traffickers, but in the same way, the price of Murlocs, especially mermaids, has also risen sharply. Therefore, Arthur needs an ally. And this ally is naturally the most suitable mermaid island with the same experience. They have this kind of pain, and it is easier for them to ally with the Sky Island that may have the same pain in the future. Moreover, Arthur has the qualifications to become the world's top powerhouse, and it will be fine in a few years. It is also a good thing for the Fisherman Island to have a strong man like Arthur as an ally, which is equivalent to an extra shelter. Why not do it? Similarly, Arthur thought the same way. Just need to help the Fisherman Island make a change, then you will have a strong ally. Playing politics is more distant than who sees. And Arthur, who thought he could not use the plot, still became the most foresighted person in the world. Walking on the Fisherman Island, watching the coming and going and occasionally taking a look at himself, treating himself as a human being, mermaids with vigilance and fear. Arthur smiled. This individual fish or fish people is a good seed that is inherently stronger than humans. Once the alliance is successfully formed, the Fisherman Island will certainly be of great help to him in the future. However, how to enter Dragon Palace is a problem now. The construction and design of Dragon Palace City are so ingenious. Fisherman Island and Dragon Palace City are separated in different bubbles, and they are not related to each other. If you want to enter the Dragon Palace City, you must combine bubbles first, otherwise no one can get through. Even if Arthur has a natural thunder fruit ability, this is still a problem. The seawater in the middle can't allow him to use the electromagnetic field to transform into lightning and teleport over. Moreover, I came here to meet the other side friendly and leave a good impression on the other side. This is a basic political courtesy, but also a courtesy of being a person sincere. There is a future. Just as he was thinking, Arthur suddenly noticed that a huge sword came from the unknown depths below the Fisherman Island in the sea. It seems that due to the launch angle, this huge sword will definitely pierce the Murloc Island, then fly over the Murloc Island, penetrate the bubbles again, and pierce into the Dragon Palace. Seeing this scene, Arthur immediately thought of an important person and thought of a better way to contact him. Sorry, that ugly monster, you are my gift. Seeing the giant sword rushing towards Dragon Palace City, Arthur's mouth raised a nice smile. P.S. To reiterate, this book is not supervised. This book is not supervised. This book is not supervised. The important thing is said 3 times. Also, I really attended the funeral yesterday, so I updated a chapter only very late. This is real. Today, there must be 4 shifts. And depending on my ability, there may be a 5th and a 6th shift. If there is, it is not an increase, but the compensation before the change. Just source, please subscribe. Ask for customization. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Reminder. Tsk. Cough. Chapter 76. Seeing that the person with the ability to target the fruit, the great sword thrown by Van der Decken, was about to pierce the bubble above the Murloc Island. Arthur flashed with thunder and disappeared in place, appearing again, on top of the giant sword. This time, Arthur thought of a very simple way to enter it, and can leave a good impression on the other party. Using ray metallurgy, Arthur easily turned the giant sword into a large football. After that, Arthur turned into a thunder and lightning, entered the inside of the sphere, and then turned into a human form. But the huge sword whose shape was changed still headed towards Dragon Palace. This method is very simple, and it is also the idea that Arthur had a flash of inspiration for a while, and his brain opened up. After the target fruit throws an object, it will not stop without being stopped by people or objects. Therefore, Arthur used thunder metallurgy to change its shape during the flight, and it would not affect the characteristics of the target. Of course, this is also a gamble for Arthur. Fortunately, this method worked. As a result, before piercing the hollow membrane on the Murloc island, the giant sword flickered and turned into an elliptical sphere, then pierced the bubble and headed towards Dragon Palace. After a while, Arthur felt some obstacles in the sphere. Then it was like breaking something and entering another place. Arthur knew that this was entering the Dragon Palace city. 10 seconds later, following a violent collision, the sphere was forced to stop, then deformed slightly, and fell to the ground. "Are you there?" Arthur thought to himself in the ball. For fear of causing unnecessary misunderstanding and impulse, Arthur did not get out of the ball the first time. On the other hand, I am also afraid of water, so I have to make sure first. So, Arthur in the sphere elementized his arm, and then pressed his hand on the sphere. While extending it out, he melted the ball into a hold that fits tightly with the arm. I stretched out my hand and felt it. There was no water. I changed the direction and tried the same at the bottom. There was no water at the bottom, but it was a little wet. Feeling that going out will not lose power due to the sea water, leading to weakness, Arthur turned into a thunder and lightning and came out of the ball. By the way, why is there no one? Just meet the hand over. Arthur looked around, and there was no one in front of him. It seems that the Luffy in the original book strayed into the hard shell tower. It was not a hand-over error, but a perennial danger. I have become accustomed to the princess in the tower that will not be harmed, so have I neglected it? There was a short gap. Confirming that there was no one, and perceiving the 2 breaths of life in the hard shell tower, Arthur thought for a while, but still curiously wanted to go in and take a look. One of the 3 top beauties of One Piece. Who wouldn't want to see it? The Emperor wants to see beautiful women too. Crunch. The heavy iron gate was easily pushed open, and the hard shell tower was dark and very quiet. However, because of the sound of entering the door, one of the breaths became active and moved closer to him. However, the creature that is close to him in perception is a big fish. This does not seem to be the breath of a mermaid on Mermaid Island. In the darkness, Arthur had no night vision ability, so came up with a move called ball lightning. This kind of lightning has a very small sound and emits light, so it is perfect to be used as a light. As soon as the ball of lightning appeared, Arthur saw a shark swimming towards him. Because of the sudden appearance of spherical lightning, the shark was taken aback. Immediately he saw Arthur's appearance, and then rushed over with a grin. "Does this treat me as an intruder? Well, I seem to be an intruder." Arthur scratched his head and released the domineering look of the Overlord. This shark, which should be a pet of the White Star, immediately sweated profusely. His eyes paled in fright, and he fainted. Arthur was not surprised why sharks sweat such things, and continued to observe the surroundings with the light of the lightning ball. As soon as I turned around, I saw a huge bed. Before I had time to look again, a soft and pleasant voice rang. "Who is here?" Megalo. Immediately, with a click, the inside of the tower was instantly bright as day. Knowing that it was the mermaid princess Bakesing, who was one of the 3 most beautiful ones in the pirate world, turned on the light, and Arthur scattered the ball of lightning and teleported to the bed. I saw a huge pink mermaid sitting up from the bed rubbing her eyes. At this time, the mermaid princess Bakesing suddenly noticed the stranger on the bed. What's the matter? Who are you? While talking, tears began to flicker in the big eyes of the mermaid princess. Damn, I should be only 11 or 12 years old now. Invincible. She is still a mermaid. Even Arthur was completely shocked at this moment. "You know, There are too many beautiful women in the world of One Piece. The beauties equivalent to 80 to 90 points are basically everywhere on the earth. But the beauty of the mermaid princess Baixing is really indescribable with 100 points. This is a blast. Even Arthur can only admire. However, with Arthur's current character, it only took a second or two to come back to his senses. Find flowers . However, it seemed that it was a little late to come back. Wow, the mermaid princess Baixing had already rubbed her eyes and started crying loudly. One side shouted, "Come on, father, brother Wang." Arthur's brow immediately jumped. Isn't this Luffy's protagonist's treatment? Why does it seem to be so similar to Luffy's experience? Hey, don't cry. I'm not a bad person. Men seem to have a common problem, that is, they can't see women cry, especially women who are good looking. Even though the Princess White Star in front of her is only 11 or 12 years old, she is really too handsome. However, Arthur had some hurried explanations, and he was destined not to be heard by this crying coward princess. She was still crying and saying, "You must have come to this room to kill me." Huh? Arthur flashed an aura, and said, "I am not a human." As he said, Arthur realized the elemental wings hidden in the lightning shell. Wow! Stirring the huge white wings, Arthur flew up from the bed, the same height as Princess White Star's face. Seeing that the person in front of her had an extra pair of wings, Princess White Star was really attracted, and her cries became a little less. "Why do you have wings? Are you an angel? Angels can't be bad guys, right?" Princess White Star stopped her crying, sobbing as she asked. Arthur nodded and replied, "Yes, I am an angel. Angels can also be bad guys, but I am not." "You really won't hurt my life." Princess White Star curled her small mouth, her breath was confused, and she choked. "Of course, I came to Dragon Palace with good intentions for important things." Princess White Star is a very kind little girl, so seeing that Arthur did not really mean to hurt herself, she could not be perfectly self-controlled and immature. She also felt that Arthur was indeed not malicious, and immediately believed in Arthur. If there are actually angels in the world, I thought it was just a fairy tale told by the Queen Mother. Princess White Star looked at Arthur curiously. At this time, because of the cry of Princess White Star, the negligent guards had arrived quickly. At the same time, Neptune, the King of Mermaid, and his 3 princes, as well as the ministers of the left and right, arrived. Kang dang! The door of the hardshell tower was pushed open. P.S. Chapter 2. Then the code word, please subscribe. Ask for various tickets. The grades are already bad, so let's give some support from other aspects. Second. Chapter 77. The door of the hardshell tower was suddenly opened, and then a group of seahorse-dressed guards rushed in, the leader of which was the right minister of the seahorse Murloc. "Hey, you fellow, who are you? Dare to break into the hardshell tower alone?" the minister right yelled as soon as he saw Arthur. Immediately, Minister Right was startled. Heaven ... angel? The other guards also widened their eyes, and couldn't believe the sight in front of them. But before there were other reactions, 4 huge figures and some small figures rushed in again. White Star, Princess White Star. A bunch of messy sounds instantly filled the hardshell tower. Among them, the most concerned, anxious and full of love voices are the voices of the 4 giant figures. And these 4 people are the King of Murloc Island, Neptune, and the 3 princes, the Shark Star, the Emperor Star, and the Sunova Star. The eyes of these 4 people were full of horror, but when they came in, they saw that there were still some teardrops in their beautiful eyes, and they all breathed out. Later, these few people noticed Arthur, who was flying in the air, looking at them. Neptune frowned and looked serious. Although there was nothing wrong with seeing his baby girl, the gaze towards Arthur, the intruder, was still full of alert and annoyance. "What are you ... angel?" As he was about to question who Arthur was, Neptune suddenly found something wrong. He found that the man in front of him was flying in midair, with 2 huge white wings flapping behind him. However, Neptune immediately thought of the devil fruit, and it was no surprise. Continue to ask, "Who are you? Why did you break into the dragon palace alone, and even into my daughter's residence, the hard-shell tower?" Neptune questioned Arthur, and the three princes of Dragon Palace stared at Arthur with serious eyes at the same time. At this moment, no one was wondering about Arthur's wings. Obviously, they all regarded them as some kind of animal fruit ability. "I am the king of the angel race, from the Sky Island. I came here to form an alliance with you." Arthur went straight in and stated his purpose directly. "Huh?" Everyone frowned. Obviously no one believed Arthur's words. As a king, Neptune was naturally more calm. After pondering for a while, Neptune asked, "Make an alliance with me, without telling this beforehand. Why do you prove that you are the king of angels from the Sky Island?" "As far as I know, the angels do not have such big wings, and they rarely come into contact with King Hai, let alone come to the Fisherman Island. In 800 years, there have been very few angels who have been to the Fisherman Island!" "So tell your true purpose," Neptune said aloud after finishing what he had seen and heard. Arthur frowned. Indeed, his wings were so big, he was very different from someone who knew what the angel of Sky Island really looked like. "I am indeed an angel, the wings are just a way to make it grow up." Enough. As the great prince, Shark has begun to assume the majesty of his father. Although we live in the deep sea, there are some records about the Sky Island and the angel tribe. The angel tribe does not have such big wings, and they rarely come to the Fish Island. Only 3 or 4 times in 800 years. If the wings of the Sky Island angel race can get bigger, why didn't they have it in the previous 800 years? It's just an animal-type fruit-capable person. Let's not deceive people here. Tell your true purpose. Shark's remarks were approved by everyone, and they nodded secretly one by one, and were angry with the enemy, and stared at Arthur more vigilantly. Arthur was not angry, nor guilty of being angry. He is a real king, and a king with top-level qualifications. He is so powerful that he is very human. Furthermore, Fishman Island will be his important ally in the future, and even his right-hand man in the future. Just a chuckle, Arthur said, "I know it's hard for you to believe. I also know that you will have relevant records about Sky Island and the angel race. But I really didn't lie. I am the angel race and the king of the angel race. That is, the god of the Sky Island. As far as you think I am a kind of animal-type fruit-powered disguise, I can understand it. However, I am a natural fruit-powered person." Speaking of this, Arthur suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Shark. Carefully, a group of people yelled in panic. Humphrey, Neptune and the third prince snorted and waved their weapons. Arthur was divided into several segments by 2 tridents and 3 knives. Seeing that Arthur, who had eased his speech before, was cut into 6 segments by his father and brother Wang, the kind and pure Baixing covered his eyes in horror. Everyone, especially Neptune and the third prince, suddenly remembered that the baby from home was still here, and at the same time, they were shocked, and there was a look of distress on their faces. It's not good to show children such a terrifying sight. So, I'm really not an animal person who pretends to be an angel, but I'm a natural person with fruit ability. At this time, everyone thought that Arthur, who was already dead, spoke with his head in the air. What? Everyone looked at the broken body that had been cut into 6 segments and floated in the air without falling. Zzzz, a flash of thunder and lightning. The remnants of Arthur's body actinized one by one, turning into thunder and lightning, successively condensing into the previous appearance under the head. Arthur flapped his wings and flew in the air, and said, "Look, I am a natural, not an animal, so I am not an angel, but a real angel. I just found a way to make the wings bigger." Knowing that the winged guy in front of him is really not an animal-type fruit-powered disguise, Neptune frowned and looked at Arthur carefully. Looking at it, he found that Arthur's appearance was very handsome, and his body was definitely not what ordinary people could have. As a king, he could feel that the opponent had a temperament that was very similar to his own. And this kind of temperament is unique to the king. At this moment, the second prince, Emperor Xing, suddenly said, "I remember, father, Didn't our three brothers tell you a few months ago? Here a strange sentence. The other party called himself the king of the Sky Island. When I came back to visit you for a while, the voice was very similar to this person's. When Huang Xing said this, Shark and Cardumper remembered this and immediately nodded. Arthur also nodded and said, yes, that voice was indeed me a few months ago. I saw a few pirate scum that I killed by lightning with my hand. Do you believe it now? Feeling that the other party did not tell a lie, Neptune said, well, we were too arbitrary before. But what are you doing here? Why go to Dragon Palace alone? I have already said that I am here, as the god of the Sky Island, the king of angels, to discuss the alliance with you, the king of the Fisherman Island. Arthur said solemnly, as for entering here alone, I just don't know how to get in. Then I just saw a huge sword flying here, so I used lightning to shape it into an elliptical sphere, drilled inside and followed in. Arthur said this, and immediately there was a report from the soldiers outside the hard shell tower. Your Majesty Neptune, there is indeed a somewhat deformed elliptical sphere outside. Hearing this, Neptune waited for 1,000 people frowned, thinking of the person who caused them a headache. Van der Decken. Okay, I understand. Since you are the king of angels and come here for the alliance, please move to the banquet room, where we will talk more about it. Here, the door is wide open. To me's daughter is a big threat. Neptune's attitude changed a lot, and he said politely to Arthur, glancing at Bai Xing, who was watching the conversation between himself and his father, king and brothers, and then at the nervous people who looked at the door from time to time. Arthur smiled and nodded. Van der Decken, that idiot, just settle it after the talks. Thinking so secretly in his heart, Arthur followed Neptune and others who led him, slowly flying out of the hard shell tower. P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 4 also has it, but I had a meal at 2 noon, and I am so hungry now that I went out for a meal, so it was too late before 12 o'clock. I will come back to the code word after eating, and I can read it tomorrow. Not surprisingly, at least one chapter will be added after chapter 4. Finally, it is still for subscription and customization. There are various other things. Although it may be a bit boring at the moment, my book is slow to read. I am ambushing and preparing to fill in some holes. There will be some cool things coming soon, so don't give up when you see the friends here. 78. Chapter 78. Arthur followed the Mermaid King Neptune to leave from Princess White Star's hard shell tower, and the door was slowly closed by the guards. A lonely little girl was left behind, and gradually blocked her eyes, longing for everything outside. In the banquet room, due to the arrival of Arthur, Neptune ordered people to use bubble coral to drain all the seawater in the hall. Then he brought a set of tables and chairs, and the 4 father and son sat opposite Arthur. The guards stood on the edge of the hall, and the left and right ministers stood around Neptune. After sitting down, Neptune asked about his doubts while ordering people to prepare some fruit specialties for entertainment. I'm sorry. What's your name? It's really rude. I've been nervous, I forgot about it. With a mouth, Neptune felt a little embarrassed. From beginning to end, he didn't even know the name of the angel opposite. Arthur chuckled. It doesn't matter. My name is God Arthur. You can call me Arthur. Neptune nodded and said, oh, yes, King Arthur. According to our very few records of Sky Island and Angel Race, Sky Island and Angel Race basically do not communicate with King High. And our Fisherman Island has never had an intersection with you. I don't understand. Why do you want to form an alliance with the Fisherman Island? For this, everyone who calmed down was very suspicious. Sky Island and Murloc Island, one in the sky and one in the deep sea, and the intersection between the two and King High is very small, and there is no intersection between the two. I want to take the Sky Island to the world, so that they can feel the magnificence of the world. However, once they are born and face this world, they will inevitably face a situation like the Fisherman Island. Arthur said so. It is absolutely exaggerated. The above is just a small part of the reason. The real reason, this world is currently only known to him. However, when Arthur said this, everyone suddenly became clear. It turned out to be like this. It is indeed so. Because of their uniqueness and rarity, the Murlocs are slaves that the nobles are vying to buy in the King High Sea. In other words, once the Sky Island Angel clan is also known to the world and is no longer a vague legend, then how can greedy humans let go of the equally rare and beautiful Angel clan? Moreover, the King of the Sky Island has said before that there is a way to make the wings bigger. Then, just like the angels in real fairy tales and myths, the fate of the Sky Island Angel clan will never be any better than that of the Murlocs, or even worse. Thinking of this, everyone in the hall looked at Arthur with more sympathy and recognition. Therefore, I need an ally who can help each other with my angel race. Arthur's tone was firm. This had to be firm. Once he could convince the other party, then the future would be of great benefit to Arthur. Only White Star is enough for him to attach so much importance to Murloc Island. And, this is also an indispensable part of Arthur's plan. But Neptune's tone hesitated. I'm sorry. Although I understand that the situation of my Fisherman Island today may be the situation of your Sky Island tomorrow, the alliance is useless. Our alliance can only be an oral written promise after all. Judging from the geographical location and the huge differences between the two sides, this is indeed the case. Their alliance can only be a verbal and written promise, and it cannot actually help each other. In this way, there is basically no discussion about whether to form an alliance or not. But Arthur came prepared this time. So, Arthur looked around and said, I need a secret environment. Although I'm sorry to say that, I don't want anyone other than the four of you, father and son, to hear my next words. When Arthur said so, the atmosphere in the hall stagnated. The ministers on the left and right were even more calm. These words made it clear that they did not believe them. But they had served the Neptune imperial family for decades. Neptune frowned, looked at his most trusted ministers on both sides, and then said, sorry, the ministers on the left and right are the people I trust the most. Can you let them stay? In that case, of course you can. But there can only be two more of them. Arthur nodded. In fact, they hadn't planned to let the left and right ministers leave. They just said casually, it is enough to let those guards leave. So, the guards, who were obviously very upset, gave Arthur angrily and left the hall. Next, Arthur, Neptune, father and son, and the ministers left and right stayed in the hall for a few hours. Afterwards, the thoughtful Neptune's eyes were filled with joy. He had never thought about the problem so thoroughly, and today Arthur's words gave him an initiation. It also made him understand what their biggest mistake was over the years, and that they had been going farther and farther on the detour. Similarly, the three Shark brothers, who are not as deep as Neptune, are full of excitement and smiles on their faces. The ministers on the left and right were also very excited, and glanced at Arthur from time to time, and his eyes were full of admiration. Mr. Arthur, what you said today is the most reasonable thing I have heard in my life. It really makes me empowered. Neptune said happily, without realizing himself. In his tone, there was some respect. My plan is very full, so I will be the first soldier, and then help you. Once everything goes smoothly, then the future will be even better. Arthur smiled lightly, not surprising the mentality of the few people now. These people don't know what's going on. Anyway, the political mind is terrible. Even as a king, Neptune's ideas are often naive. For example, he shut Princess White Star in a hard shell tower to protect White Star, but he didn't think about how to kill Van der Decken, so that his daughter could live a happy life. What's more frightening is that his sons did not object to his approach at all, but supported him very much and upheld his usual style. Now, Arthur has selectively said part of his plan, and then explained many things to them. They understood at once, and in an instant there was an idea of whether they had lived in vain before. The gazes of Neptune, Shark Star and others all looked at the bottom of Dragon Palace. Their is Murloc Island. With Mr. S help, I think we will soon be as Mr. said. In the past, we really neglected these potential forces. As a big brother, Shark has the most calm personality. In some ways, he is a better person than Neptune. Don't worry, it will Whether it is my goal or your vision, it will become reality." Arthur smiled. His eyes seemed to pass through the ground of Dragon Palace City, looking at the Murloc Island below. No one noticed that his eyes were so deep and so boundless. This move is half done. P.S. The coding of this chapter is really not easy. I coded a chapter before, then deleted, and revised it for a long time. I was still dissatisfied and couldn't jump out of that mode of thinking. In the end, there is no way, just open another text, recode, and suddenly it feels different from the previous code. It's another foreshadowing, and at the same time, some of the foreshadowings laid before will begin to fill the hole. It's not easy. There is a chapter after this chapter, and you have to sleep when you are over. And remember that I am asking for all kinds of things, everyone. 79. Chapter 79. What? In Neptune's voice, there was some consternation. You want to take the little girl out? This. Neptune was a little embarrassed. The young man in front of him was indeed no less than a teacher to him, but he took Baixing out. Neptune was annoyed at the thought of that nasty Murloc pirate. Aside, Shark and the other two princes also frowned. Upon seeing this, Arthur felt helpless. It seems that although some opinions have changed, it is still difficult to adapt to behaviors. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even with red hair, it's not much better than me. So unless a powerhouse like the Four Emperors strikes, no one can hurt Baixing under my protection. This. Well, I believe, sir. Neptune finally nodded. However, just in case, let the three brothers go with you. Neptune pointed to the three Shark brothers and said, no need. The reason why I took Baixing out was because I was thinking about a little girl who was locked in a tower and was unhappy in childhood. So I took her to fulfill some dreams. The other was to bring that idiot over and kill him, once and for all. Arthur's face was indifferent. Van der Decken's kind of stuff was like him. In that case, please come to Mr. Neptune. Neptune nodded, summoned a guard, and asked him to take Arthur to the hard shell tower, and then everything went with him. As for them, now they have a lot of things they want to discuss. Moreover, as a person with natural fruit ability, even if he couldn't do it, it would be no problem to protect the White Star. Moreover, Arthur personally told them his upper limit of strength, and also talked about fighting Red Hair and recognizing his own strength. In the hard shell tower, the mermaid princess Baixing is sitting on the bed, holding her big fishtail like an etuk. Above her beautiful and lovely face, she was full of loneliness. Megaluo, the Lord Angel, just now doesn't know what is going on. He is actually an angel. When I was a child, my mother told me stories about angels. Aside, the shark acting as a listener rolled his eyes. It doesn't think Arthur is a good person. The previous momentum is really terrifying. You must stay away from that talent, or you will be eaten. How did your queen tell the story about angels? In the bright and empty tower, a magnetic male voice suddenly appeared. Huh? Are you an angel? Baixing was startled when he heard this voice, and then he saw Arthur standing on the table, and said timidly, my name is Arthur. Arthur introduced himself. Yes, Lord Arthur. Baixing carefully played with his fingers, and glanced at Arthur curiously from time to time. Master Arthur, why are you here again? Father and the others, didn't you do anything to you? Arthur nodded and smiled. Of course, I and your father are already friends now, and of course they won't know how. When Baixing heard this, his eyes widened in surprise, and he jumped for a moment. Really? That's great, Lord Arthur. Yes. Arthur nodded and said with a smile, so I came here to take you out to play. Huh? Baixing was taken aback for a moment, then his small mouth curled up. Although this mouth is more Arthurian, it is a lot bigger. However, Lord Deacon will attack me with weapons. Baixing's voice was full of pitiful grievances. She didn't understand. She just didn't like that adult. Why did she attack her? For a while, Arthur felt a little distressed. He glanced at the huge little girl pityingly, and Arthur waved his hand. Don't be afraid, I am very strong. That ugly monster is not my opponent. Go with ease. I can take you to wherever you want to go on Murloc Island. Really? What I want to go most is the forest of the sea. Baixing was immediately attracted by the last sentence, and Van der Decken was forgotten by her for a while. Yes, let's go. Arthur waved his hand and opened the door. Really? Really okay? Baixing looked at the opening door with fear and expectation, and hesitated. Yes, I have already told your father, and he agreed. For this little girl, Arthur couldn't bear to show impatience, and spoke softly. Do harm to the country and the people, harmed the country and the people. No wonder those emperors are so crazy for the beauty. Great. Baixing's star eyes suddenly lit up. Megalo, take me and Lord Arthur out to play. Baixing turned his head and said to the shark hiding in the innermost area, only half of his head exposed, looking at Arthur in fear. Shoo the shark shook his head in fear, but saw the owner's eyes and swam out helplessly. However, near Arthur, it circled slightly. Let's go. Arthur appeared above the shark's head for an instant. The shark's body suddenly stiffened, and his head was covered with cold sweat. Under the gaze of many guards, the cheering White Star rode on his pet shark Megalo, opening the passage from Dragon Palace City to Merman Island. Ah, Master Arthur, this place is so beautiful. I haven't seen the scenery here in 4 or 5 years. Baixing held his chest with 2 small hands, looking left and right, excited. It was the first time to watch Fishman Island from a high altitude, and Arthur also felt very beautiful. On the ground, people on Fishman Island accidentally spotted a shark high in the sky. Is that Megalo? Isn't that Princess White Star's pet? A male Murloc asked strangely. Yes, I saw Princess White Star sitting on it. Another male mermaid said. In an instant, this place became quiet. All fish and Murlocs almost stared out. For nothing. Princess White Star has come out of Dragon Palace. There is a man on it. Not good. That man kidnapped the princess. Let's save the princess soon. A personal fish and a Murloc, whether young or old, are like ants on a hot pot, nervous and angry. At this time, the people watching here and there in the air suddenly noticed the movement below. Peering out his head, he saw a group of match-sized people waved at him, and immediately raised his hands happily. Hi everyone, I'm seeing you again. Oh. That's great. The people who just talked to the people below with a smile on their faces immediately shed tears larger than basketball in the next moment. However, because they were at a high altitude, the people below could not hear clearly, and could only see the movements and the huge drops of water falling down. They knew that it was the tears of the princess. But this time, the nest directly exploded below. God. Princess White Star waved to us for help just now. You see, she was crying in fear. Damn it. I'm so useless. I obviously saw Princess White Star crying for help, but there is nothing to do. Damn it. Think of a way. Think of a way. Princess White Star is asking for help from us. All the mermaid and fish people in a hurry, because they blamed themselves for not being able to rescue the White Star Princess who asked for help. They cried one by one. Even Arthur didn't expect that it was just a small misunderstanding, but as a result, Baixing made such a whole thing, actually let the bottom blow up. This is not so good. We still have to go down and let the girl Baixing explain to them, otherwise this Fisherman Island may cause turmoil. Princess Ottoheim, White Star, the third prince, and Neptune, are really popular. Arthur was full of emotion at the following misunderstanding. And somewhere in the deep sea outside the Murloc Island, a 4-legged ugly mermaid was holding a dagger that was obviously abnormal in size. Princess White Star, please agree to my marriage proposal. This painful separation of the two places really makes me feel heartbroken. This wretched ugly mermaid is exactly Van der Decken. While talking, he threw the dagger in his hand. Van der Decken stared at the dagger whose final direction was different from the previous one. His eyes gradually filled with excitement. She left Dragon Palace City. Great. I'm going to ask her to propose in person now. P.S. The first chapter is completed. Sleeping now. I am sleepy. 80. Chapter 80. P.S. Originally, this chapter was not the content, but it seems that some readers felt that Arthur was so dedicated to banqueting, so I used the protagonist's psychology and thoughts to write the cause and effect. By the way, I put an important piece of information. It's up to you to see it. White Star. Arthur looked helplessly at the crying White Star and the huge tears that kept falling. I couldn't see a woman crying, this guy cried endlessly, and his voice was still loud. At this critical moment, there is already a riot below. Huh? Banquet heard Arthur's call, stopped crying, and turned around sobbing. Master Arthur, don't cry. The people below thought I kidnapped you. Arthur thought about how to make banqueting brave. Don't cry all the time. Just like Luffy's chapter in the Fisherman Island in the original book, banqueting was changed, and he became brave and stopped crying. For Arthur, banqueting's superb appearance also made him very tempted, but Bai Jing is an 11 or 12-year-old girl, and it is too early to think about this. The most important thing is that banqueting is Neptune Poseidon. The reason why Arthur bothered to form an alliance with Murloc Island was because of the fact that the Murloc Island was optimistic about the fact that the Murloc Island was born 10 times stronger than humans, and the unimpeded access in the sea. On the other hand, it was also the main reason why Arthur came here. It was this pink and lovely little girl, Poseidon, the Sea King who only appeared in hundreds of years. The little power shown by the White Star in the original book can already see her importance. The top-notch Neptune category is probably not afraid of human top powerhouses. Of course, this is just a guess of Arthur. Even if the top Sea Kings are still far behind the top powers of humans, they are also extremely powerful. Among other things, an island like Noah, a few Sea Kings easily towed away. And how many such Sea Kings are there in this world? This is an unknown number, because even Oda hasn't said it. In addition to the top Neptune category, there are simply countless other giant Neptunes. Just 2 windless zones. I'm afraid there are millions of Sea Kings. These forces are basically the forces that can shake the world. If the deployment is not done early, after the appearance of Luffy, the Son of Destiny, this force will become an aid to Luffy or people related to Luffy. Therefore, after discussing the alliance with Neptune, Arthur asked to take the White Star out and remove hidden dangers for him. On the one hand, it is to show sincerity and make the alliance between the two sides more reliable. On the other hand, even if the White Star of Neptune didn't even know, Arthur knew the identity of the White Star. So in order to make a good impression in advance, Arthur did this. As many shadows as he can leave in his heart. With one of the 3 major weapons, even if the world is chaotic in the future, you will still sit on the Diaoyutai. So, now Arthur will be like this. If the leader of a non-nuclear country sees a nuclear bomb manufacturing expert who has no ownership, can he not be impressed and not pleased? Not to mention the present situation, just to exaggerate a little bit more diligence, Arthur is willing. When Banquet heard Arthur's words, he was stunned and said in a panic, Master Arthur didn't kidnap Banquet. What should I do? It's okay, let's lower the height and explain it clearly to them. Arthur stomped twice with his foot, and commanded to Banquet's pet shark, descend to 100 meters above the ground. Megalo, who was terrified of Arthur, immediately lowered his height when he heard the words, and did not dare to delay in the slightest. The people below saw Megalo lowering his height, exclaiming one by one, and then became excited. Everyone was shouting and angry. At the height set by Arthur, Megalo stopped. Banquet leaned out, looked at the people below, then waved, and said in a panic, Everyone, don't be nervous, Lord Arthur is not a bad person. He didn't kidnap me. While Banquet was explaining to the people who listened to him, Arthur suddenly turned his head and looked at the only port on Murloc Island. Are you here? In the port, a large ship dragged by a giant marine creature resembling a human being called toward the port was towed by the god of the sea. Afterwards, walked down from above an ugly Murloc with 4 legs, a small top hat, upturned hair and a beard. Let me see, my White Star Princess has really come out of Dragon Palace, is it? After Van der Decken arrived, he took out a note and threw it out. Finding that the direction of the note was not to fly to Dragon Palace, Van der Decken's face was surprised. Oh ha 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 ha, great, dear Baixing, I have come to propose to you in person. Let ha 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 ha. Van der Decken has been waiting for this day for too long. So as soon as he found out that Baixing had left Dragon Palace, he rushed over immediately. When he walked to the side, he pushed a huge coral plant to it, and then tapped it lightly with his right hand. The coral plant flew up automatically, and flew towards the position of the white star. At this time, Van der Decken immediately jumped up, and under the gaze of the people at the port, he let out an arrogant laughter of let's ha 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 and went away. On the other side, Baixing has solved all the misunderstandings. But people are still very worried. They all know that Princess White Star is being frantically pursued by the captain of the Flying Dutchman, Van der Decken. For this reason, they throw out some huge weapons every day to attack the White Star. At this moment, seeing the White Star coming out, on the one hand, I was happy with the appearance of the White Star Princess, but on the other hand, I was more worried. Soon, their worries came true, because of a string of weird laughter from afar. For a moment, the ugly Van der Decken has appeared here. The target ability on the coral was relieved, and Van der Decken jumped down from above. I don't know where to take out a bunch of roses, then knelt down on one knee, and confessed affectionately, "Dear Princess White Star, you finally came out of Dragon Palace. Promise my marriage proposal." "Don't." The frightened Baixing refused timidly, hiding behind Arthur. Rear. Huh? Van der Decken also suddenly found the handsome human in front of Baixing, instantly burning with jealousy, and exuding terrible killing intent. Grave accent diaresis. Is it because of this human? Damn, I will kill you. No. Princess White Star shook her head behind Arthur, who couldn't stop herself at all, and then continued, "Because Lord Deacon, you are not the type I like." What? Van der Decken was petrified on the spot as if being struck by lightning. After a long silence, Van der Decken's face was gloomy. "In this case, I can't get you, and I can't let others get you, so I can only kill you." At this moment, Arthur, who had not spoken for a while, said, "But you are going to die now." Huh? What? Van der Decken saw Arthur, who made him jealous, and he didn't even see him. "Who do you think you are with?" Before the words were finished, a huge thunder and lightning appeared. 200 million volts, scorching lightning. The thunder and lightning with the terrifying high temperature vaporized and disappeared before Van der Decken could react. 300 million volts, God's verdict. Then, there was a flash of lightning behind Arthur, and the elementalized wings disappeared. At the port of Fishman Island, the guards guarding here were looking at the back of a group of pirates with horror, when a huge bald sea monster got in good luck. "This is the sea. The sea god." What? While exclaiming, a strong light burst out of the sky suddenly, and then a beam of light flickering from the sky fell from the sky. Booming, a scorched black hole appeared in the head of Poseidon, who had just entered half of his body, completely dead, and his body flashed with electric sparks from time to time. Afterwards, traces of thunder and lightning diffused from the sea god's body, condensed in the air, and turned into a wing wrapped in thunder and lightning. Immediately, winged thunder and lightning masterpieces, and hundreds of strong thunder and lightning broke out. At this moment, those who had just entered the port and belonged to Van der Decken were also destroyed. Van der Decken pirates, this group is destroyed? There was no sign of extinction, and even the screams were not left behind. The reason why Arthur had not reacted just now was that he didn't want to talk nonsense, waiting for the body of the bald sea monster to enter the Murloc Island, and then destroy the group for him. Everyone's eyes bulged, looking at where Van der Decken stood before in disbelief. There is only a pool of black powder now. The culprit who has troubled Princess White Star for 4 or 5 years is the only thing left to die. 81. Chapter 81. Amidst people's shock, a lightning flashed quickly from the port, then shot into Arthur's back and hid it. Now Arthur's use of the fruit of the thunder can be described as perfect. According to the use of the original Anilu, 200 million volts, 300 million volts, it may not be able to kill Van der Decken and Poseidon. However, Arthur gave full play to the characteristics of thunder and lightning. Even if Luffy, who was able to completely ignore the lightning strike, faced Arthur, he would still be killed. Are you afraid of being electrified, even if you are not afraid of high temperatures of thousands of degrees? Behind him, Baixing covered her pink lips, and looked at the back of a thunder in horror, turning into a pile of black and grey Van der Decken's traces. Yeah, Lord Arthur, you killed Lord Deacon. Baixing was a little scared, but this was the second time she saw someone being killed in front of her. The last one was her mother's queen. Arthur turned around, and Fenkinian said calmly, "No, I sent him away." Huh? A question mark appeared on Baixing's head. After a while of silence, the surrounding Murlocs and mermaids suddenly cheered. Great, this guy really deserves it. Now Princess White Star doesn't have to stay in the hardshell tower anymore. She can go out freely. It's great, it's a good thing to celebrate that human. It seems that we have really misunderstood it. For a while, everyone celebrated with each other and was very happy. White Star is something that almost all islanders on this island are willing to take care of. This is not only because of Baixing's kindness, but also because Princess Ottoheim of Zengjin made them wear them from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Baixing is still a bit tangled, Arthur knew that this kind girl thought it was not good to kill. For this, Arthur really couldn't understand the brain circuits of this world. Shouldn't you have the ability to kill your mother's enemy immediately? Let yourself stay in the hardshell tower and dare not come out. Shouldn't you feel a sigh of relief if you have the opportunity to kill? There is really no way to think about these things. However, this is a little girl, so Arthur said softly, "Okay, don't care. If such a bad guy dies, other people will not be hurt. If the bad guy does not die, more good people will be hurt." Hearing this, Baixing's beautiful eyes dilated, and his pupils lost their focus. No one had ever told her about this simple and plain truth, and she had never thought about it that way. If this is the case, will the things I conceal will cause more people to be harmed? She suddenly questioned her choice over the past few years. Baixing remembered the real reason for her mother's death. She has been following the mother's teachings and burying this matter in her heart. These years are for the other party to regret and to stop the hatred from continuing. But now Arthur's words have completely questioned her idea. But even so, her starting point is still for others. Baixing, let's go. Go where you want to go, Arthur called. Baixing regained his senses and condensed his previous thoughts, then nodded happily, boarded Megalo, and said to Arthur, "Master Arthur, I want to go to the Forest of the Sea. My mother is there. I have always wanted to visit her." "Okay, let's go. With me here, you can go anywhere on Murloc Island." Arthur nodded and motioned to the shark to leave quickly. The misunderstanding here is cleared. Van der Decken was also lucky to be killed. Next, after that, Hody Jones was also killed. After that, the Fisherman Island basically has no security risks. Just recruit the strong ones among the Murlocs, and then train them. In the future, even the pirates will not dare to make any trouble when they pass by here. When it comes to blocking the gate of the New World, what is the situation that armed sex is not popular? Armed sex is not popular, and only a few people know how to see and hear sex. As for the Overlord's domineering being used by Luffy on the Fisherman Island, it is actually not clear what kind of power it is. Don't be too ignorant. After people knew that Arthur was not the villain who kidnapped the princess, they knew that White Star was going to the Forest of the Sea, and they immediately understood what it was for. All of them sighed a little, and then waved goodbye to Bai Crossing. Back in the sky again, the innocent Baixing had a smile on his face again. Her mother likes to see her happy, but doesn't like her sad. She hadn't seen much of the scenery of Fishman Island. After that, because of Van der Decken, he stayed in the hardshell tower and didn't dare to go out. So everything here is so fresh to her. While looking around happily, Baixing was talking about her mother's queen telling her about the land, and at the same time asking Arthur. Knowing more information on the land, Baixing's eyes are full of expectation and desire. Land, That was his mother's dream, and also her dream. After a while, Meguro slowly swam to the edge of the Fisherman Island in the air, and the forest of the sea had appeared in front of his eyes. Baixing, who had always been happy, couldn't help it after all, and became a little sad. Baixing, go, I am waiting for you here, Arthur said to Baixing. Baixing nodded and wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes. Well, Lord Arthur, thank you. Seeing Baixing sitting on Megalo and leaving, Arthur also entered the sea forest. His experience is domineering, and he perceives a strange thing. Should it be a confession written in that ancient text? Although he couldn't understand, Arthur ran over to take a look. It suddenly occurred to him that a message appeared in the original book. It is said that Roger, the One Piece King, seems to be able to hear the sound of the steel in the historical text, so although he does not understand the ancient text, he knows what is written on the steel. Is that Roger's special domineering, or the ability to achieve a certain level of domineering experience, just like category can be predicted for a short time? This matter has always been puzzled by Arthur. Moreover, Arthur has always been curious as to what his ability to see, hear, and color will be. When he reaches the pinnacle of seeing, hear and color, he will have a special ability. So what is he? The key is, when will he reach the peak of seeing, hearing and color? You know, his current range of seeing, hearing and color is already 286 kilometers, which is almost 300 kilometers. With this doubt, Arthur walked into the depths of the forest of the sea. In another place, Baixing was in front of his mother's tomb, narrating the events of these years and his thoughts. Also, what Arthur said before. P.S. In the next chapter, I will return to the empty island. The matter of the Fisherman Island is almost clearly written. There is no need to write it. A little regretful, a small character like Van der Decken wasted too much time. After that, Hordie Jones took it all at once. It's time to go back and bury some pits. And about Jessica, her role will also be written out. Chapter 82, P.S. Seek all kinds of things. All flowers evaluation votes are required. It is estimated that there will be supplementary changes after the fourth chapter is updated after the meal Fishman Island port. A large group of people are here. The 4 Neptunes and the White Star Princess, as well as the seamen who rushed back from the New World 10 days ago, are very equal. Mr. Arthur, are you really not taking some days? Neptune said to stay. Yes, Mr. Arthur. Our 3 brothers really benefited a lot during your stay. Let's leave sometime. Yeah, Lord Arthur, people don't want you to go. Baixing stared at Arthur expectantly. All 5 of the Neptune family are trying to stay. But Arthur still shook his head and refused. I really couldn't stay any longer. Almost a month ago, Arthur took the White Star to the sea forest and destroyed the Van der Decken pirate group directly. After that, he helped them understand Hordie Jones' conspiracy. They only knew that the kingdom's forbidden drug, the evil drug, was actually Hordie Jones, was stolen while serving as the guard of the palace. After that, Arthur did not do anything, but after they thoroughly investigated what had happened, they decided to arrest Hordie Jones and his men. However, due to the increasing power of the murderous drug, no one on Murloc Island is an opponent of Hordie Jones. Xi Jinping was also in the New World, and couldn't rush back in time. Therefore, Arthur made a bold move. However, Arthur did not actually kill the opponent in a second. This is also a little underestimating the enemy, and then Hordie Jones has taken a lot of poison. As a result, Arthur did not directly kill him, but made him feel Arthur's strength. So he was crazy about Krypton medicine. In the end, even Arthur had to lament the strength of Hordie Jones after taking the medicine. It is estimated that in addition to himself, the strongest people in Sky Island can fight with him at this time. This gave Arthur a sense of crisis and urgency. Hordie Jones, who took a lot of poison, estimated that the strength of the Lieutenant Admiral was enough to reach the level of the elite. It's just that, without being armed and domineering, it pulled him down a lot. Subsequently, after adjusting the opponent's strength level, Arthur used a 300 million volt super powerful technique to destroy it. As for his subordinates, They did not run away with one move. Afterwards, according to Arthur's suggestion, Murloc Street was completely blocked and demolished. All Murlocs must stay on the Murloc Island, live on the island, and start the census at the same time. For more than half a month, Arthur guided the Neptune family and embarked on drastic reforms. The first point is drafting, and then persuading those who are not strong enough in the original army to retire. Then began the selection process like Sky Island, and the 200,000 people initially selected were all quite good. Once formally trained and eliminated, the 200,000 Murloc troops will be reduced to 100,000, and it is estimated that the combat power and national strength of the Murloc Island will become the top 100 of all countries in the world. Although it is not as good as the Sky Island that has been laid out for 6 years, except that the elite combat power is not as good as the Sky Island, the ordinary combat power is estimated to be not much weaker than the Sky Island. In addition, the spread of the martial arts spirit and the popularization of education are also in the stage of preparation. These are all things that have started on Sky Island for more than 2 years. Especially for education, Fishman Island does not even have a school. Those children basically teach by themselves, then rely on the children's self-study, so that the efficiency is low. And there will be some people who are not very sincere to the royal family. Although Arthur can't figure out why the literacy rate is so high. Isle of Man in the fish. A variety of proposals and reforms are basically empty island has been practiced to do. It is just to make some changes in combination with the situation of the Fisherman Island. In just 1 month, Fishman Island has undergone earth-shaking changes. And all of these changes are changing for the better. 10 days ago, Seaman Jinping, who had rushed back from the New World, found a lot of things different from the past when he arrived at Fishman Island. Then he was planning to go directly to Dragon Palace City, but this time was also delayed. On the same day, he wandered around the Fisherman Island, and then he went to Dragon Palace City with joy from the bottom of his heart. After learning that all of this was related to Arthur, Jinping even showed his respect. As for the alliance, Jinping very much agrees, and even hopes that after the Fisherman Island is stabilized, he can go to the Sky Island and visit it in person. For this, Arthur naturally readily agreed. Mr. Arthur, thank you very much for everything on the Fisherman Island. I can see these changes in my lifetime. The old man feels that his life is worth it. If you need help, don't be polite. The old man will definitely not refuse. Very Ping looked at Arthur gratefully and made his promise. Hearing this, Arthur nodded with a smile. He really doesn't think there can be anything that needs Jinping's help. I need help, so without the strength of the 4 sovereigns, it's useless for anyone to come. Master Arthur, if you have time, remember to come to Fishman Island. I will remember your words and try to be brave and not be a coward. Baixing worked hard to lower his head, looked at Arthur, and said this seriously. Arthur was a little embarrassed. Although it was because of the different races, a little girl bent her head down and talked to herself, more or less embarrassed. Well, come on. Also, it's very important to learn to control what you see and hear. Arthur solemnly exhorted. Regarding the fact that the white star is Neptune, Arthur said that one day he had a very wide range of sights. So he heard Van der Jones saying this in the sea for reasons and justified it. 0. Although Neptune hesitated, he finally nodded and admitted. After that, Arthur talked about this matter with Baixing in an upright manner, and asked her to work hard to control her terrible talent for seeing, hearing and sex. Amidst the farewells, Arthur started his yacht and headed toward the deep sea. From the Sky Island, it was February 1518 in the Yuan calendar, and now it is the end of July 1518 in the Yuan calendar. After nearly 6 months, it's time to go back. It's time for the last step of the Angel Legion. In addition, there are other things that need to be dealt with. That is the time to prepare for the time when Sky Island and the Angel race are known to the world. After all, the meeting of the world government is already within easy reach. It is time for all of my own plans to be put on the table and part of the announcement. There is also the harvest of this trip to the New World, and I have to go back and turn it into the background of an empty island. Soon, Arthur's yacht reached the exit of Murloc Island and disappeared under everyone's attention. Half a month later, Arthur returned to the Sky Island again. After half a year, I saw Lucky goodbye, and Jessica, who hadn't seen each other for a few months, dried up the fire for a while. As the so-called little couple wins over the newlyweds, for the first time one picked two, Arthur said that he had no problem and he could add a few more. On the second day after returning to the empty island, Arthur finished his meal and headed towards the forest of Apaya. Chapter 83, in Apayador, there is a forest that is a forbidden place for humans. Except for Sandia soldiers, Arthur's family and other individuals, no one else can enter without authorization. Because there is the territory of Nolan, Lord of the Sky. As Apayado became the political center of the Angel Kingdom, it became more and more prosperous and the population increased. Therefore, in order to prevent Nolan from hurting people, a large area of forest was finally divided as its territory. At this moment, Nolan was asleep. It has nothing to do all day, unless the bell rings. Otherwise he can only stay here honestly. It still remembers that Arthur told him before that he can live freely in the future, but it has been several years. When will this be fulfilled? Eat and sleep, sleep and eat, excretion at most, and occasionally turn around. Obviously it is a giant python with a length of 500 meters, and now it has become a pig's way of life. In the forest, Nolan's breath drove gusts of fishy wind, and no creatures dared to approach here for several kilometers. Arthur appeared here abruptly with a bag in his hand. Feeling the movement, Nolan moved slightly, but in the end there was no response and continued to fall asleep. "Nolan!" Arthur shouted. Then Nolan's snake body moved a few more times. It seemed that he was waking up, but there was no movement, and the breathing remained the same. The corners of Arthur's mouth twitched. This is to raise a snake into a pig. With a finger movement, a lightning of 5 million volts struck the snake's head and slashed it down. Sizzle! Nolan shot up and let out a painful hiss. Immediately, Nolan turned his head angrily. There was a moment of silence, and there was a touch of flattery on Nolan's snake face. The head of the originally high snake instantly lowered, quite a feeling of nodding and bowing. "Nolan, remember what I said a few years ago?" Arthur looked at Nolan's majestic body. The more satisfied he looked. "As long as there are not those 2 rows of inexplicable hairs, it will surely be much better." As soon as Nolan heard this, Snake Eyes immediately became excited, and the whole snake became energetic. Arthur picked up the thing he was carrying, motioned to Nolan, and said, "This is a devil fruit. After eating it, it can become a dragon." Nolan stared at the artificial devil fruit that Arthur had obtained from Punk Hazard. In fact, Arthur had already had this plan in his mind since he decided to subdue Nolan from the beginning. The real Shenlong fruit was eaten by Kaido, and the other one that can become a dragon is the artificial devil fruit made by Bigger Punk. Although the look of the dragon is not very beautiful, it must be because it was eaten by a child. Momonosuke wore a pink magic weapon, and finally turned into a pink dragon. Nolan is an indigo python. It should be an indigo dragon. Except that it is not as powerful and domineering as Kaido's transformed dragon. It should be very good to sell. At least with the initial body shape, it must be bigger after being transformed. After eating this fruit, I will have time to guide you to use the fruit power. From now on, you will be my mount. Next time I travel, I will take you with you. Arthur threw the devil fruit on, in front of Nolan. Nolan looked at the fruit and looked at Arthur excitedly. It didn't care about the other things, only the last sentence that he could follow Nolan out afterwards really made it happy. As for eating the fruit and transforming into a dragon, it has no idea, because it is not very clear about the dragon. After all, it is an orphan snake that grew up alone in Apaya. Eat. Arthur raised his chin, with some expectations in his heart. Nolan nodded the huge snake head, then lowered his head. Xinzi spit out and shrank, and the artificial devil fruit disappeared. After eating the fruit, Nolan twisted her body in confusion, as if she felt a little awkward. Then, Nolan's body suddenly changed. Suddenly 2 bags bulged on the flat head, and 4 bags bulged on the body. At the same time, the snake's skin on the body suddenly became hard. The scales became larger and thicker, and bristles appeared on the head. The 2 bags on his head seemed to be broken, and 2 wishful 3-pointed dragon horns grew out. The 4 bags on the body also changed, becoming 4 dragon claws. The snake's mouth was elongated, and the original fangs became a mouthful of fangs. The snake tail is no longer a pointed cone shape, but has become a compound carp tail. The dragon head, dragon horns, dragon mane, dragon whiskers, dragon mouth, dragon teeth, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon power. Nolan suddenly turned into an indigo blue dragon at this time. Originally, Nolan's body was nearly 500 meters long and 20 meters thick. After eating the man-made devil fruit, Nolan's body swelled again, and his feet grew 5 times longer and 3 times thicker. Become a veritable dragon. Damn. Arthur looked at Nolan, who had changed a lot, and couldn't help but stand blankly on the spot. This is so majestic. I thought that this might not be as powerful as Kaido's change, but it seems to be thinking too much. Although the appearance may not be as hideous as Kaido's transformation. However, in terms of aesthetics and prestige, it is not necessary to be bad at all, or even stronger. After all, after Kaido transforms, due to his body size, the total length is not much. But Nolan is different. Such a huge body. After transforming, his body is extremely huge. And only with the physical body, I am afraid it can also compete against the Lieutenant Elite. Of course, this will definitely take a while. After all, I have just eaten the fruit and I am not proficient in using it. I am familiar with it afterwards, and no matter how hard I exercise it, it will be considered a lot of combat power in the future. Arthur couldn't help thinking of the introduction to the artificial devil fruit in the original book. It is impossible to judge the ability after eating, which means that this thing really varies from person to person. Momonosuke ate it and eventually turned into a little pink dragon about 4 meters long and 30 or 40 centimeters thick. But when Nolan ate it, it looked very different from Momonosuke. You really won the lottery. Arthur started to get excited. After transforming, Nolan was stunned for a while, then twisted and looked at her distortedly. I saw that Nolan's longan was humanely wide, and he looked at it as if it were his body in surprise. P.S. I don't know if you have any feelings after reading this chapter. I think it's really good. A pit that has been dug for so long is finally filled. After that, there will be some pits that will be filled one after another. Sky Island will usher in a great change. All of you who have votes in your hand, vote for it. There is subscription or something. Also, after the early hours of this morning, there should be at least 1 chapter added. Today's 4 shifts are considered complete. Chapter 84, 1 man, 1 python. No, now 1 man, 1 dragon. One person looked at Yelong with joy, and Yelong looked at his body in shock. Neither Arthur nor Nolan expected to eat this man-made devil fruit, and it would turn out to be like this. This is more than 2,300 meters long and 60 meters thick oriental dragon. Although the overall appearance is slightly different, it is basically okay for the oriental dragon. This size is a lot worse than some sea kings, but Nolan is capable. It's not worse than Kaido's transformation. Kaido's transformation may be biased towards mighty, ferocious, and majestic. But Nolan is beautiful, mighty, and beautiful. It's not that there is no majesty at all, but the feeling of majesty is relatively small. Arthur flew from the ground and looked at Nolan at this time from all angles. Landed on its head again, feeling how it would feel if it were used as a mount. Just standing on the head, looking at the huge and beautiful dragon horns on both sides with blue, purple and white jade color, I couldn't help but feel excited. When the time comes, go out on your own and sit on the dragon's head. Don't be too prestigious. Paid a pat, and feel for a while. Nolan, who has transformed into a dragon queen, has a very impressive body strength, at least 10 times stronger than before. At this time there is no problem matching a midstream lieutenant admiral. Moreover, it can also be drained. Ultimately, relying on the fruit ability and Arthur's training plan to become an elite lieutenant will be no problem. Not knowing his future tragic fate, Nolan was looking at his body, suddenly shivering. After seeing his body and realizing that he was transformed, the shock and blankness in Nolan's eyes disappeared, and they became extremely excited. Although as an orphan snake, I don't know what a dragon is. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't see any goodness. Even if it is a snake, it can see that its body is very beautiful and mighty at this time, which is the difference between heaven and earth compared to before. Roar excited to the extreme, Nolan couldn't help but roar up to the sky. The original horse scream has now become a majestic dragon roar, which has suddenly improved a lot of grades. This roar, the sound was very loud, directly resounded through Apiado. For a while, the people in Sky Island who heard the roar of the dragon were shocked. Nolan felt his new body excitedly, and suddenly moved his feet, feeling a burst of strange energy. Nolan looked down, and a golden cloud appeared under her feet. Although IQ is not low, it is a beast after all. For a while, Nolan didn't know what it was. However, the curiosity of the beast made it involuntarily stretch out the unfamiliar dragon claws, grabbing and stepping on the golden auspicious clouds. Roar! Nolan let out a puzzled cry. It found that this cloud actually has a real touch. With a thought, another cloud appeared in front of the other front paw. Stepping on his paw, Nolan was surprised to find that his upper body had left the ground. I don't know if it was because of taking devil fruit. Nolan's IQ seemed to be much higher, or maybe the devil fruit has the characteristics that users can use naturally. Anyway, Nolan feels that he should do it. As a result, an amazing picture appeared. An indigo blue dragon with a pair of white jade dragon horns glowing with blue and purple, and a dragon climbing on golden auspicious clouds appeared in Apiado. Before, Nolan's dragon roar attracted people from all over the island, and some soldiers had even come here. Suddenly seeing a giant dragon flying into the sky stepping on auspicious clouds, one by one almost dropped their jaws. Above the dragon's head, Arthur was thinking about how to get Nolan to fly, but he didn't expect Nolan to get through without a teacher. Feeling the feeling of being taken to the sky by Nolan, Arthur suddenly had a feeling that was more refreshing than his first flight. Seeing that the eyes of all the people on the island were focused on here, Arthur spread his voice throughout Apolado. Don't panic, everyone, this is Nolan, Lord of the Sky. I found an animal devil fruit and gave it to eat. As soon as Arthur spoke, everyone immediately felt relieved. In recent years, although Arthur's exposure rate in front of them is not as good as those of government officials. But, after all, 6 years have passed, and the various reforms and benefits brought by more than 6 years have been brainwashed in every possible way. Their level of trust in Arthur, and their blind confidence and admiration are still very strong. In a few years, Arthur will be more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, unshakable. Arthur felt the pleasure of a dragon mount on the dragon's head, and Nolan was also feeling his powerful body and the pleasure of flying in the air. In the shrine, Jessica took Larky and flew over. Arthur, is this really Nolan? Although Jessica was born in a noble kingdom, her temperament was more girlish and more lively than Larky. Yeah? Arthur turned his head with a smile and nodded slightly. Immediately, Jessica flew Larky onto Nolan's head and threw away the wooden planks carrying them. On the dragon head, Arthur probably recounted what happened. But he didn't say too much, only that he had obtained a fruit unintentionally, and he wanted to let Nolan eat it. Unexpectedly, it was actually a dragon fruit of a Newman's species. Yes, the artificial devil fruit Nolan ate was the fruit of the dragon, not the fruit of the dragon. However, in manga anime, Kaido and Momonosuke are relatively similar in general form. For a moment, because of his unfamiliarity with the fruit, Nolan began to descend from the sky and returned to his own territory. After that, Nolan was unable to maintain the form of the flood dragon due to insufficient control. Immediately, the body gradually shrank, and it became the same as the python before. From Nolan's head, Arthur said, grave accent Diaresis Nolan, from today onwards, you are a member of my Arthur family and my mount. You don't need to live here, but live in me next to the shrine. Of course, the site here still belongs to you. You can go back and forth between the two places. but you must obey my orders. After 3 days, when I handle some things, I will train you. It seemed that Nolan's IQ was really improved because of eating the artificial dragon fruit. After Arthur said these words, it was first excited, then nodded again, and finally grimace. Confirming that Nolan understood what he meant, Arthur left with Jessica. If it wasn't for himself that there were indeed some more important things in these 2 days, Arthur really wanted to take Nolan away and start training him. However, the training of Nolan can be put aside first, but other things are already running out of time, and one more day will be better for some future moment. Therefore, Arthur the Zhao who got it could only let go of his eagerness to train Nolan and headed to Vineland Island. P.S. This is the second update. Then I will talk about 3 things. One is the dragon fruit. In the original work, the fruit is flawed and cannot be transformed and fly as you wish. Of course, I am treating the protagonist, removing those side effects. Second, a major mistake was discovered. Appiado was actually directly above the Great Root, not a windless zone. I thought about the windless zone before, mainly thinking about that vine. If it is not in the windless zone, it will be climbed up. In fact, it should be the product of the Sky Island, that is to say, it did not grow in King High. So therefore, change the location of Devil's Town to the edge of the Great Fairway, close to the windless zone. I'm sorry for this mistake, but I also noticed the vines on Angel Island when I was watching the Empty Island article, and I suddenly thought of it. The third thing is that Nolan Hualong was originally supposed to speak, but the original setting is that only animals are the fruits of humans, and the human form is eaten by animals. That's the fruit that Chopper ate. So I have changed it. These words don't cost a penny to estimate. Excuse me. Chapter 85. The Vine Island directly below Appiado. Starting from the first, the changes can be described as earth-shaking. About 4 years ago, when Arthur was still cultivating on this island, the island was only 40 to 50 square kilometers. Later, he defeated the Golden Lion and returned with Jessica. Several suitable islands were found in the windless zone and merged together, which is about 200 square kilometers. But later, for the Angel Legion project, Arthur expanded the island a bit, and it now covers nearly 300 square kilometers. And, for the sake of the future, Arthur brought Jessica and brought some beasts. The entire Vine Island is divided into 5 areas. Level 1 to level 5. The lowest level. The highest level 5. The first level area is after 1 year of regular training people can try. In the second level zone, the strength can be compared to that of a Navy captain to enter the trial. In the third level area, the strength must reach the level of a lieutenant colonel before entering it. In the fourth level area, you cannot enter without the level of an elite colonel. Because here, there are many mutant beasts from the Island of Angels. They are all alienated after eating IQ grass. As for the fifth level zone, the beasts inside were all part of Arthur's own shot and grabbed back. Among the alienated beasts, the stronger ones. In this area, only the brigadier generals can participate, but the upper limit is the elite major generals. These standards that take the Navy as a reference for strength use the strength standards of the Navy headquarters. In other words, the assessment of the strength of these people is equally feasible in the Navy headquarters. However, on Mantang Island, once the strength reaches the elite major general, it will basically have no effect on them. More than a dozen people such as Urki, Anilu, and Weber are completely invincible on this island. Therefore, when they came out of this island, there was no place for them to practice. And now, most of the original Angel Legions have only reached the level that can enter the third level area. A small number have already participated in the trial in the third level area. There are even fewer people in the fourth level zone. Of course, the same is true for the fifth level zone. But there are also 20 or 30 people. These are the pillars of the future, and they are basically reserved for the post of deputy commander of the top 10 legions. The trial of Vine Island clearly divided these people into a level. When Arthur started to truly create the 10 Angels Legion, He only needed to designate the 5th level area as the deputy leader and the leader in the 4th level area as the captain. In the 3rd level area, they are ordinary fighters. However, in Arthur's plan, even as an ordinary war angel as a member of the 10 Angels Legion, the status will be higher than that of the ordinary army. This was the honor Arthur gave to the 10 Angel Legion, and it was a kind of excitement for others. When Arthur came to Vineyard Island, he saw 4,000 or 5,000 angels practicing and fighting on Vineyard Island. These angels are all angels who have grown wings by constantly eating IQ grass in the past 3 years. Most of them are active in the 3rd area. The arrival of Arthur caused a bit of nothing to do here, and Naz, who was in charge of one of their chief instructors, was shocked. With the wings of the demagogue, Raphael quickly flew over. God. Naz called. Yeah? Arthur nodded and asked, what about the others? Naz was a little embarrassed and said, it's on the island of angels. Because I don't think there is anything to do. We discussed it, and each of us is responsible for 1 week. This week is me. Okay, I see. Go call them. The next plan is about to begin. Arthur waved and flew towards the center area where the instructors usually stay. Because the Angel Island is on the White Sea above the Vine Island, it comes back and forth quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Erky, Weber, and Naz, who called them, all flew down from above. As soon as he landed, Raphael, the most lively character, first yelled impatiently, God. Do you want to take the next step? Do you directly establish the angel army? I have already thought about it. The army I am in charge is called the Flame Angel Army. Ha ha ha, no one is allowed to rob me. Urgi had some budnicha, and was relatively calm, and he just smiled helplessly when he heard the words, for Rafi and others, because they were together at the beginning. Therefore, the eldest turkey regarded them as his younger brother. But Weber, who was a bit hot-tempered, didn't do it, and immediately retorted, Raphael, don't even think about it, I am the most suitable name for the flame. 0 find flowers asshole. Weber, do you want to fight? Huh? Your defeat will provoke me? Enough, shut up. Seeing that there was a quarrel, Arthur interrupted helplessly. Right now, the Legion is not yet established. They still need to continue to evolve. Continue to evolve? Everyone was a little confused. Urgi, a young Buddhist man who has always been the big brother, was the first to speak. God, what does this mean? Now these fighters all have wings. I'm not talking about wings. They are just fighters who can fly now. This does not meet my expectations and expectations. 0. Just now Raphael and Weber said they would name their legion Blaze, but what is Blaze? That is fire, but who of these fighters can use fire? God, I don't understand what you mean very much. Waldern said in a voice of doubt. Very simple. Arthur looked at all the angels on Vine Island under this platform. I need them to endure further and more terrifying trials so that they can gain some abilities. Devil fruit? Weber was a little incredulous. So many people need to have abilities. So how many fruits will they get? Of course not. Arthur shook his head. Have you forgotten the strange beasts from the Island of Angels? As the Sky Island genius who emerged from the rear army, Yana, the only genius girl who was appointed as the head of the Legion because of her extremely high talent, was the first to reflect. God, do you mean that you want them to evolve some special abilities? Everyone's eyes lit up as soon as they said this. This is indeed possible. If everyone can evolve a special ability, then their personal combat power will rise sharply. Not bad. Arthur nodded. So, they have to make a choice next. P.S. 10 Angel Legions. Each has a kind of ability as the standard equipment of the Legion. How about this brain hole? Fellow should have been thought of and written by no one. Hey, subscribe. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers evaluation. All kinds of requests. Second. Chapter 86. Everyone's eyes became shiny at this time, and even the face of the young Buddhist Urgi seemed to turn red because of excitement. The first person to speak was Raphael, the most unstable guy. God, this idea of you is absolutely amazing. Great. God, if my legion is full of fire-breathing angels, That would be awesome. Seems to be the opposite of Raphael, but Weber is the first one to choke out. It's just that you feel handsome in your aesthetics. Rafi was clever in this playback, there was no dispute, just rolled his eyes in disdain. God, what exactly do you want to do? Yana's beautiful eyes were full of worship, and she looked at Arthur softly. Arthur didn't realize it, and said indifferently, it's very simple. The ability to evolve can only be on various dangerous islands. In the past few years, Jessica and I have chosen locations in various parts of the world. Just need them to be brave and fearless, and then send them there to ensure the consumption of IQ grass, and they can have their own selected abilities in about a year or two. It seemed that after hearing Jessica's name, Yana curled her lips unconvincedly, nodded slightly, and stopped talking unhappy. Then, as the commander of the army, do we have to accept this kind of trial to evolve our capabilities? Urgi asked. Arthur frowned when he heard this, but he didn't actually think about it. According to his idea, the group leaders must find the right fruit for them to eat, so as to gain abilities. However, as Legion commanders with various abilities and functions, it is the best if their abilities are in line with the members of the regiment. After thinking about it, Arthur decided to ask these people their opinions. In this matter, I have also been thinking about whether you want you to also accept this kind of trial, so as to gain abilities. But I have been very hesitant, so I want to hear your thoughts. For a while, everyone was silent. This matter is not a trivial matter, since they knew something like devil fruit. They were more or less expecting that they could eat a fruit. However, the devil fruit is too rare. With their talents as angels, eating animal fruits is a bit wasteful, just like Murlocs, unless they are ancient species or phantom beast species. But these two are even more rare, and they don't want to eat animals, and they want to be superhuman or natural. But the nature is basically desirable but not available. They can only think of the superhuman devil fruit. After being silent for a while, Urki spoke first. I think I should go to the trial and get the ability corresponding to the team members. However, I don't know if this conflicts with devil fruit. For this, Arthur can answer him directly. Don't worry, there is no conflict. The ability evolved from eating IQ grass belongs to the body itself. But the ability of the devil fruit is given by the outside world. There is no conflict between the two. Let's let the wings evolve and grow up. Hearing this, Urgi nodded involuntarily. This is indeed the case. He didn't think about it for a while just now. Then, God, I think I should have the same ability as the members of the team. Urgi's eyes became firm. Okay. Yes. What about your thoughts? Don't worry, I don't ask for this. It depends on your own wishes. Arthur looked at the 9 captains present. Imoiling, Yana, who looked at Arthur with admiration, was the first to speak. Okay. Go on. Don't force yourself. Arthur was immune to Yana's gaze. This girl has been looking at herself like this for almost 2 years, and she's used to it. When you are free one day, you will eat her. Such a beautiful sister paper with a somewhat imperial temperament won't suffer a loss. I am willing to. Weber hesitated, but finally agreed. Me too. As soon as Weber spoke, Raphael followed. I do. For a time, the 9 appointed Legion commanders were actually willing to participate in the trial, gaining the same abilities as the members of the regiment. Arthur was startled. He didn't expect all these people to agree. Naz said, God, what you have said is very clear. If this evolves, it belongs to the body itself. It does not affect the fruit ability. So, since the two do not conflict, you will get a kind of origin from your own evolution ability. Why not do it? Everyone nodded in agreement, obviously thinking so. That's good. Arthur patted his thigh and stood up and said, you go choose the angels who are willing to be your own deputy head and member. Remember, apart from you, there are 2 deputy commanders, 10 team leaders, and 100 members. Choose your favorite subordinates, and the others will serve as reserve camps and guards. Yes, everyone nodded together. But at this time, a sudden sound of confusion sounded. Huh? Arthur looked at Kamakali, who was talking. God, what choice do we have? Do you have any arrangements? Forgot to say. Since you all choose to try evolution, then I will give you suggestions. You can refer to it, and you can raise objections. Arthur looked at these 9 people, and then said, Walgi, your fruit power makes you extremely strong and powerful. Then choose to metalize your body. Your legion is King Kong, Gang Angel. Naz, you are fast. Your legion is Streamer, Fast Angel. Yana. Speaking of Yana, Arthur paused and glanced at Yana, who was looking forward to looking at him, and then looked at the bow and arrow she was carrying on her back, showing a slight smile. Hanbing, Frozen Angel. Raphael, you like flames. Then your legion is Flames, Blazing Angels. Hearing this, Raphael grinned and glanced triumphantly at Weber, who was disdainful. Weber, your legion is Thunder, Electric Angels. Weber listened, glanced at Arthur, and nodded silently, but from his excited eyes, he was very pleased and satisfied with Arthur's arrangement for him. Huh? Thunder. Raphael suddenly looked at Weber. It feels like thunder. It sounds better than flames. Raki, yours is the Brilliance, the Angel of Light. Wald, your legion is a mighty power, an angel of strength. Mantis. Void, Fantasy Angel. As for the Anilu who did not come, it is a super god, an angel of wisdom. The last one. Arthur looked at Braham, thinking about it, and really felt that he was not suitable for the Shadow Stream Angel Legion. This is the Dark Angel, responsible for hiding and investigating information. But Braham's strength can be used as a Legion commander, but it is not suitable for Shadow Stream. In the end, Arthur said helplessly, Braham, you will be the commander of the guards. The last one is the Shadow Stream Angels Legion, the Legion of Dark Angels responsible for tracking, hiding, and probing. Your personality and style are really different. Too suitable. This last Legion commander, just put it aside. The Legion commander will talk about it later. Arthur set the tone at last. Although Braham was a little disappointed, he didn't feel any imbalance, because Arthur's distribution can be said to be extremely reasonable. Moreover, after hearing the function of Yingliu, he also felt that he was not suitable. In this way, the 10 Angels Legion was initially settled. Next, each Legion commander only needs to choose the angels that suit his Legion, in accordance with the characteristics and requirements of his Legion. Okay, that's it for now. What I want to tell you next is the functions and capabilities of each Legion. At this time, Arthur's eyes also flashed with excitement. The 10 Angel Legions, the power that will shake the world in the future, will soon be born in their own hands. P.S. I have buried some foreshadowings, and now I'm starting to fill in the holes a little bit. The role of Jessica also came out immediately. I don't know how you look at it. If you feel good, subscribe, customize, flowers, evaluation ticket, monthly pass, give it all. I am embarrassed to ask for rewards. After all, rewards can't get any practical benefits. Unlike subscriptions that can read books, rewards are useless for you. If you are rich, if you are willing, let's give a reward too. Today is in a good state. There should be more changes, maybe it is late. Chapter 87, before the corps leaders go to choose the deputy commander, the team leader and the members, the roles and functions of each regiment must be told to them. In this way, the corps commanders can also know in their minds and choose suitable candidates based on the characteristics of the corps they lead. First of all, the angels of the 10 major legions are all called war angels. In other words, all the top 10 legions belonged to combatants. On the basis that all members are combatants, each corps has its own different functions and functions. The first is the Glorious Legion, where Aki is the head of the legion. This legion is mainly responsible for the facade of the Angel Kingdom and is responsible for diplomacy. The Thunder Corps, which Weber is in charge of criminal law. In other words, the Thunder Legion is the knife in Arthur's hand. When he was a combat corps, when he was outside, he was a disciplinary committee. When there were no more foreign wars, he was responsible for supervising and punishing corps or angels who violated regulations. The Frost Legion, this legion may be special, because the leader is Yana. Although Yana is only 19 years old, she is not inferior to other army commanders. And she was still the most talented existence in the big conscription 5 years ago. After creating Vine Island as a trial place, she is also the only person who has finished the trial directly from Vine Island within 2 years. And her strength can basically match the elite lieutenant general. Of course, there are still some gaps in comparison with the veteran powerhouses among the elite lieutenants. Therefore, among these angels who can enter the trial of Vine Island, she belongs to the older sister's existence O2. Although there are only more than 100 female angels, it is estimated that most of them will join the Ice Legion, and the rest will join the Glory Legion. This is basically the result of knowing without guessing. The Shadow Stream Legion, because it is like an assassin organization, can't find a suitable person as the commander of the Legion for the time being. However, at that time, you can choose someone who can serve the public from the Shadow Stream Legion. This army is mainly responsible for hiding, detecting, assassinating, tracking, investigating and so on. The Flame Corps led by Rafi is an external violent organization, mainly responsible for foreign wars and invasions. The Vajra Regiment of Urki, a young Buddhist from the Buddhist family, is in charge of domestic defense work, that is, the National Defense Forces. But since the Legion was first established, they will mainly be active in Apiado. However, the safety of Apiado is still relatively high. Under normal circumstances Arthur is basically there. So they mainly guard the Island of Angels, where it is the most important for Arthur, for the Kingdom of Angels, and for all angels. Let Turkey be responsible for defense. Arthur is most assured. The Virtual Air Force Regiment's attributes are somewhat close to auxiliary, and the functions and shadow currents are somewhat overlapped. But he is mainly responsible for the work of extorting confessions by torture, as well as the work of confusing mission targets and obtaining intelligence. The Streamer Regiment led by Naz is mainly responsible for the pursuit and snatching of escaped personnel and related people or things. For example, the betrayer of the Angel Kingdom. After the investigation is clear, if the assassination of Shadow Stream fails, then Streamer will be responsible for chasing and killing. In other words, there was some news about the Devil Fruit, Streamer learned, or Shadow Stream failed to capture it. The Streamer will make up for the leak and go to chase and snatch the mighty army, the army that Wald is in charge of. This army should be a brawny army. This army has no other functions, they are only responsible for constantly getting stronger and then fighting. And Super God. This army will be a high-tech army. The selected angels are also those with high IQ and strong Hansen ability. And then through the current research, IQ herbal medicine evolution IQ that can improve intelligence without side effects to a certain extent. They are responsible for technological innovation and the technological equipment needed by other teams. There are also various fields on the Sky Island, and they also need them to research an invention. As for the invention and research, Arthur had already planned to go to the Island of the Future quietly. After talking about the functions of the 10 legions, Arthur told them the specific abilities that each of the 10 legions needed to evolve. The Glory Legion is undoubtedly the power of light. As for whether it has enough offensive power, this should be no problem. After all, on the Island of Angels, there are fire-breathing and electric discharges, so light can also be evolved. It's just that there is no suitable environment on the Angel Island, so there is nothing. The Thunder Legion, as the name suggests, is the ability of thunder and lightning, the naturally evolved thunder and lightning, and then equipped with high-quality thunder and lightning shells. It can be said that in addition to not being elemental, nor can he manipulate thunder and lightning as Arthur does, which is basically the same as when Arthur just ate the Fruit of Thunder. The Frost Legion, the ability to freeze. Look at Yana's bow and arrow, there may be a Frost Archer group. Shadow Stream Legion, they have mimicry abilities similar to chameleons, as well as a stringent aura, reducing the ability to be noticed by others. In the dark, it is able to exert a super effect. Flame Legion, Seraph, a burning legion. The King Kong Legion will allow them to evolve the ability like a steel man. It should be the second brawny army in addition to Shenwai. The Void Air Force Regiment. This regiment will allow them to evolve the ability to release various poisonous gases and mists. It can poison the enemy, and it can also cause a strong hallucination, which has a very large effect. The Streamer Army will focus on strengthening the flight speed and running speed on land. Similarly, their reaction power, physical coordination, and mobility will greatly emphasize evolution. Wald's Mighty Army is simple and rude. Make it stronger, 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 more stamina, and stronger. The strengthening and evolution of these foundations is estimated to make their armed color Domineering the first of the top 10 legions. The last Super God Legion does not have too many messy abilities, which is to strengthen IQ. The ultimate combat power depends on what high-tech equipment they can produce for themselves. Anyway, it is estimated that when Arthur will come down to the island of the future, they may have laser light equipment. This is the basic situation for the 10 major legions. Arthur finished speaking in one breath, did not stop, but went on to talk about the trial. The trial of this aspect is actually very simple. In the original plot, it is said that eating IQ grass can evolve according to people's inner thoughts and environment. Then, only need to put the angels of each legion into the corresponding environment. Then in order to survive, they must take the initiative to evolve in one direction. In order to prevent the inexplicable diversity and complexity of this passive evolution, the islands Arthur chose were islands with a single extreme of a certain phenomenon. Take the Isle of Thunder, where it will be a trial ground for the Thunder Legion. In addition, in the 2 windless zones, there are 3 suitable extreme weather islands in the first half of the Great Route, namely, Toxic Mist Island, Fire Island, and Cold Iceland. The 2 windless zones in the second half of the Great Route are islands with 6 other extreme natural environments. 10 islands, 10 types of single and extreme special islands suitable for the 10 major legions, if no surprises, will allow these angels to evolve basic unified additional abilities. Of course, such an island with the single and extreme natural environment is naturally terrifying. I'm afraid these angels who are excited about joining the Legion will have to peel off their skins if they don't die. However, when they have evolved their abilities, their strength should not be underestimated. Preliminary estimates are that if these angels return from 10 islands, they will be able to participate in the 5th level area at least. In other words, it is basically equal to 1,000 strong brigadier generals. And these 1,000 brigadier generals are just the most basic members of the Legion. Their squad leader, at least at the major general level, and the deputy commander. I am afraid that it is impossible without the strength of the lieutenant general. Whoever survives such a dying struggle is inevitable to become stronger. As for the deputy heads, they were already brigadier generals or major generals at this time. There is basically no doubt about reaching the lieutenant general. As for the commanders of the corps, the level of veteran elite lieutenants should be a common condition. In this way, predict the future angel kingdom. It means that there will be more than 1,000 strong brigadier generals, more than 100 major generals, more than 20 lieutenant generals, and 10 veteran elite lieutenants. Excited Arthur, now only looking forward to Oegi, Anilu, Jessica, Weber, cannot let himself down. 1 or 2 years later, can have the strength of or close to the general. In that way, his strength will be stronger than any of the 4 emperors' pirate group. Even in the face of world governments, they will be extremely confident. As for the general level powerhouse, Arthur didn't dare to think about it, although in terms of talent, Urki and Anilu seem to be possible. Chapter 88. Half a month later, all the 10 angel legions were sent to the top 10 extreme single islands by Jessica. Except for the Shadow Stream Legion, which is led by 3 deputy heads. The other 9 legions are all personally led by the heads of the legions. Anilu was also brought back from the moon. Now the moon has been safe and stable for more than a year. Of the 3 deputy commanders of the Shadow Stream Legion, there was exactly one more who could serve as the deputy commander. So 3 were assigned to them, and then the strongest of the 3 of them would be selected as the leader of the Shadow Stream Legion. Among the top 10 extreme islands, only Thunder Island and Ainilu are the most special ones. On the one hand, Thor Island is located at the front end of the New World, and basically belongs to the island that the pirates entering the New World will pass through. On the other hand, it is also the only one among the 10 islands where a part of the population survives. However, the area of Thor's island is medium, not small, and the place where Arthur keeps the Thunder Legion is not the weak area of Thunder and the edge of the island. Then there is the Science and Technology Island in the windless zone of the New World. The reason why this island is also said to be extremely singular is that the entire island is full of various technologies. Even Arthur wondered whether this was the place where Pluto, one of the 3 major weapons, was produced. Because the entire island has been transformed by technology, there are still many mechanical creatures on it. The reason why it has been operating so far is that these creatures have the opportunity to replenish energy because they extract energy from the ground. However, if the island hadn't been abandoned for a long time, and many attack and defense systems had been paralyzed and malfunctioning, it wouldn't necessarily be able to send people to that island. After the 10 legions were sent away by Jessica, the first thing Arthur did was to bring Nolan from Appiado to Vine Island. When Nolan arrived on the island on the first day, the creatures on the island suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a 2,000-meter-long dragon appeared, stepping on the golden auspicious clouds soaring in the air. Even if the dragon's prestige was very weak, it still made many animals incontinent and fearful. After that, there were big movements all day, not the roar of the dragon, or the thunder and lightning, and sometimes there was the sound of an anaconda neighing in pain. Since Nolan is a giant python and has no legs, so at the beginning, Arthur planned to make it proficient in his body changes and strengthen his body's control ability. When Nolan is fully familiar with the changes in his body, and can also master his legs and feet as proficiently as when a giant python, this most basic item is completed. And after that, it was a series of SAO operations by Arthur. Originally, this incident was not expected, but when the 10 army left with a large amount of stored IQ grass, Arthur suddenly had a flash of inspiration, because Nolan was a huge ugly python in Arthur. And after it transforms, its ability to control the body is also somewhat poor. After all, it is a creature without feet. Although it is gained through fruit ability, the consciousness is still the consciousness of Snake, so it looks a little stiff and awkward after transforming. Therefore, Arthur's solution was to let Nolan take IQ grass and let it evolve from its original snake body to the dragon body. Once successful, the change of the devil fruit is nothing more than an increase in size and a grant of abilities. In addition, Arthur has a big brain. As long as he is in Vine Island, he will use lightning to crack Nolan all day long. Arthur hopes that Nolan can evolve the ability of thunder and lightning, not to mention how strong his attack power is. But for such a large body, it is not bad to be a large charger for himself. Because Nolan can understand people's words, now his IQ is higher. Therefore, Arthur directly told him that unless it has evolved the ability of thunder and lightning, and the body of the snake has also evolved into the body of a dragon, it will continue to strike it with lightning. This was done to turn the idea of evolving the body into a dragon form and the ability to evolve thunder and lightning into Nolan's subconscious mind. Once every day was suffering, in order not to suffer from this kind of suffering, then Arthur's 2 requirements would become its subconscious. At that time, Nolan's body will evolve in the direction Arthur thought. For this, Arthur also specially recorded the beautiful and mighty appearance of Nolan after transforming into a dragon with video, and put it in front of Nolan's eyes every day. Don't be afraid of deep work. The iron pestle is ground into a needle. Arthur has cultivated Nolan as a beast of the country. Because of the pure gold, Arthur, whose lifespan will be extended indefinitely, will surely become the strongest clan, and will become the eternal ruler of Sky Island. There is no doubt about this. Therefore, Arthur not only needs all kinds of cherished fruits as family heritage. If there is a dragon, it would be more appropriate. Even Kaido's dragon fruit, Arthur has been thinking about it all the time. However, he is not yet an opponent of Kaido, and even if he becomes the world's top power in a year or two later, Kaido still cannot be helped. Because Kaido is too difficult to kill. If it is easy to kill, whether it is the Whitebeard who has been provoked by him many times or the Navy who has captured him several times, he will be killed. It is impossible to keep such a bad-headed monster. And now Arthur is still waiting for Ace to join the Whitebeard pirates and become the captain of the 2nd Division. As long as half a year later, Ace is estimated to go to sea, and then gain his ability to burn fruits, and eventually become famous and join the Whitebeard pirates. Regarding the burning fruit, Arthur also wondered if he would go over and grab it at that time. But I was afraid that in case this changed, Ace did not join the Whitebeard pirates, then part of the plot that originally happened was affected, and the dark fruit did not know where it would appear. If there was any information about where the dark fruit appeared in the original plot, Arthur would have passed away long ago. But the original work only says that it was captured after a naval battle, and which pirate group or place is unknown. Therefore, Arthur can only wait for the opportunity, because the fruit of the dark is more important than the fruit of the fire. Once secret fruit loses his hand, some fruits will be difficult to seize afterwards. For example, frozen fruit, flash fruit, lava fruit, soul fruit, momo fruit, and phoenix fruit. These are all the fruits at the top of the natural system or the top of the animal system. Now how long can the 3 big generals, the youngest in their 40s, live? How long can the youngest phoenix, who is over 40 years old? Not to mention other people. While constantly hacking Nolan, Arthur waited for Jessica to return. He was going to wait for Jessica to return, take Nolan to Thor's island, and then let Weber and the others look at it to help put the image of Nolan's dragon. I didn't expect this before. After all, Arthur was also an ordinary person, and it was impossible to know everything. After that, Arthur is going to find the small sky island, Visalia. The importance of this island is self-evident, and some of the technology is quite needed by Arthur. For example, there is bubble technology that can make Earth and Rock Islands float in the air, and there is also bubble technology that can make vehicles fly. This will play an important role in Arthur's future layout. P.S. Strictly speaking, this is the 4th chapter of yesterday. Yesterday's Kavenka was great. Work hard today, try to make up for yesterday and update today's. Also, the flowers, especially the evaluation, have not changed much recently. Please ask for votes. Subscription to give me a chance to be on the list. Chapter 89, on the 2nd layer of Cloud Island in Abayado, important officials of the kingdom and officials in charge of empty shell farming gathered together. Today is the time for Arthur's meeting. When everyone arrived, Arthur suddenly appeared on the throne. Everyone has long been accustomed to Arthur's haunting way. In recent years, although there are not many meetings, as long as Arthur is on Sky Island, there will usually be about 2 or 3 meetings a year. The theme of this conference is about the cultivation and breeding of empty shellfish. More than a year ago, Arthur took Jessica to leave other empty islands in the first half of the Great Route, leaving some island bases below sea level, all of which were transferred to a radius of several hundred kilometers centered on Abayado. The remaining foundation was used to cultivate empty shellfish, but unexpectedly some extinct shellfish still existed in the cracks of the foundation. After a year, these extinct shellfish have been steadily cultivated. However, these shellfish are more difficult to breed because of their more powerful functions. Although these extinct shellfish have begun to be farmed in batches, the production is expected to be very few. In particular, Thundershell can barely equip the Thunder Legion that has successfully evolved after a year at most. The same is true for Jet Scallops, Burning Scallops, Sun Scallops, and Laser Scallops. However, this meeting was not convened for these extinct species of shellfish, but for all kinds of shellfish and dual-purpose shellfish that are relatively common in empty shells. Since last year, 7 empty islands including Crown Island have been relocated, and their bases have been used as empty shellfish breeding bases. So far, the results have been gratifying. However, I said that in the future, Sky Island will face the world. We cannot live here quietly and be isolated from the world forever. Therefore, Sky Bay will be sold as our specialty products around the world and used as the country's income. What happened to the empty shell species I ordered before? Arthur asked the person in charge of the 7 breeding bases. Each of the 7 breeding bases has a person in charge. And above the 7 persons in charge, there is a government agency and the person in charge, he is Moore. This person feels like a gentleman. Hearing this, Moore, wearing a bowler hat and a moustache on his lips, stood up, bowed and said, God. The largest scale farms you specified at the beginning all have sound shells, light shells, water shells, video shells, and fire shells. Wind shells, hot shells and flavor shells are distributed in 7 farms. Among them, you require the 2/3 of the number of dual-purpose shellfish, fire shells, wind shells, and hot shells, which are not more than 2 years of breeding time, are concentrated on Crown Island. At this time, in addition to these 3 kinds of shellfish, other shellfish can have their first output in 1 year. It is estimated that these living shellfish will have a stable output of more than 30,000. The dual-purpose shellfish are concentrated on Crown Island. Because dual-purpose shellfish need to be fully mature to exert their maximum power, they cannot be produced yet. It is not expected in the next year. Only 1.5 years later, the dual-purpose shellfish that has reached the 3-year breeding time can be used as combat shellfish to have the first output and equip the kingdom's army. Arthur nodded and asked, then the number of years collected from the various Sky Islands is enough now, and how many combat shellfish have died naturally? Moore thought for a moment, then recalled the data. Currently, there are about 34,600 Yanbai. There are about 8,900 Shuangfingbai, and about 7,200 giant Fenbai. Then the laser shells. There are about 930. The cut shells are about 13,460. The impact shells are about 720. The row shells are about 180. There are about 5,800 shining shells. Rebuy. Enough to be used as a weapon, there are about 23,200 pieces. There are still 64 extinct shellfish found 6 months ago. The sun shellfish, 7 of the sun shells that are still alive have been studied and cultivated at the Kong Shell Research Center. Approximately, it should be more than enough to equip 100,000 troops. After all, it is impossible for 100,000 troops to be the same arm. Very well. The cultivation of extinct shellfish must be careful and serious. These are the heritage of the Sky Island. As for those living shells, they will be cultivated according to the current output, and the output will be increased by up to 20,000. Shellfish have been used for too long, and Arthur intends to sell them in limited quantities and sell them as more expensive luxury goods. Fighting shellfish, in addition to the existing ones, try to find those that have died naturally. As for the ones that are being cultivated, except for the fighting shellfish that I have asked for less than 5 years, the others must be full. After thinking about it, Arthur said to the person in charge of the Kongbai Research Center, a somewhat older man, Liu Roll, you have been doing pretty good research on shellfish in the past 2 years. But you are old after all, and your brains are not as easy to use as some younger relatives. You can find some young people who have more research on shellfish in the area of the Sky Island and bring them into the Sky Shell Research Center. After Liu listened, his still healthy body stood up and said, yes, God. Oh yes, there is. Arthur tapped on the table with his left hand, and said, now you are not only studying how to stably breed extinct shellfish, but also trying to study whether shellfish can be hybridized. Find flowers. The term shellfish hybrid appeared on Sky Island for the first time, and everyone didn't quite understand it. As the old people of the Kongbai Research Center are also at a loss. As the director of the research center, Liu stood up again and asked, God, what does shellfish hybridization mean? As a scientific blind, Arthur was even more blind in the crooked and unspeakable world of One Piece. He doesn't know whether this concept is possible, but this is the world of One Piece. Everything is possible. Maybe it can be done. So, Arthur calmly said, the so-called shellfish hybridization is to cross two kinds of shellfish with different functions. See if you can hybridize shellfish with further functions, on with both functions. For example, ordinary wind shells and flame shells can be combined to produce fire-breathing shells, sound shells and video shells. After the combination, can they produce audio-visual shells that can record at the same time and play at the same time? When Arthur said so, everyone immediately understood. But they were very surprised, and they really couldn't understand why there was such a brain hole. And, is it really possible for this kind of thing to succeed? However, no matter what they think, Arthur said again, now, in addition to the rare and extinct shellfish, you can try to hybridize other shellfish. For example, the combination of the two I just mentioned. When the number of extinct shellfish is large, and after stable breeding and production, the extinct shellfish should also be tried. Yes, Raw nodded, thinking about the possibility of such a thing in his heart. Although it was a little brainstorming, Raw felt that it might be possible. This meeting lasted for more than half an hour, and Arthur told the deal with Doflamingo, and ordered more to prepare 3.5 years, and some shellfish for 4 years. And then let Buckaram bring a bunch of men and horses to Doflamingo. Of course, at the time, it would not be said that 3.5 years were like this. At that time, these shellfish were 4 years old, 5 years old, and 6 years old. Anyway, Arthur didn't intend to export combat shellfish after he was born. How many years hasn't he said it? Furthermore, Doflamingo is just a middleman. After ordering something, Arthur disappeared from the hall, leaving the people discussing. Next, he wanted to find an empty island with Jessica, who happened to have returned. P.S. Originally there were 6 customizations, but one is missing. Come back, brother, don't you see the farming? Or all kinds of requests. Second. Chapter 90. Jessica came back when Arthur was having a meeting in the main hall. Arthur was driving a 150-kilometer range in the sky, and he could easily perceive it. So after the meeting, Arthur returned to the shrine as soon as possible. As soon as Jessica came back, she heard Arthur asking her to send Nolan to the Isle of Thunder, pouting her face in tears. At this time, she has been tired of running, just thinking that Rocky was not there, and stayed with Arthur and lived through the Topperson world. However, the sky does not fulfill the wishes. Arthur squeezed Jessica's pouting pink lips amusedly, then kissed it lightly, and smiled. Don't you know that we can all live for tens of thousands of years? In tens of thousands of years, some of them are past too. Human world. How Jessica turned her head blushing, and muttered, who wants to live in a Topperson world with you? You want to be beautiful. You just treat people as your coolies, and you don't feel sorry at all. Why? Arthur stretched out his hand to embrace Jessica, and said, the past 2 years are a bit urgent. I will get some things done in 1520. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Please be considerate. This time I will accompany you. Really? Jessica looked at Arthur suspiciously, and when Arthur nodded affirmatively, she was delighted. Because of the tight time, Arthur went to Vineyard Island that day, and then took away Nolan, who had worked hard to transform and was familiar with abilities. Along the way, Arthur and Nolan said that they would send him to the Isle of Thunder, and some instructions. After all, there are strange rocks that are not affected by lightning. This is also the stone used by the Thunder Legion to build lightning shelters to rest. At that time, Nolan will also have such a lightning protection place. So if you don't settle down in advance, Nolan, who is not weak at that time, will be disobedient, and it will be bad if you can't go out without the thunder. A day later, the Isle of Thunder. Remember, I must play the impact I recorded every day for Nolan, and supervise it every day except for the rest time I set. It must be in the minefield. And, when I come again, I must get closer to the island center. Arthur told Webber to practice again. Yes, God. Webber nodded, looking at Nolan, who was dejected. Nolan, if you dare to disobey my orders, I'll make you a roasted snake and eat you. For fear that Nolan would be disobedient, Arthur gave Nolan a threatening look, and the domineering color came out. Nolan suddenly felt excited, nodding hurriedly, sweating profusely. This is the first time Arthur has used the domineering look on Nolan. After the matter here was over, Arthur took Jessica and left. This time I am looking for the islands that are very important to Arthur. Xiakongdao, Visalia. This island was discovered by Jessica more than half a year ago. It's just that Jessica was carrying out Arthur's order, looking for an island with an extremely single natural environment, just remembering the location. Although it has been half a year, but such a big island, flying by the wind, the speed will not be very fast, unless it is a strong wind above the 8th level. So as long as you get to the location of the island you discovered before, it won't take long to find it. 3 days later, Arthur and Jessica came to the first half of the Great Route. The last time I found it was on the edge of the windless zone near the South China Sea, but it was still within the realm of the Great Sea Route. After arriving at the place, sure enough, there was no sign of Visalia, a small island in the sky over a radius of 300 kilometers. Seeing that there was no trace of Visalia, the small sky island in the line of sight and the domineering perception range, Arthur and Jessica looked in one direction, one along the Great Route, looking in the direction of the New World, and the other toward the entrance to the Great Route. Where to find? If anyone finds it, use the phone worm to notify. If you can't find it, then head east and look for it in the direction of East China Sea. As for the South China Sea, there is no wind for only more than 40 kilometers. If you enter a windless zone, although there is still a little wind at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the island will definitely not be far away. Arthur and Jessica left where they were. Arthur flew a full 2,000 kilometers, but never found it. In the end, they almost flew to the Red Earth continent, and there was still no discovery. He dropped his head and flew back from the other side. Still no trace. And Jessica's phone worm did not ring for a long time. Arthur knew that it was Jessica and did not find Zero. A day later, the two rendezvous at the previous location. After flying so far, I almost crossed the Red Earth continent and went to the New World, but I still didn't find it. It seems to be going east. Well, then we are 350 kilometers apart. And search to the east. Arthur nodded and said to Jessica. Good. Jessica nodded. The two went east again. After flying 800 or 900 kilometers without any discovery, suddenly Jessica's phone worm rang. Arthur knew that this should have been found. Sure enough, as soon as I answered the phone, I heard Jessica's delighted voice. Arthur, come to me. I found it. Okay, wait, I'll be right now. Arthur replied, hung up the phone, took out Jessica's life card from his arms, determined the direction, and flew away quickly. Half an hour later, Arthur, who was flying at high speed, crossed more than 600 kilometers and came to Jessica's side. Look, Jessica pointed to the east. There, more than 30 kilometers away, 10,000 meters in the sky, above the White Sea, Arthur saw an island mostly composed of white clouds, a small part of earth and rock, and below it was a huge bubble-like island. Little Sky Island. Visalia. Great. With this island and the unique technology on it, my plan has been improved a step further. And the old men above are all amazing meteorologists. This time I want to pack them all away. Arthur's eyes were full of joy. Not to mention the science and technology on the small island of Visalia. The old men above are also a fortune. Giggle. It's not a cargo. How to pack and take it away? Jessica giggled and took Arthur's arm. Okay, let's go up, and everything I say this time will achieve my goal. Using electromagnetics, Arthur wearing armor can also float in the air. The two held hands and flew to a dreamlike island like a couple of gods and goddesses. P.S. How do you feel that no one is watching today? New or general order will not work. What's going on? Chapter 91. P.S. The two female protagonists I wrote have been complained about, so let's collect the most popular ones in the original work. Hey, I guess I know who it is after reading this chapter. There is no sense of anticipation at all, it's really... On the island of Visalia, there are only a group of old men with top hats. And these old men are the top meteorologists in the world. This island has similarities with Sky Island, but has unique characteristics. For example, the giant bubble under the island is one of Arthur's goals. There are no people on the edge of the island. So after Arthur and Jessica landed on the island, they headed towards the crowded place on the island. Moments later, an old man hoeing the field found Arthur and Jessica. Huh? We don't have such two people in our country, right? The old man hoed and tilted his neck, looked at the two Arthurs, and asked the old man who was resting beside him. Huh? Hey, who are you? How did you come here? Another old man looked around for a while and asked. Arthur smiled and said, we are not from this bird island, but we are here to find Visalia. Huh? The old man hoeing the field dropped his hoe. Why look for Visalia? No one knows about this island. Yes, yeah, no one knows about Visalia. We hurried to inform others that our country has been invaded. The old man who had been resting nodded, then lost his face in panic, and hurriedly started wandering into the island. Hey, Hadley, don't make a fuss. These two men should not be intruders. The old O2 boss who hoed the field hurriedly waved. Arthur smiled and said to Jessica, take the island to the windlass belt. Jessica nodded, then bent down, touching the ground with her hand. Then, the island that was drifting slowly to the northeast suddenly stopped, and then headed towards the windlass belt in the east. Huh? The two old men discovered something was wrong, and felt surprised and found that there was no change. Dargets. They are really invaders. I just saw it. That little girl touched the ground with her hands. The old man named Hadley raised his hands up and swayed in panic. What? It's not good. Visalia has been invaded. Hurry up and notify the others. Hey, the big thing is bad. Someone has invaded. That is, the old man who hoed the ground before also held up his hands, and dangling along the path to the island with Hadley. Arthur didn't worry, and swayed without hurries. In a short while, dozens of old men gathered on this small island. Then, all the old men raised their hands together and dangled in place, while panicking and shouting, it's not good, it's not good. This island has been invaded. To protect the information on the island, Visalia's astronomical science must not be leaked. Shaking around, Arthur, who was admiring the scenery and observing the weather globes in the fields, finally arrived here, and then looked at these strange old men amusedly. Hey, who said someone invaded? The old men who were not tall suddenly stopped shaking and asked suspiciously. Yes. It was said by Hadleys and Daggets. At this moment, everyone else who heard the question also stopped. Hadley, Daggett, why do you say Visalia was invaded? The short old man asked with his head tilted, and the others also tilted their heads, expressing doubts. The two old men panted, and yelled and ran just now. They were really tired. Yes, it's them. I saw the little girl touch the ground with my own eyes, and Visalia flew towards the windless belt to the east. Oh, it turns out that the island and the wind are not in the same direction. That's why. Is the devil fruit ability? The short old man tilted his head and looked at it. Hey, the short old man shouted again. Then he said, the little girl and the boy over there, why are you invading this country? Vesalius astronomical science is not allowed to be spread out. Arthur Khan said, hello, astronomical scientists from Vesalia. Hello, boy. And you, little girl. A group of old men immediately bowed slightly and replied politely, I am a god from Sky Island, and my name is God Arthur. Arthur introduced himself, then pointed to Jessica and said, she is my wife, the daughter of a nobleman from the kingdom of Narnia. The old men introduced themselves one by one, and it is worth noting that the one who was dressed in blue and had to talk for a long time was Harids, one of Nami's teachers in the original book. Huh? Harids suddenly stunned. God from Sky Island? When Harids stunned and repeated, everyone exclaimed in unison, A. God from the Sky Island? Why? This is really rude. Hello, Your Majesty the God of Sky Island. The old men, Jin Huan, respectfully bowed again. Arthur bowed in response. After all, they were all old men in their 70s or 80s. Arthur, who was still a celestial man in his bones, could not have watched a group of old men who could be his grandfather for 2 lives without responding to him. Excuse me, what are you here for when you come to this island? Herdad seems to have a higher status here, or perhaps a higher level of knowledge, so he has spoken several times. I'm here for some of Vesalia's technology and you as scientists. Arthur said this sentence with a smile. Then, this sentence is tantamount to a bolt from the blue to these old men. No way, no way. Vesalia has really been invaded. This young man is an evil god of Sky Island. A group of old men seemed to be anxious and excited. They would raise their hands and shake them on the spot. Seeing them like this, Arthur was also speechless. The first time you see it, you will find it so funny. The second time you see it, you will find it really interesting. But when you see it too much, it will be speechless. How to drop it? Can you shake people away? Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. I can let you follow me willingly. When Arthur said so, everyone stopped. We will not leave Vesalia, nor will we hand over Vesalia's astronomical science. Then don't you want to make your science more advanced? And Arthur thought of something, and then said, you are all so old. Do you want your lifelong learning and research in this world disappear? Huh? The old men got together and discussed. Yeah, this young man of the Sky Island god is right. We are so old. What if we lose the inheritance of what we have learned and our lifelong research? After discussing for a while, the representative of the old men, Haridas, stood up and said, Your Majesty of Sky Island, you are right, but our astronomical science cannot be spread. So we will find some talented people to join Vesalia. Arthur frowned, which was not the result he wanted. So Arthur said, then you don't want to study more things? All the old men tilted their heads, and Hard said, this world has basically been studied by us, and there is no place where astronomical science is unknown to us. And there are not many things to study. What if it's on the moon? Arthur asked. The moon? All the old men were taken aback. That's right, the moon. I have a base on the moon with technology far beyond the present. Some of these technologies have not been studied even by Bigapunk. Moreover, there are many phenomena that can be studied in the universe beyond the planet. Arthur's words were the point. For these old men, they are not interested in physics, but they are very interested in natural phenomena. After that, Arthur said something about the moon, and promised that if they want, they can take them to the moon. Only part of Vesalia's technical science is needed. For example, the boat that can fly on bubbles, and the bubble technology that makes the island float. For these basic sciences, these old men agreed without hesitation. After all, these are not really advanced content of meteorological science, or even meteorological science. The old men who were successfully attracted by natural phenomena outside the planet finally agreed to Arthur. However, they still have one more requirement, that is, to find an inheritor for them. Although Vesalia's astronomical science cannot be passed down, it is only to be passed on. For this request, Arthur naturally agreed. Although it was weird about their rules that they could not spread, They didn't say anything. Once again, Visalia changed direction and flew towards the Sky Island. Arthur looked east. Isn't there a talented person who is very suitable for studying astronomical science? Chapter 92. P.S. Nami finally appeared. I didn't intend to write this character, but it seems that the most popular female character in the original book can't be accepted. So let's accept it. Convincing a group of old men to obtain the two most desired technologies, Arthur was obviously very happy. Tell Jessica that after taking these old men back, let Gang Cole take care of the reception. In particular, the floating island technology and spacecraft technology must be taken down and put into research as soon as possible, and then these people will not be exposed to the news, and they will all be settled. After that, Arthur left. Before the old men go to the moon, they have to find an heir by themselves, so the most suitable one is Nami. At this moment, it is the most popular beautiful girl in One Piece. She is still suffering in Kokosa village. She is working hard to make money everywhere for the 100 million Baileys she has agreed with the dragon. Jessica, I will go first, and I will go back in about a month, at most a month. During this time, try to get the two techniques. Arthur said at last. The two lightning shell elements behind the wings of transformation suddenly appeared. In other words, since the wings grew and that trick was developed, I have never tried the trick to fly. Slowly flying into the sky, I saw Arthur's wings flashing with thunder, and the whole person felt a little semi-mental. 200 million volts, fast. There was a trembling sound in the air. Where Arthur was suspended, a blue-violet electromagnetic burst, and then a blue-violet electromagnetic beam spread to the distance in the sky. After that, there was a crackling sound. There are more than 20 sounds in a string, like one sound. This is a breakthrough in the speed of more than 20 sound. In ordinary people's ears, this sound is just a long beep. Only in the ears of powerful people can you tell that this is more than 20. Arthur's way of flying is actually very scientific. He uses wings as wings and uses himself as bullets. Utilize the super strong electromagnetism, fly oneself directly out. He only needs to continuously push himself electromagnetically, and then use his wings to adjust the direction. In this way, he exploded at a speed of more than 11 kilometers per second. And this is not the limit. As a result, a strange sight appeared in the sky on the great route. I saw a blue-violet cylinder appeared in the sky, and blue-violet electromagnetic circles were regularly distributed on the cylinder. The blue-purple cylinder and circles were still flickering, bursting out bursts of lightning. What is that? The great route, the second half of the paradise, the marine headquarters, marine fodder. Happiness. A series of urgent footsteps echoed in the aisle. In the Navy headquarters, especially at this level, such rapid footsteps are generally only made when important things happen. Dang after a quick knock on the door, a calm and majestic voice sounded, "Come in, Kapu, you bastard. Don't grab my senpai." No one was surprised by the voice of the marshal's office, and he was obviously used to it. The young colonel who had arrived anxiously before ignored the unserious scene in the office, but stood up and saluted very seriously, and then said, "Report the marshal. The seventh route of the Great Route, the Kingdom of Bordeaux has found a vision." Snapped. The colonel took out a picture, put it on the table, and continued, 17 minutes ago, everyone in the Kingdom of Bordeaux noticed a long scream in the sky, and this blue-violet light beam spread out hundreds of kilometers in an instant, rushed into the windless zone. Huh? The Warring States was glaring at Carp, who was robbing himself of his food, and when he heard the words, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the picture on the table. Do you know what it is? It's a capable person. After turning over it for a while, the Warring States period felt that he didn't know what it was. Reporting the marshal, there is no intelligence at all, but this strange horizontal light beam seems to have passed through the windless zone and rushed to the East China Sea. At present, the technician suspects that it is the fruit of some kind of fruit, the colonel reported. What? Carp on the side suddenly turned serious, and grabbed the photo from the hands of the Warring States. After rolling around, Carp's face suddenly became difficult to look at. Seeing this, Warring States quickly asked, "What's wrong with Carp? What did you find?" "This is a fruit-capable person." Carp's face was green. To produce such an exaggerated phenomenon, the strength of this capable person is obviously very powerful. Huh? The Warring States took back the picture, looked at the one that Carp had seen the longest just now, and immediately found the abnormality. It seems to be the elongated shape of a person's figure. What are the two above? After looking at it, the Warring States period discovered the electromagnetic afterimage left by Arthur due to his speed. However, he did not see what the two wings were also elongated. Warring States, I want to go back. Carp said to the Warring States with a serious face, turned around and left. Kapu, hey. Forget it, you go. The Warring States originally wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, let it go. The strength of his old friend can be said to be the strongest in the Navy. With him in charge, the four emperors will not be afraid of coming. However, Donghai is the place where he was born after all, and Carp, who has always been affectionate, has nothing to say when he returns because of this incident. Here, Arthur didn't know that he made the most powerful people in the Navy headquarters a bit annoying because of himself. At this time, Arthur had spanned more than 3,000 kilometers and came to a small island in the East China Sea. Compared to the Great Sea Route or the New World, the people here in the East China Sea are obviously more comfortable living and working. To a certain extent, no, this is basically the Navy's credit, and it is also the credit of the world government. After all, the Navy is only a violent government agency under the jurisdiction of the world government. In this unknown island, unknown town, Arthur's arrival obviously surprised many people. This is not because of Arthur's wings. He has received the thunder and lightning. The reason for the surprise is that Arthur's appearance is too outstanding, and his temperament is also rare in his life. Ignoring the inquisitive gaze of the people here, Arthur looked at the port and walked to a person who often went out to sea. Fine flowers hello, uncle. I want to ask one thing. Arthur smiled and said to the middle-aged man who looked very strong, me? Okay, may you please? The uncle looked at Arthur, who was obviously like a nobleman, and was a little stunned for a while. After reacting, he stammered and nodded immediately. I heard that there is a pirate group in the East China Sea called the Dragon Pirate Group. It is a group of Murlocs. Do you know where that island is? Arthur asked. The reason for the surprise is that Arthur's appearance is too outstanding, and his temperament is also rare in his life. Ignoring the people's inquisitive gaze, Arthur looked at the port and walked to a person who often went out to sea. Hello, uncle. I want to ask one thing. Arthur smiled and said to the middle-aged man who looked very strong, me? Yes, may you please? The uncle looked at Arthur, who was obviously like a nobleman, and was a little stunned for a while. After reacting, he stammered and nodded immediately. I heard that there is a pirate group in the East China Sea called the Dragon Pirate Group. It is a group of Murlocs. Do you know where that island is? Arthur asked. Evil dragon? The middle-aged man exclaimed, then glanced at Arthur, and stammered, in this direction, about 780 kilometers. Okay, thank you. Arthur nodded and was about to leave. But the middle-aged man said, young man, are you a bounty hunter? Listen to my advice. Those weird people are terrible. You still don't go. I'm not a bounty hunter. Arthur turned his head and smiled, then threw a gold coin and disappeared in place. It's gone. The people watching here exclaimed. The middle-aged man who was questioned by Arthur was dumbfounded, holding an extra gold coin in his hand, looking at the empty space in front of him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ghost. The middle-aged man screamed in horror, dashing and disappearing at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Although the people in the port were also surprised at the sudden disappearance of Arthur, the behavior of the middle-aged man obviously made them very disdainful and laughed. The man who rushed home closed the door at home, called his wife over, and looked at the valuable gold coin happily. Obviously, What the middle-aged man did was just to divert people's attention. This is the wisdom of the little man. When someone asks next time, he only needs to say that he lost it in panic. With the guidance of the middle-aged man, even though Arthur did not fly with an electromagnetic catapult like a wind-swimming switch, his speed was still astonishing. 5 or 6 minutes later, Arthur saw that he had appeared on the Domineering island before. There is a cliff, and on the cliff, there is a tomb. At this time, a girl with short orange hair and a girl with short blue hair were together, taking care of the tomb. These two girls are Nami and Nuokigao. B. Chapter 93, P.S. I believe people who saw me add more rules secretly scolded me for being shameless. I have to add more votes for the difference of 105 votes. 4,000 spend at most 3 days later and add one more. This is going to die alive. Forget it in the next 3 days. My extra is 7 more. Ilgo, how much kidneys need to be eaten to make up? Kokosa village, on a cliff facing the sea. Bumble. There are 53.86 million Baileys. I can redeem the village. You are in heaven. Don't worry, just enjoy your life. Nami, while taking care of the weeds on the tomb, he muttered to himself in a low voice. On the side, the imperial sister fan maiden Nuoki, with short blue hair and dark skin, looked at her sister distressedly, and remained silent. Since the evil dragons arrived here 6 years ago, everyone has been hit hard. But among them, the one who has suffered the most is Nami in front of her. But they couldn't help it. Everyone knew what deal Nami and the evil dragon had reached, but they pretended to be ignorant for Nami, and instead murmured at each other. They are all suffering, but they know that the more painful one must be Nami. Seeing Nami's maturity different from girls of the same age, Nuokigo only hopes to end this life sooner. O2 putting the grass in her hand aside, Nuoki straightened up and wiped her sweat, and glanced at the sea inadvertently. Huh? Nuokigo suddenly exclaimed, turning his head to look at the sea. What's wrong with Nuokigao? Nami, who was pouting her ass, asked suspiciously without raising her head. Is that alone? Nuokigao is a girl who has never seen any market. Seeing the sky in the distance, there is a young handsome young man floating in the air. It's a bit wooden. What are you talking about? Nami straightened up strangely, knelt down on the grass, and turned her head to look at Nuokigao. Finding that Nuokigo's state was wrong, he followed Nuokigo's realization and looked over. Upon seeing it clearly, Nami instantly jumped up from the ground with a rousing spirit. Why is there someone flying there? Nami rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming again and again. Nami, he flew over. Nuoji pulled Nami's shoulder high, and said, pointing to the front. When Nami looked at it, she realized that there was still a few hundred meters away, and now it was only a few dozen meters away. Knowing that there are strange things in this world, Nami hurriedly pulled out the sticks tied to her legs, and instantly assembled them into a long stick. Excuse me, where is this? Arthur took a deep breath, suppressing some excitement, and pretending to ask the two nervous beautiful sisters in front of him. Who are you? As a younger sister, Nami is bolder, although Nami has never admitted the fact that she is a younger sister. Arthur didn't speak yet. Nami interrupted Arthur with another sentence. What do you want to do here? Here, Arthur said again. However, this time it was interrupted again. Nami again didn't wait for Arthur to speak, and asked nervously, you haven't answered my last question. Me. Arthur staggered, so that he didn't fall from the sky. Arthur disappeared from midair, and appeared beside Nami before Nami and Nuokigo could react. Slap girl, don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. Arthur appeared next to Nami, reaching out and patted her smooth arm. Nami screamed in fright, and rushed to Nuojigo's body. Arthur squeezed his eyes and said, if I were a bad guy, you would have no resistance at all. This orange looks great. Arthur lowered his head and saw a basket full of oranges. Although I knew it was a prepared offering, I couldn't help but pick up one and peel it up. Well, it's really good, sweet and sour. It's my favorite taste. It seems that I picked the right one. Arthur stuffed a piece of orange in his mouth, and the sweet and sour juice overflowed. Very delicious. By the way, can you invite me to dinner? Arthur happened to be hungry after not eating for a long time. Looking at the a little nervous girl, I thought of the curve to save the country. Have a meal and talk slowly at the dinner table. It doesn't matter that it is not close at the dinner table. If there is, then eat another meal. Nami and New Oji Gojia. Arthur sat at the dining table, waiting for Nokigo's meal. On the other side, Nami, who is frowning, looks at her warily. Arthur touched his face amusedly, and then joked, "I'm handsome, right? You look so obsessed." Huh? Nami didn't have much fear of this flying person in her heart. Listening to Arthur's words, he slapped his tongue in disdain and turned his head. At this moment, completely relaxed, Nuoki Gao, who was not as nervous as before, resumed the appearance of Wenjina's sister, and then brought the prepared lunch. "Please." Nuoki Go smiled and put Fanlai down, then nodded. In this original work, Nami's sister has the same high face value, not inferior to Nami, and she is also Yuji fan. And Nami, it happens to be complimentary. "Thank you." I started. Arthur thanked him and began to taste Nuokigo's cooking skills. The taste is pretty good. On the side, Nami poked at the food on the plate, sending it to her mouth one after another. "Hey! Who the hell are you? Why do you fly?" Nami couldn't help being curious and asked. "I said I'm an angel. Do you believe it?" Arthur looked at Nami, with a nice arc in the corner of his mouth. "Hey, don't tell me." Nami curled her lips, and angrily put a spoonful of food into her mouth and chewed hard, as if it was Arthur who was chewing. "Okay, do you believe me when I say that I am the king of a country?" Arthur smiled, and it goes without saying that Nami's likes are self-evident. Although I didn't show it at the moment, I saw the girl's angry appearance. I couldn't help but feel the mood. Nami pursed her mouth, and fiercely inserted the spoon into the food, staring at Arthur with her beautiful orange eyes. Nami pursed her mouth, and fiercely inserted the spoon into the food, staring at Arthur with her beautiful orange eyes. "Look, I said you don't believe it. However, what I said is true." Arthur didn't take it seriously, but the more I looked at Nami's appearance, the more I liked it. She was really beautiful, lively and cute. "Then what proof do you have?" Nami's tone was fierce. She is not afraid at all now, because the handsome man in front of her does not look like a bad person, and she feels this way in her heart. "Evidence?" "Yes." Arthur smirked. A flash of thunder behind him. A pair of wings with a wingspan of nearly 7 meters filled the room. Crunch flap. There was a harsh sound of tables and chairs being suddenly moved, and the sound of falling and breaking of porcelain. You. Nami was so startled that she couldn't say anything. This is. On the side, Fan Nuokigao, who seemed to be more stable, was not much better at this moment, and was stammered in shock. Arthur put the spoon down and praised. "The cooking is good. It's delicious." After speaking, he looked up at the two sisters who were standing far away from him, standing against the wall, hugging each other, and said with a smile, "Look, I said I am an angel. You can't do it. Moreover, I am a king, too." "Oh really?" "However, in our place, the king is called a god." Arthur's face was filled with a satisfied smile of the success of the mischief, and then the wings on the back were once again elementalized and put into the lightning shell. "Actually really an angel." Nami swallowed and murmured in shock. Chapter 94. The two sisters' eyes widened slightly, and they were a little puzzled. Nami was a more curious girl, so she asked, "Where are your wings? Why are they missing?" Nuokigao was also very surprised about this problem. He had no wings before. Suddenly a pair of huge wings appeared, and then they were gone again. She was a little doubtful whether it was her own hallucinations. Arthur did not answer, but asked, "Do you know the devil fruit?" "Devil fruit?" the two sisters asked with suspicion. Nuoji Gao shook her head slightly. "We have heard of the devil fruit. It is rumored to be a secret treasure on the sea, a very rare thing. That's right. Arthur nodded and said, it's true. So your wings are related to the devil fruit? Nami asked. So your wings are related to the devil fruit? Nami asked. Arthur nodded again and said, yes. Devil fruits are divided into 3 types. The most rare and rare natural devil fruit, there are the most superhuman fruits, and the same common animal fruits. These 3 kinds of fruits all have extremely powerful devil fruits. And I at the super attack type top natural type, the thunder fruit, which is extremely rare even in the natural type. Nature fruit of thunder. In the East China Sea, people here basically only know the devil fruit as a kind of sea secret treasure that can endow creatures with various strange abilities, and then they will be cursed by the sea if they eat it. Become incapable of swimming. Is it hard to come by? Nami asked. Arthur knew Nami's problem and smiled. Of course it's rare. The fruit of the thunder I ate is worth 4.5 billion Baileys. The symbol of money appeared in Nami's eyes instantly, gleaming, and it came to Arthur in an instant like a tornado. 4.40.45.4.5 billion Bailey. At this time, Nami was a bit like San. She had not seen a woman for 2 years and saw a woman again. Yes, 4.5 billion yuan. This is the price offered by the world government. Arthur smelled a good smell of the girl who was close at hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Arthur was suddenly dumbfounded. Was he seduced by sex? That's why he didn't escape the blow of being an ordinary person. Just now when Arthur nodded and admitted, Nami's eyes instantly changed from money symbols to angry white A's, and she hit her with a punch. Arthur touched his head in a daze, a little bit uncomprehending how this was done, but he had never taken back his domineering experience. Asshole, you actually ate something worth 4.5 billion. You violent creature. Nami turned into a terrifying appearance in an instant, then she scolded, and then burst into tears. 4.5 billion Bailey. My life is not even 100 million Pell never seen, but you actually eat up 4.5 billion, It's only 4.5 billion, not too much. My country has a mountain of gold that I can use at will, Arthur teased. Nami's eyes sparkled again, and she grabbed Arthur. Do you have a lot of gold? Yeah? Yes. There are hundreds or thousands of tons. Arthur nodded indifferently, but the smile in his eyes was obvious. It's just that Nami, who was already stunned, didn't see it, and Nuokigawa on the side was also shocked by this number. After that, Arthur told them the story of the big liar Orlando, telling them that the Golden Country is in the sky, so as the king, he can call it whatever he wants. You are really a king, Nuojiao exclaimed. On the side, Nami just burst into tears and looked unlovable. A lot of gold. By the way, does this have anything to do with the disappearance of your wings? Why can't other angel races? Nami suddenly recovered and looked at Arthur distrustfully. Arthur replied, because I am a natural element, I can element part of the body. Just like this, Arthur raised his right hand, and the 5 fingers of the light turned into thunder and disappeared. You can actually do this kind of thing. So your wings have been ... Nami sighed in surprise. Arthur nodded and said, yes, I made the wings elemental and put them in the special product of Sky Island, Thunder Shell. What is Thunder Shell? It was another question. So Arthur talked about Kojima and the angels, and Kojima and Shimon. The 2 sisters exclaimed again and again when they heard Venus. It's incredible, there is such a thing in this world. In the end, the 2 sisters learned about devil fruit and many things on the great route. Nami, who has always drawn a chart of the world, is longing for it, but there is some sadness in her eyes. Her dream is too difficult to realize. The evil dragon pressed hard on her like a big mountain. Under Arthur's question, Nami's face was dim, but she didn't speak. In the end, Nuokigawa gave a general narration of the things on this island. At the same time, she also talked about Nami's dream. Evil dragon. The bastard on Murloc Street, because of the fate of the Murloc Island and the race, has always hated humans. Arthur knew this very well, but it was impossible to tell him. But the goal is to take Nami away and let the other party ask for it. Of course, if you can, it's okay to take Nyuokigao with you. Sister flowers, very different sister flowers. Just think about it. Huh? Nami suddenly raised her head when she heard this. Mummon Street? Yes. Arthur said about the fate of Mermaid Island and Mermaid Street, and the fate of Mermaid and Murloc. Both sisters covered their mouths in disbelief. They could not imagine that such a powerful Murloc would have such a destiny. Nami also got a key message from Arthur's words. You said, the strength of the evil dragon is very weak. Nami's A's were unbelievable, covering her small mouth, and Nyuokigao did the same. Of course, a thing that can be wiped out with a finger. Two groups of Murloc pirates that are countless times stronger than them have been destroyed by me, Arthur said seriously. Gudong Nami swallowed, her body trembling slightly. Nami, Nyuojigo, as long as you hope, I will help you. Is it true? Nami asked in tears, choked up. In her eyes that were deeply sullen, a light called hope appeared for the first time. Nyuokigao also burst into tears. They only need to say a word, maybe the pain of the village and the island will end. Are they really weak? Nami lowered her head, her right hand on her shoulder, her nails sunken. There, the sign of the evil dragon gang. Very weak, Arthur affirmed. Can you help us? Arthur was waiting for Nami's words. He smiled and said, of course you can. But you have to help me. Grave accent diaresis you say. Nami's eyes were determined and determined. But when Nyuokigao heard this, he frowned and was a little worried. Your sister said that you are talented in sailing and have a strong understanding of astronomical phenomena. You are a very talented person, so it coincides with the purpose of my coming here. I have a group of top astronomical scientists in the world. They are familiar with almost all the astronomical phenomena in the world and the natural environment of various exotic islands. However, they are too old and need an heir to inherit their knowledge. If you want, I'll take you away, and Nyuokigao can also go together. My country is very good. Of course, if you go or not, I will help you. I am not so embarrassed to refuse a girl's request. I'm going. Nami inhaled fiercely, as if she was about to take back her tears and nose. Anyway, my dream is to draw a chart of the world. The astronomical phenomenon is also very important. The Great Root and the New World are as dangerous as you said. If you help me kill the dragon, I will go with you. But I want 1 million every day. 10 million Bailey's salary. Nami burst into tears, showing a smile. Nami. You. Nyuokigao looked at Nami, speechless. Hee. No problem. Money is not worth mentioning to me. Just let you be the Minister of Finance in my country, and you will take care of all the money. Arthur said happily. The purpose of coming this time, this is regarded as accomplished. Nami, this get it beautiful heroine, she took it away unceremoniously. Let's go. Find the evil dragon. Arthur stood up and put his big hand on Nami's head. Yeah? Nami's eyes were bright and full of hope, and she had murderous intent. After taking 2 steps, the killing intent in Nami's eyes disappeared, and she said a little conspicuously, are you really sure you can kill them? The dragon is very strong. Don't worry, I stand still and he can't hurt me. Didn't I say that? I am a Thunderfruit ability. I am also a top powerhouse in the world. The world's top, understand? If I want to, I can sink this island to the bottom of the sea in a few minutes. The world's top powerhouse is not a joke. Arthur gave Nami amusedly rubbing randomly. A beautiful short hair is rubbed like a chicken coop. Aroused the glares of the girl, Arthur withdrew his hand. In the sunset, the silhouettes of a man and a woman were stretched and looked very good fitting. Behind him, Nyuokigao, who was planning to follow, hesitated, turned and ran in the other direction. She was going to inform the villagers of Kokosa village. After a while, we will separate and go by yourself. I will peek aside. If you fail, I won't be involved. Ren, a somewhat savage and willful, cunning voice echoed on the path. 95. Chapter 95. Evil Dragon Park. This huge single house built by the evil dragon imitating the Chambord Island, where a group of Murlocs from the end of the first half of the Great Root live. Just now, the closer she got here, the more scared Nami became. Then, after saying something, he ran aside and said that he would not go in with Arthur. The reason is naturally what I said before. In case Arthur is not an opponent, she is safe to protect herself. After all, she still has a lot of burden on her body. However, Arthur smiled when she could easily spot Nami, who was not far away. Nami is still very kind, she is muttering at the moment, hesitating to let Arthur go. After a while, just as Nami herself fought fiercely with herself, Arthur arrived at the Dragon Park. Crunch! The door was pushed open by Arthur. In the evil Dragon Park, a group of carders with others are sitting or soaking in the water, and they are having a pleasant and relaxed conversation. The boss of this place, the dragon wearing beach pants, lying on a beach chair, drinking an iced drink, watching the sun gradually setting. That appearance is really unacceptable. Arthur suddenly opened the door and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Huh? Human? One of the Murloc carders, the kissing Murloc named Ko, looked at Arthur strangely. Who are you? Why did you break into the evil Dragon Park? On the other side, there was a sun sign on his forehead. A Murloc Xioba with 6 arms and white hair standing upright. I am here to kill you. Arthur glanced at him without paying attention to himself. The dragon who was a rival. What? All the Murlocs stared at Arthur viciously. Damn, you damn human. Don't talk big. I'm going to kill you. The cartilaginous Murloc named Kruby was furious when he heard this, and prepared to rush over using Murloc karate. Thump. Arthur glared slightly, and his domineering look locked instantly. The world's top overlord looked domineering, and instantly made the mermaid roll his eyes white and fell to the ground. What? You guy, what did you do to Kruby? Xioba saw that his companion fell to the ground without warning, and ran over and hugged Kruby and swayed, seeming to think Kruby, then what has been hit hard? Huh? This time, the evil dragon finally turned his head. He looked at the fallen Krobi with a gloomy expression, and then looked at Arthur with a terrible look. What did you do to him? Human. The dragon's fangs shone sharply. It fainted him, Arthur replied. In fact, if it weren't for pretending to be a force in front of Nami, Arthur wouldn't want to talk nonsense at all. I'm not a big villain, so why do I say so much? What do you want to do, human? The evil dragon's eyes flickered, and he felt that the human in front of him seemed not easy. I accepted a girl's request to get rid of you. Come out, Nami. Arthur gave a mischievous smile. Not far away, I walked into the evil dragon park through the back door and returned to the hut where she was drawing. Nami was looking down through the window. In the end, he heard Arthur say this, still looking at his direction. Nami petrified in an instant, her hair exploded in anger, and then she burst into tears. Why are you hurting me, huh, Nami? The evil dragon frowned and looked at the 3rd floor. Slap. Nami opened the window, jumped flexibly from the eaves of the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, jumped to the ground, and quickly ran to Arthur. She grabbed Arthur's ears, and Nami almost turned into the fangs and sharp mouths of the evil dragon. Asshole, didn't you say that you don't want to expose me? It's over, I'm going to be killed. You Nami, did you call this person? The evil dragon asked with a gloomy expression. Nami's face changed, and finally she was tearful, but she looked at the dragon with hatred. Yes, I called him. Do you really think that just a human can kill me, Nami? You are a carder. The evil dragon grinned. Nami clenched her fists, took a few deep breaths, and said, he is not a human. He is an angel race. He is a strong man from a great root. He will definitely kill you. Huh? The evil dragon's expression changed. From the great root? Knowing that there are too many existences that can crush him on the great root, the evil dragon suddenly felt a little bad. After quickly calming down, the evil dragon glanced at Arthur, not feeling anything special. But since it comes from a great root, it is better to be more cautious. So the evil dragon said, Nami, didn't we say that 100 million Baileys will redeem your village? This time, without waiting for Nami to speak, Arthur said impatiently, okay, stop talking nonsense. The evil dragon, Others don't know, but I know it very well. You can't meet Nami's request. I must have done it long ago. Prepare. Once Nami's raised funds are almost there, you will find a way to get it away. When Nami heard it, she immediately stared at the evil dragon, and then she got the answer from the evil dragon's eyes. The evil dragon's face twitched, and his eyes were dark and unclear. After a long while, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Well, it seems that this transaction can only be over humans. Do you really think that coming from the Great Root can deal with me? Too naive. Murlocs are born 10 times stronger than humans. Yes, I know. But you are just like that. Even the up-and-coming Hody Jones is much better than you. Although he took too much poison to do it. Arthur is already working very hard, and when a rookie speaks, try to improve it as much as possible. What? Hody ... How would you know? The dragon's face changed drastically. Hody Jones, no one will know if you haven't been to Murloc Island. Not to mention there are evil drugs. Although it is far in the East China Sea, they have also heard several times about the Fisherman Street. Because I killed both Hody Jones and Van der Decken. So, you have to die today. Arthur said the words that frightened the dragon, not talking about Hody. Van der Decken, they are very clear about its power. Damn, human. The evil dragon was indeed a little flustered at this moment, and the anxiety in his heart became more and more intense. After hearing these words, the other Murlocs also showed horror on their faces. After I kill you, I will tell Jinpei that you are dead if I have a chance. Nami, kill them all. Arthur turned to look at Nami. What? Boss Jinping? The fish people were shocked. Does this person still know the boss of Jinping? All. Nami bit her lip and looked at the dragon and the people with hatred. She will never forget the pain suffered by the villagers and the torture suffered by this small island. Especially in her heart is the mother's adoptive mother, the death of Bmall. Okay. Zizi 100 million volts. High temperature electric shock. What? Thunder and lightning. Nature? No. Seeing the phenomenon in front of him, the evil dragon who had seen the yellow ape moves instantly thought of a terrible possibility, the natural fruit ability. There was only time to let out an unwilling shout, gleaming with dazzling light, and thunder and lightning with high temperature struck the fish people. Before he could make a reaction, all the fish were scorched and turned into black and grey. Okay. So strong. Nami looked at the fish people who disappeared in an instant, incredibly, as if she were in a dream. Gently squeezing the girl's jade-like chin, Arthur leaned his face closer, resisting the urge to kiss hard. Seeing the girl's absent-minded eyes gradually recovered, and then her cheeks slowly turned red. How? I did it. 96. Chapter 96. Slap. Nami blushed and patted Arthur's hand away, then looked at the piles of black dust in the yard. Finally, is it liberated? Nami covered her mouth and shed tears again. Under this long-term depression, suddenly relieved, Nami collapsed on the ground. For 6 years, she has been in deep pain, but for the sake of the villagers and the village, she must work for her enemies. But today, it's all over. This kind of joy, like a huge shock, made Nami couldn't help crying. She really missed Bmall. Looking at Nami, who was sitting on the ground, she was only 15 years old, but she had suffered so much. Even if it was a girl who didn't know, Arthur felt that he would feel bad about it. Hugging Nami and the princess from the ground, Nami only struggled a little bit. Then she put her arms around Arthur's neck and refused to raise her head. Feeling that the placket on his chest was slowly soaking, Arthur turned and walked out. At this moment, a group of villagers with hoes, dung forks and other farming tools rushed into here under the leadership of Nuokigo and a policeman. Before they got close to the evil dragon park, they saw a young and handsome man holding their familiar Nami coming out of the evil dragon park. Hearing the movement, Nami raised her head, teardrops still hung in her flushed eyes. Seeing the villagers of Kokosa and her sister, Nami tried her best to hold back the tears. She was about to fall, and showed a brilliant smile with tears. Everyone, the dragon is dead. Ah, The tears filled with tears in the tears in the tears in the tears of the tears in the eyes of the tears in the red eyes. Tears in the tears of the 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 tears. It's great, it's really great. Nami. Are you true? The policeman, Ajian, who was covered with scars and had a windmill on his hat, trembled slightly and his eyes were red. Yeah? Nami looked at Ajian, the man who almost became her adoptive father, nodded hard with a smile in his tearful eyes. Ajian gasped for a while, covered his eyes with his hand, and then started crying loudly. Great, great. All the villagers cried with joy. This is the best news they have heard over the years. Immediately, a few people shed tears and ran away while crying. On this small island, it is not just the Kokosa village. They want to inform everyone of this good news. That night, due to the death of the evil dragon, the entire island fell into a carnival. As a great benefactor, Arthur was naturally drawn to participate. Even though they didn't like to drink, they still drank a lot. After the two sisters and Ajian, who was half of their stepfather, continued to persuade them to drink. However, these ordinary people are ultimately unable to drink. If it's red hair, Arthur probably has to get down first. With a terrible physique, even if Arthur was not able to drink much, he brought down the entire village. Sitting by the campfire, Arthur looked at the two sisters who were sleeping on his lap left and right, and stretched out their hair. Seeing the beautiful red lips of the two women, Arthur hurriedly read Nifeng's Binking. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be shocked. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be shocked. You know, although Nami has a very good body at this time, she is not even 15 years old. And Nuokigao, who has the same figure, is only a little over 16. Although it is said that his current body age is already 18 years old and almost 19 years old. But Nami and Nuokigao haven't won them yet. They can't be so mean. Forbearance, forbearance. In this way, for 3 days in a row, the villages on the entire island were in a carnival. Even if all the villagers were brought down by Arthur alone, the people in Kokosa village still kept asking Arthur to fight for wine. So for 3 days in a row, all the people in the village were fucked down. On the 4th day, the banquet was finally over. Arthur did not propose to leave, but moved into Nami's house. Because Nami's room contains a lot of materials, Arthur slept in Notsugo's room. The three of them lived together for 3 days like a family. Occasionally, villagers bring their own things to the door. Ajian has also been here twice, but he joked with a wink, making Nami and Nuokigao flushed and afraid to look at Arthur, and then left with a big laugh. On the 4th day, Arthur looked into the distance, his face a little impatient, because he found traces of the navy. Perceiving carefully for a while, a thunderlight flashed behind Arthur, and a wing disappeared. 30 million volts, high-temperature electric shock. More than 40 kilometers away, several naval ships run side by side, and one of them is on board. A rat face with a thief-like eyebrow, a bit like a mouse, stood on the deck and looked at the island in the distance. This person was the Colonel Mouse in the original work. These days, it should be time for the evil dragon to honor his money, but the phone worm was unable to contact him, which made him feel very bad. Does that damn Murloc want to get rid of me? Humphrey. However, at this time, 4 lightning bolts fell from the sky, turning the Colonel Rat and the 3 henchmen on the ship into fly ash. The sudden lightning strike made everyone unresponsive. After a moment of silence, the navy on the warship was scared to death. He drove the ship back in horror, and made an emergency call to the Navy headquarters. Mosi, this is the Navy headquarters, please speak. After the call was connected, a calm voice came out. Navy headquarters. This is the D-37 branch of the East China Sea led by Colonel Mouse. Just now, our Colonel Mouse and 3 school officers were killed by lightning from the sky. It is suspected of being attacked by a capable person. The remaining major said hurriedly. What? Okay, we received it. An exclamation came from the other side, and the phone was hung up. Although Colonel Mouse is very weak, He is also a colonel. The Navy headquarters is still more concerned about the death of a colonel. Marine Fodor, headquarters of the Navy. A series of rapid footsteps sounded, and then knocked on the door. Report, coming. The speaker was the familiar marshal of the warring states period. Snapped. The colonel who came in saluted, and then said, report the marshal. The rat of the D-37 branch of the East China Sea has just been hit by a lightning bolt and died. At the same time, 3 other officers were killed. What? Warring States raised his head. The death of a colonel is not a major event, but it is not a trivial matter. Especially in the calm East China Sea, the death of a branch colonel can be said to be a major event. After thinking about it, the Warring States still dialed Karp's number. What's the matter? Warring States. Karp's voice came from the phone worm. Kapu. The colonel of the East China Sea D-37 branch was killed by a bolt of lightning just now. Where are you? Check it out if it is convenient. The Warring States general briefly said what he had known. I see, Warring States. After a few more words, Karp hung up the phone. At this time, Karp was on an island in the East China Sea. Because of the news, the electromagnetic beam finally ended here. Some people on the island also said that they saw something flying southeast. This distance, and time, shocked Karp. According to reliable sources, it is nearly 4,000 kilometers from the Great Sea route across the windless zone to the island of the East China Sea, which takes about 6 minutes. This terrifying speed is the only one in the world. I'm afraid Peluslino can't do it either. After sighing and thinking about it, Karp decided to go to the D-37 branch first, because the lightning attack mentioned by the Warring States period made him a little concerned. This is probably the reason why he came to the East China Sea urgently. Find flowers. On the other hand, nobody knew about Arthur's shot. That afternoon, Arthur proposed the idea of leaving tomorrow. After Nuokigao heard this, the face that had always been filled with a smile couldn't help but feel a little sad. In the past few days, she has some inexplicable feelings towards Arthur. Nami was also a little bit disappointed when she heard this. One is that Nuokigao is here, the other is where she grew up, and the third is that Bimmel's tomb is also here. Looking at the expressions of the two women, Arthur knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and said, Nuokigao, what do you look like? Don't you go with us? Arthur's words made Nuokigao suddenly look up, looking at Arthur with some surprises. But then, Nuokigao lowered his head again, and said sadly, I can't go, just let Nami go. I will take care of the orange garden and Bimmel here. Nami bit her lower lip and said nothing. In her mind, there was also a fierce battle between heaven and man. What are you afraid of? Then take the orange garden and the tomb together. Arthur smiled. Since the battle with the red hair a few months ago, he has made rapid progress in developing the fruit ability to 500 million. Perhaps it was the benefit of actual combat, and the profit of fighting against the red hair was too much, which led to Arthur's rapid breakthrough of 500 million in 3 months, and reached about 538 million volts. Within half a month, it will reach 540 million volts. It is estimated that in the next 2 months, Arthur will reach 550 million volts. 6 months later, it was close to 600 million volts. Arthur is confident to break through to 700 million volts within 1.5 years. At that time, Arthur was able to reach the top of the world and become the world's top powerhouse. Even in the face of Whitebeard, he was worthwhile. As for the 3 generals, I am afraid that only aka Dog can be an enemy of himself. Therefore, although it will be more laborious now, the orange orchard and here can be removed directly by gravity. Besides, there is no need to be so troublesome. Arthur still carries Yanbai on his body. Although it can't fully carry it, when it's up to the sky, just find a piece of island cloud. Things like Daeon exist even in the 4 seas. They all formed from the Great Root, but they drifted away in the end. After a night of discussions between the 2 women, both of them agreed to take the orange garden directly away. Presumably, Bimmel would like to visit the Sky Island too, right? The next day, the people from Kokosa village came to see off. They all knew Arthur's purpose in coming to Dong-A, and they also knew Nami's dream. Now that the purpose and dream have been figured out, let's go. The whole village blessed in their hearts. However, they looked at Arthur, who was standing between the orange garden and the house, and the two nervous sisters, with some doubts. Don't you want to go? Why not go to the port? While in doubt, they saw strong thunder and lightning burst out from all over Arthur, and then the villagers were shocked to see the orange garden and Nami's place separated from the island and gradually floated. On the other side, Bummel's tomb was also divided from the island and flew over the orange orchard. The villagers were shocked, and this situation was the only thing they saw in this life. In the shocking eyes of the villagers, Arthur struggled to raise the island to the sky. More than 2 hours later, a warship with a sharp A decoration on the bow approached here. P.S. Sorry, I was a bit late yesterday, and I overslept, which caused this chapter to be finished. There is one more chapter, and the 4 chapters are updated. I just don't know if I can make up a chapter. Also, ask for votes. A new month is here. All kinds of tickets are required. After the day 2 is complete, you can subscribe to be on the list. Otherwise this street performance is really difficult. B. Chapter 97. It has been nearly 3 hours after leaving Cocoa West Village. At this time, Arthur had already found a few flowing clouds in the sky over the East China Sea. A modified piece was used to place the tomb of Bummer, and the other pieces were embedded under the large piece of land in the orange orchard. That's not enough, but with these few flowing clouds, the weight has been reduced by 60%, and the remaining 40% has no pressure on Arthur. Fly forward for a while, and you can find some more flowing clouds to use. After a while, even without Arthur, the orange garden would not fall down. Part of the energy and ability is allocated to bear 40% of the weight. And by the way, this temporary island is moved. From the edge of the island, Arthur and Namiki looked at the boundless ocean below. Arthur didn't know, shortly after they left, Ka, the strongest seaman, had arrived in the village of Kokosia. This kind of cloud is really peculiar. I didn't expect that it would actually have an entity to the touch. Is the cloud in the sky all right? Nuokigo grabbed a broken cloud and squeezed it curiously. No, only special clouds can do it. Arthur shook his head, and then talked about the formation of the Sky Island and the formation of the White Sea and the White Sea. With 2 young, stunning beauties, Arthur wandered happily in the sky. And in Kokosa village. Lieutenant General Carp, the destination island has arrived. Please give your instructions. A seaman reported with a telescope slung around his neck and ran behind Carp to salute. Call but for a long while have not been answered. Only a bunch of very stable breathing. Lieutenant General Carp. The sea soldier was dumbfounded and called carefully. My donut record. Carp suddenly woke up. It turned out that he was asleep before. Did you just say something? Carp stuffed a donut in his mouth, turning around and asked. The seaman who reported was sweaty and repeated it again. Oh, are you there? Then go to the island. Carp looked at the island not far away, then waved his hand and said. At this time, some fishermen had just returned from fishing in the port of Kokosia village. Seeing a huge warship that was different from the past approaching Kokosa village, he immediately ran away without taking care of the fish. When Carp and others landed on the island, some villagers had already gathered. Come. Oh, is the old man so popular? So many people come to greet me. Puff ha 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 ha. Carp immediately laughed boastfully when he saw so many people. The marines around can only say a word in their hearts silently, not really. An hour after landing on the island, Carp's face was a bit heavy. He has already learned a lot. Before coming here, Carp rushed to the D-37 branch first, and then learned what Colonel Rat had done from some sea soldiers who knew it. When I arrived on the island where the Kokosa village was located, I heard the villagers tearfully talking about the pain caused by the dragon and the navies in action. Carp was silent, and the surrounding navies lowered their heads in shame. Among them, some navies are seamen from D-37, and their hearts are righteous. But no matter how senior officials crush people to death, their shame is the greatest. After understanding the truth of the matter, Carp didn't say much. He doesn't know what to say. Is it necessary to tell these poor villagers that it is not the Navy's in action, but the colonel, the officer and the bandit family? Fortunately, the villagers didn't know, and the only dragon that caused them pain has also died. Just now in the evil dragon park, Carp saw the piles of black and grey. As a man who has been fighting for many years, he immediately knew that it was a trace of incineration. Combining all the clues along the way, Carp has determined that the one who came to this island is the capable person of the Fruit of Thunder. He is the king of the Sky Island who has seen it once. What does he want to do? This is the second time I have come to the East China Sea. Is there any conspiracy? Carp's face was gloomy, and he couldn't figure out why after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, Carp did a good thing. That is, he gave the reward gold of the evil dragon gang to the islanders here, and then boarded the boat. Go to Windmill Village, Carp commanded, and finally came back. Let's go and see his lovely grandson, commanded the next course. Carp entered his room. Regarding Arthur, he wanted to tell Sengoku and Crane. He is not very good at thinking, so he'd better ask these two old men with good brains what to do. Blubberu Navy Headquarters, Marshal's office. The Warring States period was lowering his head to deal with official documents, and the phone worm in the drawer rang. Pulling the drawer open, I saw the one belonging to Carp among the many telephone bugs. Kapu, what happened? Warring States answered the phone and asked. The colonel's affairs have been figured out. It was the Kojima kid who ate the fruits of the thunder that did it. The Heng Kong light beam is also that guy. It's complicated and tricky. Then, Carp recounted all his information, and at the same time said his worries. In the end, Sengoku, who had learned all the information, hung up the phone and sat in the office thinking. Less than 7 minutes, spanning 4,000 kilometers. It's terrible. Is this really the Fruit of Thunder? As for what Colonel Mouse did, since he was dead, he didn't need to care as a marshal in the Warring States period. After that, just send a branch colonel. After thinking for a while, the Warring States period ordered a colonel who was on standby outside the door to find Lieutenant General Crane, and at the same time, there was also the General Oi Pheasant who had just returned from a mission to replace the Red Dog guarding the headquarters. After a while, an old woman with a good temperament and a very dignified woman walked in front. Behind him, the Admiral Blue Pheasant lags behind by half a step. This scene is not surprising to the people of the Navy headquarters, because that old woman is one of the most respected members of the Navy, Lieutenant Admiral Crane. Even Doflamingo, who is a wicked party, also respected from the heart when facing Lieutenant General Crane, and fear. What's the matter? Warring States? Lieutenant General Crane asked as soon as he entered the room. Afterwards, the Warring States repeated the intelligence that Carp said. After listening, Lieutenant General Crane frowned and said, "It's really strange, this child." According to intelligence, this child first appeared in Alabastan for more than 4 years, and then the sand crocodile was injured. Then I went to the East China Sea again and reappeared on the Great Sea Route 2 years later. After passing through Chambord, I participated in the auction and didn't buy anything. I went to the New World again and appeared in Doflamingo's Dressrosa. I don't know if there is any deal with Doflamingo. Afterwards, through Kaido's field and one of the 3 plagues, the drought fought, and knocked it to the bottom of the sea. Going to fight against the Red Hare, slightly lost. I then appeared on the Fisherman Island. It is reported that a lot of things have been done on the Fisherman Island. Now the great changes that have taken place on the Fisherman Island, he seems to be in it. Everything before has one thing in common. But this time, with such a big fanfare, he killed all the members of the Dragon Pirates and took away 2 girls. Lieutenant General Crane picked up the 2 pieces of information on the table that he didn't know when he sent them in. Looking at the picture, it is surprisingly Nami and New Okigao. Even Jessica's intelligence is on the sidelines. I'm afraid, this child will face the world immediately and announce his existence. If he didn't have this idea, he wouldn't hide his whereabouts many times. But this time it was a big fan. For such a young child who is not weaker than the general, Based on past actions, I am afraid that there is some ulterior secret. In my opinion, it is better to go to Sky Island to investigate and see this child. Such strength, without contact, it is impossible to determine its purpose. Even if you cannot determine its purpose, you must confirm its position. After listening, the Warring States nodded. He knew everything that he said, but he was hesitating how to deal with it. He was also inclined to contact him. After all, according to known information, the other party was the King of Sky Island. Shouldn't do things against the Navy. Moreover, the location of the Sky Island is just above the middle of the first half of the Great Route and the windless zone near the East China Sea. If something happens, I am afraid that there will be big troubles in the first half of the Great Route. Suspected powerhouse of the Four Emperors level, you can't just indulge like this, and the opponent is still so young. Okay, Crane, you work hard, just run with the green pheasant. If you are alone, I don't worry. After all, the opponent is strong, and I don't know what the situation is on the Sky Island. Yeah? Lieutenant General Crane nodded. On the side, the green pheasant yawned helplessly, and then said, "I'm back and can go out again. I really want to get a good night's sleep." Hearing this, the Warring States frowned, and sternly reprimanded Cuson. This is no small matter, especially the opponent is powerful. But Lieutenant General Crane, in case something unexpected happens, that would be a huge loss to the Navy. Let you go, just to protect Lieutenant General Crane and at the same time deter the opponent. Yes, I understand. The green pheasant suddenly drew a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and replied helplessly, "I would stop talking if I knew it. This time to go to the Sky Island, you should start from Maria Jo, which is closer to the White Sea. With the current technology, the safety is the highest. This is the magnetic needle of the Sky Island." The Warring States period gave the green pheasant a permanent magnetic needle that seemed to be some years old. He said, "Be careful. There are very few magnetic needles in Sky Island. Don't forget to send it back to me." The Navy was here to discuss the visit to himself, but Arthur didn't know it, and he was still chatting with his sister in the sky. However, with thousands of kilometers in the air this time with great fanfare, Arthur did have the idea of preparing for the launch. The time is almost there, and it's time to move forward a little bit in my core plan. P.S. Speaking of which, you may not believe it, this is yesterday's 4th update and please vote. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a reward. Subscribe. Ask for customization. I can ask for anything. Today is a brand new August. Let me take off and put on a small list. Chapter 98. It has been the 5th day since I left Kokosa village. Arthur was fortunate to find relatively large wandering island cloud that could easily support the orange orchard, so the next step basically only needs to be directed. However, the island where Kokosa village is located in the East China Sea is not too close to the Sky Island, and Arthur did not try his best to push the island. In this way, about 5 days later, it entered the realm of the Sky Island. Looking at the distant island, Arthur pointed to Nami and New Oji, and said, "There, 310 kilometers away, is the empty island. Since 2 hours ago, we even entered the realm of the Angel Kingdom. And there is the center of the Angel Kingdom. Is Shandora, the hometown of gold, also there?" During this time, what Nami, a greedy little thief cat, was thinking of Shandora's huge amount of gold. Yes, Shandora is in Apayado, and Apayado is the center point. However, the gold is not at Shandora. Arthur nodded silently. He began to question his previous decision a bit. Will Nami be appointed as Chancellor of the Exchequer at that time? Will she make herself impoverished? This miser will not keep on guard, will he? Throwing this idea out of his head, Arthur speeded up slightly. After going out for so long, it's time to go back quickly. Go back and quickly get the bubble technology in hand, and master it as soon as possible, so that the next section of the Sky Island plan can begin. An hour later, Nami and New Okigao looked at the gate of heaven. shocked. Heaven. Gate. Is this the entrance to heaven? Nami and New Ojia murmured in shock. God, the gatekeeper of the gate of heaven, is naturally not the old lady Mgan from the original book. It was a team of angels with good strength, the kind with wings. In recent years, since all the reserves of the Angel Legion have grown their wings, IQ grass resources have begun to be opened to the General Army. And the Guardian Angel Army, for the sake of the facade, is the only regular amount. So in the past year, these Guardian Angels have also grown wings. Yeah? Arthur nodded in the reverent eyes of a group of angels, and entered through the gate of heaven. That's angels, all with wings. I always feel like I'm in heaven. Nami was still looking at the team of angels that had already arrived behind her. I have this feeling too. Nuoki squinted her eyes and smiled very well. You don't look like an angel. Nami turned her head to complain to Arthur. Along the way, except for showing the wings once in the room, the wings were put away at other times. This made Nami, who had always wanted to observe closely and touched it, particularly uncomfortable. Arthur shrugged and said, but didn't you see it? They call me a god. This is what the king means in the Sky Island. Humphrey. Nami snorted, and then looked around with Nuoki-ga excitedly. It is incredible that there is such a white ocean in the sky. Is this a great route? 10 minutes later, the two women looked at the dreamy Gaia Island in awe. Over the years, under the leadership of Arthur, Gaia Island has lost its former appearance. Now, here is more beautiful and dreamy, just like a fairy tale. Scenery everywhere is art. Is this Appiado? Nuoji looked at Arthur with full of joy. Arthur shook his head and said, this is Gaia, and we will go to Appiado in a moment. 400 years ago, the island was washed into the sky by a huge soaring current. There, it is more beautiful than this island. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the two women were shocked to the point of numbness. In the whole Appia, there are different islands around Yunshan. One by one, the very well-planned and extremely beautiful clouds and rivers hovered in the sky, like white streamers. On the Yun River, there are relatively large luxury yachts transporting people to their destinations. There are also small motorboats that sail neatly on the exclusive lanes. On the Vine in the middle, 3 cloud islands from large to small surround the Vine, which looks like a cake. This is heaven. Apart from the shock, the two women seemed to have no other feelings. Now Nami is not like in the original book, all the way to the Sky Island, all the way to see the various peculiar islands of the Great Route, so she is mentally prepared. Now she came directly from the East China Sea, and saw the Sky Island that was much more beautiful than in the original book, and she was obsessed with it many times at a time. There. That's my palace, Arthur said, pointing to Yundao above the vines. Hearing the words, the two women looked up. Nuojiao said in surprise, you actually live so high? Of course, I am a god, the king here. Of course the king must be high above. Arthur disagreed. The reason for making it so high is to create a majestic and inviolable image for these people. Arthur took the small island to the shrine and saw Jessica fly out before getting close. I saw 2 beautiful girls from a distance, one with orange hair and the other with blue hair. Jessica was a little unhappy at once, pouting her mouth and flying over. However, after approaching, Jessica's smile suddenly changed. Afterwards, Arthur introduced that they knew each other. Nami and Nokigawa were a little bit sad. Probably because Arthur said Jessica was one of his wives. Afterwards, Jessica, who immediately looked like a sister, arranged the orange garden in a clearing outside the shrine, and left with the 2 sisters. Upon seeing this, Arthur couldn't help but smile. This is much like his reaction when he brought Jessica back to him a few years ago. However, this is not what Arthur is pretending to be. After placing the 2 sisters in the shrine, Arthur disappeared and appeared in the conference hall. Just now, Arthur had notified some officials by radio waves. Now that he is back, the matter between Visalia and the old men must be resolved quickly. This matter is still relatively urgent for Arthur. After all, it is now the end of 1518 in the High Yuan calendar. During the meeting, Gankoll told Arthur that the two bubble technologies he most wanted had already been obtained, but it would take some time to study. However, with the help of those astronomical scientists, the manufacturing technology can be mastered in about a month at most. After all, it is already a mature technology. You only need to learn the manufacturing method and don't need to do more research. The other is the placement of astronomical scientists. After research, for the sake of concealment, it was finally decided to put it in the sky near Baikar Island, at an altitude of 18,000 meters, covered by clouds. After the manufacturing technology of bubble technology is mastered, the astronomical scientists will be taken to the moon immediately. One by one resolution was proposed and then passed. Arthur suddenly looked to the northeast, where there was a strong cold obtained ice breath and a much weaker but strong pure breath, and some not weaker than the Legion Reserve Angel's breath approaching here. Grave accent diaresis this is. Arthur frowned and felt the strongest breath, as if he was no weaker than himself. 300 kilometers away, a huge warship sailed carefully in the White Sea. On the boat, an old woman stood on the bow looking at the White Sea with a special flavor. On the deck in the middle of the ship, there is a deck chair. A tall and thin middle-aged man with an explosive head is sleeping with a blindfold. It was just 5 days ago that the two arrived at Lieutenant General Crane and General Blue Pheasant from Marijoa using advanced technology. Suddenly, the Crane Lieutenant and the Green Pheasant both looked in the same direction. The originally sleeping Green Pheasant raised the blindfold with a finger and looked to the southwest. Allah, it's a terrible range of sight, hearing, and color. The seemingly frivolous tone was full of dignified benevolence. P.S. Brothers, ask for votes. Various tickets. Chapter 99. Although it was only sensed in the range of seeing and hearing, Arthur knew immediately that the person who came was probably an admiral. In this world, everyone's breath is different. Especially the breath of the strong will be more obvious than ordinary people, with strong personal characteristics. Therefore, now that Arthur is approaching the peak of the Domineering, he can easily perceive the personal characteristics of such a strong man. Arthur now has a wide range of sights and colors, but these are all bonuses of the thunder fruit. The higher the degree of development, the larger the range. But before the peak, and even the awakening of seeing and hearing, there is still a way to go. Perceiving these two breaths, although he had never seen contact before, Arthur immediately guessed that the strongest breath like ice is probably the Navy General, the Green Pheasant. Knowing that the Navy had arrived, although it was not clear what the purpose was, Arthur immediately called the meeting to a halt. Okay, let's end the meeting. Some guests are here. I am afraid it is the Admiral Green Pheasant. Everyone, go back. As usual, wait until the other party comes here. I will notify you. You will come again. As for Visalia and those astronomical scientists, I will solve it. After speaking, Arthur disappeared in the main hall. The Island of Gods, that is, above the vines, on the island cloud belonging to Arthur. Arthur appeared in the Divine Palace. In the palace, Jessica was taking the bath with Nami Nuokigo and Arthur appeared at the door and knocked on the door. Jessica, the future of the Navy headquarters is coming. Come out soon. The frolic inside was stagnant, and then Jessica wrapped her bath towel, exposing her beautiful figure, and walked out wiping her hair. General of the Navy headquarters? Jessica asked strangely. This is a sky island. How did those people come? What are you doing here again? Yeah? Arthur nodded. Just 300 kilometers away. You have to help me move Visalia away from the Angel Island. Move to an altitude of 18,000 meters near Bika, and then cover it with flowing clouds. Okay. Feeling Arthur's seriousness, Jessica nodded quickly and flew directly to her room. In the bathroom, Nuokigo's face was red, and even his breathing was much lighter. But Nami didn't care at all, still humming happily. You wash slowly, Jessica has something to do now. After washing, you just walk around here. Jessica will be back in at most 3 hours. Arthur said to the inside of the door, holding back pushing the door. The impulsive thought of entering teleported away. On the second layer of island cloud, there is also a special palace, which belongs to Arthur's office. In his office palace, Arthur used radio waves to transmit his voice to Vine Island. Braham, you come up with a team of elite war angels. On Vineland Island, Braham was inspecting the angels of the 10 Legion Reserve. Hearing this, he immediately called up the 20 angels who were able to travel forward among these angels and flew to Apiado. 5 minutes later, Braham came to Arthur. Braham, in this direction, about 250 kilometers away, the envoy of the Navy is here. Go and meet you. Remember, don't let them discover the island of angels. Don't be impulsive. The other party is the Admiral, powerful at this level. Yes, God. Braham nodded when he heard the words, and flew out with a team of angels. An hour later, 200 kilometers away from Apiado, Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant stood on the bow and looked forward. 20 people who are not weak have come here. The speed is very fast. Although the sight of the Green Pheasant is not as good as that of Arthur, it also has a range of more than 10 kilometers. Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said, it seems that the child sent someone over when he noticed us. It feels like there is no malice. As a person with the ability to wash fruits, Lieutenant General Crane has a very strong perception of the good and evil of others. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, Braham flew over with 30 angels. Lieutenant General Crane, Green Pheasant, and the Navy were all surprised when they saw Braham and others. Wings. What is going on? This is seriously inconsistent with the record. Is there a way for that child to make angel wings bigger in batches, so that they can fly? Lieutenant General Crane clasped his hands, frowning slightly. Are you the Navy messengers that God said? Braham flew to 30 meters from the warship, fluttered his wings and stayed in the air, and then asked. The old man is a lieutenant general and staff officer of the Navy headquarters. He is the headquarters General King Pheasant. This time I came to meet with your God. Lieutenant General Crane is here, although the rank is second. But as far as status is concerned, that is the proper first. Even the red dog and the yellow ape will show considerable respect when facing Lieutenant General Crane. So, God asked us to come to meet you and lead the way for you. Please go from here. This is the direction where the only gate of heaven that can lead to the White Sea is located. Braham nodded and directed towards the heaven. The direction of the door pointed. Lieutenant General Crane nodded and ordered the Navy to proceed in the direction that Braham pointed, and then talked to Braham casually. But it seems random. But it is collecting some basic information. As a wise general who is not defeated by the warring states period, and even slightly stronger, Lieutenant General Crane is very skillful in chatting. It didn't take long before she had never seen the world, and Braham, who was honest, learned a lot from her mouth. However, it's just not important basic information. No matter how honest, Braham knew what to say and what not to say. From what Braham knew here, Lieutenant General Crane determined a part of the matter. 2 hours later, Lieutenant General Crane looked at Apiato, the island of dreams, even if he was well informed. It's a beautiful place. Boy, can you let outsiders live here? As soon as the old man sees this place, he feels that there is a place for old Ajkar after retirement. Of course, you are welcome at any time, Miss He. It was naturally not Braham who replied, but Arthur who appeared on the warship at the moment when Lieutenant General Crane spoke. Arthur's abrupt appearance caused the seamen to be quite frightened, and all of them became vigilant for a while. Only the Green Pheasant, Lieutenant General Crane and the angels were present. Not surprisingly. That's great. Lieutenant General Crane turned slightly and looked at Arthur, who was 5 or 6 meters away. What a handsome boy. But you have made a lot of noise below, making the Navy headquarters pay attention. Arthur smiled slightly and said, well, it seems that I went to the East China Sea and I was noticed by you. I just want to experiment with a new move. I didn't want to startle you. Arthur knew the intelligence system of the Israeli Navy, and I was afraid that part of what he wanted to be in King Hai was known. However, it is another matter to know whether to know or not to admit. Arthur was only a Lieutenant General Crane. The words that carried a lot of meaning were just to say that he traveled across the sky from the Great Route to the East China Sea. This is the General of the Navy headquarters, Mr. Green Pheasant. right? Hello, General Green Pheasant. Arthur looked at the green pheasant 1 meter taller. Arthur's height is also a little over 2 meters, but the green pheasant is more than 3 meters tall. Speaking of the 3 major Navy officers, each of them is not short. The shortest Red Dog is also 3 meters tall, which makes Arthur stunned. You came from a long way, and I didn't prepare in advance, so I had to find some special fruit desserts from the Sky Island temporarily. Please move to taste it, please here. Arthur made a please gesture. Then he said, as for the Navy soldiers, please stop the ship first, follow Braham, and have a special banquet for you elsewhere. Please forgive me for the simplistic part. Lieutenant General Crane turned to face the seaman who looked at him and nodded, then said, I really trouble you, my child. Coming to the world of One Piece, in the 8th year, Arthur met for the first time with the Navy representative, the most violent agency of the world government. And this time, it will bring no small changes to the sea. P.S. The next content may be different from what many people think, or some people have guessed it. But whether you guessed it or not, this book will only become more and more exciting. Please rest assured to subscribe. No eunuch, after all, I have to eat. Then, I still ask for all kinds of tickets. Please support me, thank you. 100. Chapter 100. The second layer of Island Cloud. A special banquet room. A group of beautiful angel ladies delivered the unique fruits, desserts and delicacies of Kojima one by one. The entire banquet room is very beautifully dressed under various lights and shells. Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant sat on the chairs, enjoying the food while enjoying the music played by the angels. Oh yeah, they are really beautiful children. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the angel sister who served them kindly, and said happily, huh? What kind of fruit is this? It tastes very good. Very special flavor. The General Green Pheasant put a piece of fruit into his mouth, and said while eating, the Sky Island is isolated from the world. Although it is not that no one comes, it will be less than 1,000 people throughout the year. This is the most extreme number of people, and these 1,000 people are rare lucky people. Generally speaking, if 1 of 10 ships can come to the Sky Island, it is already good luck. So, the things here are unique to the people of King High. But for the angels of Sky Island, King High is also full of temptations. Arthur's remarks seemed to just say that it was difficult for the Sky Island to come up. Therefore, Kong Dao has very little contact with King High, and everything is unique and tempting to the other party. But in fact, there is a clear meaning in this statement. That is, the people of Sky Island want to see King High. Hearing this, the Green Pheasant moved for a while, and then began to eat. I haven't eaten lunch except for breakfast today. However, Lieutenant General, he was very experienced, still smiling and tasting the food, admiring the movements and wonderful movements of the angel playing the piano on the side. Then, he said slowly, so you have done so much in the past few years. The words feel a bit aggressive. But Arthur didn't care, just smiled lightly. In the past few years, for the Angel Kingdom, I have worked hard. Kurashima people know too little about the following, so I can be regarded as a pioneer. Let's take a look at what King High is like. Lieutenant General Crane couldn't comment on Arthur's words. What did a pioneer go to the New World for? He came into contact with Doflamingo back and forth, defeated Drought Jack, and fought Redhead again. After that, he ran to Fishman Island. Now the changes in Fishman Island have been earth-shaking compared to before. What does this pile of pieces have to do with your understanding of King High? I went to King High twice. The second time seemed to be clear. It was for 2 beautiful girls. But Lieutenant General Crane's instinct told her that it was definitely not that simple. And 4 years ago, it appeared in the East China Sea for the first time, and its purpose is still unclear. With the knowledge that Lieutenant General he is known as the wise general and the chief advisor, she felt that even if she appeared in King High for the first time, she must have a big secret when she went to the East China Sea. All of this absolutely shows that Arthur's mind is not that simple. However, There is too little known information and too much unknown information. Together, Lieutenant General Crane and the Warring States period both felt like a cloud. Ala. So you have appeared in Qinghai many times to see if Qinghai is safe for your citizens? The green pheasant suddenly questioned. Arthur looked at the green pheasant. From the time we met until now, the green pheasant has rarely spoken, and it is the Lieutenant General Crane, who is the chief advisor, talking. Although the other party seems to be full of flaws, unsuspecting, he still looks lazily wanting to sleep. But Arthur could still feel the hidden vigilance and defense of the blue pheasant. From the seat he chose, the posture in which he was sitting, and the curious look in his eyes from time to time, Arthur could see that the green pheasant was probably paying attention to the safety of Lieutenant General Crane. Are you afraid that I will pose a threat to Lieutenant General Crane? Or is it that this time I came here to protect Lieutenant General Crane? Arthur secretly said in his heart, but there is no trace on the surface. For the green pheasant's question, he was just taken aback, then tilted his head, frowned, and looked thinking, it may be an exaggeration, but I do have such thoughts. After all, I heard that the pirate king Gordo Roger had said before his death 18 years ago, but the sea was violent. In the past few years, the pirate regiments in Qinghai have emerged endlessly, and even the navy can't stop it. This security really worries me. After all, the Sky Island is a safe and beautiful place. That's it. Green Pheasant and Lieutenant General Crane both nodded. Then Lieutenant General Crane suddenly thought of something, and curiously asked, you seem to be a Thunderfruit ability, right? Yes, that's right. Arthur nodded calmly. There was nothing to hide. Power Shock is what I need. Oh yeah. That's really amazing. The Thunderfruit is the fruit that the world government has always offered rewards for. It is not weaker than the powerful fruit ability of Kuzan and the others. Lieutenant General Crane looked in surprise. That's true. The Thunderfruit is probably stronger than the fruits of the three of us. The green pheasant nodded in agreement, and then said, as a thunder and lightning, the speed and attack power of the Thunderfruit is probably very terrifying. Even the range. They should not be weak. Arthur smiled and nodded, and said, so I am really lucky. As the most top fruit ability in the natural system, the fruit of the thunder indeed has unimaginable effects in many aspects. Find flowers. Lieutenant General Crane interrupted at this moment, so more than half a year ago, you were the one who played against the red hair in the New World, right? Arthur frowned, a little wondering how to reply. But after thinking about it, I just had a fight, so I can't be considered a pirate. Yes, I heard that Red Hair is the most domineering man in the world, so I want to get to know it. So that's it, Lieutenant General Crane said with some comprehension. Want to meet the most domineering man in the world? Then what's the result? Lieutenant General Crane turned. Arthur frowned again. He suddenly discovered that from just now, his speech was completely guided by Lieutenant General Crane. Basically, the dominance is in the hands of the other party, and he is talking with him. While sighing that Lieutenant General Jiang was still hot, Arthur decided to come back and regain the dominance. You can't always let the other party lead your speech. So Arthur hooked his mouth and said proudly, naturally I am more domineering. Huh? Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant were taken aback. They did not expect such an answer. From just now, Lieutenant General Crane guided Arthur to speak. Although I could feel that Arthur had changed the subject and concealed something, Lieutenant General Crane still lamented Arthur's youth. As a result, before the idea was over, there was an accident. What do you mean by nature is that I am more domineering? These words made the two of them feel a little stunned for a while. However, after all, they have experienced a lot of things, but the two of them instantly regained consciousness. Then, the two of them got a recognition from Arthur's words. That is, Arthur is probably also a man with that kind of aptitude, and he has stronger aptitude in the confrontation with Red Hair. Glancing at each other, the two knew that each other thought so. Lieutenant General Crane smiled and said, my child, do you have a domineering look? The Green Pheasant looked at Arthur, waiting for Arthur to answer. Ah, I also awakened accidentally. Later I learned that it is called Domineering, which is a rare aptitude. I heard that the red-haired Domineering man is the most domineering in the world, and he is called the most domineering man in the world. So he is young, energetic, ran over to compare. Unexpectedly, mine is stronger. Arthur said this with an unexpected smile on his face. However, in the minds of Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant, the word winning was like a big bell ringing, buzzing in their minds. Compared with the red hair, he was domineering and actually won. The two inadvertently looked at each other again, and they saw the shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. It seems there are many variables. Second,